13.
O'clock.
Hey everybody, what's going on? It's November 1st, and we're all having the Halloween hangover. It's always so depressing, like when it's the day after Halloween. I hate it.
Yeah, me and Jen had a bad day today.
It was a day, as they say.
Man. Drove 100 miles today.
I mean, it could have been a lot worse, so let's not go that far, but it's just kind of like, it did pretty much suck out loud.
Went down to the VA, just had to give some blood for a test. Had no problem, rode down there on my fucking XB12. And then, what the hell? And then,
Sorry, the neighbors are being really loud.
the neighbors be fucking, they're playing so much fucking shit. Hold on, I gotta make sure that something's up on here.
Yeah.
Hold on 1 second.
We've had, and it's not even the next door neighbor. I think it's the house 2 houses down, and they have just been blaring music, and it's shitty music. Well, it wouldn't make it better if it was good music, because it's still loud and it's really annoying. And it's like, my office is right on the front of the house, like right over the garage. So when people, like, if anybody just like drives by the house, it's kind of loud, but it's like rattling the fucking walls, and it's been doing that for like an hour, and I'm just kind of like, I'm about to go over there and burn that motherfucker's house down or something. I kind of feel like, because you can't call the cops about a noise complaint because it's too early, like you can only do that like past 10 p.m. I think, and it's only 7:30, so there's really not a lot of recourse over just going over there and like beating his ass or breaking his shit or something like that, and then probably I'd get in trouble, you know what I mean? But yeah, it's real fucking annoying.
Wanted to make sure everything was all right. I was working on a bike earlier today.
Yeah.
And I kind of was afraid that I left the air compressor on down in there.
Oh yeah, because
But
that makes a real loud
yeah,
noise too.
it wasn't though.
Because like I said, I'm right over the garage, so anything
Yeah.
that happens in the garage or outside is like super loud in here. But yeah, so this is what happened. You tell me.
Man, that motherfucker's so loud.
I know, that's what I was just saying.
Fuck.
It's like, it's so obnoxious. I'm trying to ignore it, but it's really hard.
Yeah.
I don't know if you guys can hear it, but it's really, really loud.
It's rattling the whole house.
Yeah, it's like rattling the walls.
Fixing to call the cops on a dude. But I'd imagine everybody else is. And he's rich. He's got a big old fucking house, an enclosed pool. He's got a whole bunch of fucking monster trucks. He's a big dude, big white dude. I don't know what he does. He might be
He annoys people
Yeah.
for a living.
Yeah, he might be a
obviously.
sports figure or something. I don't know. He's got a lot of money. But he's down there playing the shittiest mixture of fucking country and rap. It's pitiful.
And it's like auto-tuned.
Yeah, sometimes it's in the same song, too.
Yeah.
Where it's half country and half rap. It's just crappy as shit. He's got terrible taste in music.
Like I said, even if it was good, it would still be super
Yeah.
annoying.
So, I rode down to the VA. No problems. Got back on the bike to come back, and the fucking was making it wouldn't start. And I said, man, that's bad battery connection. Because it was showing signs of having a bad battery connection, but I didn't have time to go in there and clean it. Usually the symptoms kind of takes a while for them to get bad before the bike won't start. So I had to call Jen in. Jen came. I couldn't tell her what tools to bring. She wouldn't know what to look for. She'd never
Yeah, I'd be like,
She'd never
I'd just be digging around for ages.
She came and got me, said to go back to the house, got my tools, came back, adjusted the shit, went to go turn the bike on, couldn't find the fucking key.
Yeah.
Went all the way back to the house. Key was sitting on the steps. What happened was, as I was leaving, I went and grabbed the fucking car key and accidentally pulled the motorcycle key out of my pocket, and it fell on the ground. So then I went down there, tried to turn the bike on, wouldn't start. Again, we jumped it and started it, rode it back. I get it here. I'm fucking pissed. Battery had been totally drained, so I was thinking maybe bad stator or something. I'm checking, cleaning terminals. I don't know what the problem is, but the battery isn't dead. It's not totally killed. It's not sulfonated. It is taking a charge. But I don't know if it was just dirty terminals and it wasn't recharging that well, or if it was if it's a bad stator. I got to go in there and, because sometimes my stator readings, man, they look okay. They look like fucking 14 volts. Sometimes they look like 11.5 volts, and you got to have at least 12. So I don't fucking know. If I got to do another stator, man, I hate doing that. In a fucking Harley Davidson style motor, you got to fucking take the fucking drive sprockets off.
But what we neglected to mention is that the VA clinic is 22 minutes
Yeah.
from our house.
So we had to drive 100 miles today.
So Yeah, so basically, because we had to drive back and forth, what, 5 times?
Yeah.
Because, yeah, we got back, and then, like, he couldn't find the key, and we couldn't figure out what happened to it.
Had to do another trip.
So we were like, it's got to be at the house. It's like, you know, where else could it be? Because we thought maybe it just fell out in the car or something like that, but it wasn't in there. So we had to come all the way back to the house, and it was on the stairs.
Yeah.
And it was just kind of like, man, it was just like, so that took, like... most of the afternoon.
Yeah.
I don't remember what time it was when you called me, but it's just like it took like most of the afternoon. So yeah, that was kind of a thing. But you know, at least we got it all sorted out. But yeah, so hopefully everyone had a good Halloween last night. We were kind of low key. We didn't really have that many trick or treaters. I mean, there were a lot of people walking around the neighborhood. I saw, like when you looked out the windows and stuff. But it's just kind of like, how many did we have? Because you kind of went down and
not many. Ones that actually came.
Yeah.
How many times they knocked, or how many kids?
How many kids? Because they tended to come. There weren't that many, like...
Maybe about 7 or 8.
Yeah, there weren't that many, like,
Maybe about 7 or 8.
Each time. You know, there weren't that many, like, knocks on the door.
Yeah.
But there was a bunch of them, like, at one time, I guess is what it was. But honestly, like, all I did was, like, sit around watching Joe Bob's Halloween with some leftover candy. We got a lot of candy left, is what we're saying. Because we never know, like, how many kids, and I think everybody has that. You never know how many, because some years it's, like, hardly any people, and then some years you don't have enough candy, and there's, like, a bajillion. Yeah. So we were like, well, we got, like, several bags, and we ended up not having that many, so we have a lot of candy left over. But there's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
There's nothing wrong with that. And I even got a bag of, like, some white chocolate candy because I'm like, I'm keeping this just for me. I'm not giving this to the damn kids. Unless we absolutely had to, but we didn't. So I still have it.
They were showing some fucking videos from Halloween. Like, he's back at it.
Yeah.
They were showing some videos from fucking Halloween. The one that's going around right now. It's like 3 adults and about 6 little kids, and there's some kind of Eastern European. They're not speaking English. They're Caucasian, but I don't know what they are. It sounds like some kind of Slavic language. They come up on the house doing trick-or-treating, and somebody has a bowl. It's in a wealthy neighborhood, okay? You can tell it's by the porch. And they got a whole bowl out there of full-on candy bars. They fucking take them all. All of them. Yeah. That's going around now. They're almost
Party
fighting
foul.
each other for them, and they're yelling in some kind of Cyrillic language. I don't know.
It's like, you can buy those at every store in America,
like,
right?
And then they're all the same family, and they act like they're just getting ready to kill each other over the fucking. And I'm like,
they really like candy bars, you guys.
Come on, man. Come on, man. That shit's fucking embarrassing.
It is, yeah.
But I guess they come here. You know what I mean? They can't handle they can't handle a high trust society where you just take one. They were full size candy bars.
Yeah.
Just take one candy bar for every kid. You know what I mean? No, they took the whole fucking.
I
bowl.
would never have the fucking audacity.
Bowl. Yeah, it was several cases. Yeah.
Some people do, and that just fucking floors me.
Yeah.
And I wasn't raised in a family like my family were real chill. They weren't like, oh, beat your ass if you're bad or anything. It was nothing like that. I never got spanked. I never got my parents were real permissive. But it's just kind of like I just have this very, very deeply set moral code. I'm just like, that's just not the right thing to do.
No,
if I take them, then other people can't have any.
Have one, yeah, but that's they were there for they were all about themselves. I'd have jumped out and instantly punished motherfuckers. I'd be
Pop, put those down.
I'd have been bitch slapping people. I'd be grabbing little kids and shit, holding kids hostages with fucking knives.
That is not how you Halloween.
Put the candy down.
That is not how you Halloween.
Yeah, put the candy down or she loses her head. Step away from the child. It's like, I'd go straight Bane on them. If I'm just trusting you, I can't trust you. All right, I want my pound of flesh.
That's what I mean.
It's free candy, but it's one.
Yeah,
one
there's rules.
Person. Yeah,
don't get greedy. Jesus Christ, it's free, but it's for everybody.
Yeah,
that's what I mean. It's like, duh, that doesn't seem like that hard to figure out. Mm-hmm. So you know what I mean? It's just like, don't get in there with that kind of shit. But that's it. But sadly, like a lot of people are kind of like
they're getting shamed though.
Well, that's good.
That video is getting fucking.
Do you think
around.
they'll learn anything? Probably not.
They probably even have internet.
Like I said, well, just to get current, what about this jackass neighbor here who's blasting his fucking music all night? Yeah. Do you think he would he's capable of being shamed? I doubt it.
Nah.
Like if you went over there and said, "Hey, bro, can you turn it down?" He'd probably punch you. I can do what I want. It's my house. That's probably what he'd say.
Yeah.
Because there's a lot of people like that. They're very entitled. I can do whatever I want.
Never gave that motherfucker money.
Yeah, they should have given it to me instead, a genuine nice person.
Yeah.
Just saying. But yeah, like even like the Halloweens, like where people couldn't be home and they're just like, they left a bowl like out on the porch. It's like, hey, please, honor system, only take one. I would only take one.
And they were full-size candy bars.
Yeah.
Full.
I'm like, I don't need more than that anyway. Yeah. You're going all around.
They had
a
camera on it though. They didn't think of that. They did. I guess up in Bulgaria, Stan, or wherever they came from, they didn't fucking have that cameras. They got them on camera.
Good.
Yeah.
That's probably like a good idea.
And another fucking. Evidently, one of the neighbors saw it, and they came from across the street and put a bunch of candy in that bowl.
Yeah.
A bunch of their candy.
Aw. See, not everyone's horrible.
Yeah.
There are good people out there. The thing about it is that I think most people are pretty okay people, but it's like you don't hear about them because it's not as egregious or exciting as hearing about the assholes. Not saying that there aren't a lot of assholes, because there are. There are way more assholes than there should be. But, High Desert said, I live in the middle of the desert, hence the name, I guess. So never get kids, thank goodness. So I watched When Evil Lurks. Thanks for the recommendation. Oh, you're very welcome. Yeah, I think more people need to see that. And like I said, watch the director's other movie too, Terrified, because that's also fucking great. I don't know if that's still on Shudder. It was for a while.
They're trying to get me to put wigs on already.
I mean, you don't have like a straight up Richard Simmons wig.
Yeah.
But Richard Simmons is a pretty popular Halloween costume. I guess it's like pretty easy to do. Like all you need is kind of like a white boy afro wig.
Yeah.
Like a, kind of a tank top. Although his always had those Swarovski crystals on him. But like, you know what I mean? Like that was kind of his thing.
Not really.
And those like little stripy shorts.
Yeah.
And everybody would instantly know who you are, which is crazy because he's such a cultural icon still, even though he's like, he's in his 70s now. But it's just crazy that like people still know who that is.
Yeah, and we're going to talk about the fucking Richard Simmons.
This was kind of an interesting
and there are some mysteries behind Richard Simmons. We're going to talk about it.
I had not heard about this, and I forgive me if I can't quite remember. I thought it was Victor Garcia that recommended this, but maybe not. Like, was it you, Zach? I thought it was Victor, but I could be totally wrong because I forget shit like that all the time, but I'll write it down. But I had not heard. I don't really keep up with celebrity news, or I just don't have time, so I don't keep up with any of that. Like, celebrities are around us. I only have a vague, recollection of who they are. I know who Richard Simmons is, obviously, because that's kind of more from our era, so I knew who that was, but I had no idea that he had essentially fallen off the grid, kind of. And back in 2017, there was a 6-episode podcast called Missing Richard Simmons, which was like really popular, and I listened to all of it today, where a friend of his was like trying to find out where he was and what happened to him and why he disappeared and all this other kind of stuff. And there was also, I think it was in 2022, so last year, TMZ did a show about it too, and that's on Hulu if you want to watch that, because I watched that earlier today too. But here's the thing, I kind of feel like probably there's nothing sinister about it, but it's just weird. I mean, the whole situation is kind of weird, is just all I'm saying. Because like I said, I didn't know anything about this, but when I started looking into it, I'm like, that is kind of strange. Like, just like considering how famous he was, how visible he was, and then for him to just like kind of essentially vanish off the face of the earth. Like I said, they're pretty sure they know where he is, but they don't really know like why the whole thing happened and like what's going on behind it. So it's just kind of like, I don't know, it's like just a really interesting story.
Yeah, on the surface when they talk about Richard Simmons, I was thinking this could be a boring show, but I don't think so. There's some weird shit about Richard Simmons.
Well, he's an interesting person. I always thought of him as an interesting person. And Sebastian said Terrifier with the clown. No, this is a movie. It's called Terrified. It came out in 2017. It's Argentinian. It's the same guy that did When Evil Lurks, and it's great. Yeah. It's more like a paranormal coming back from the dead, like haunting poltergeist type movie, and it's super creepy and it's great. So it might still be on Shudder, not sure.
Another thing about Simmons is that it wasn't just him, it was the era in which he was operating. Daytime television, 80s and 90s.
Yeah.
And it was just a generic fucking time. It makes me think of Dead Malls and Dad Bell videos and shit. It was the daytime talk show scene was just dumb as shit, man. But there was something. It was basically kind of like the opiates of the masses. Anybody who was like unemployed or stay-at-home mom, they were watching that shit.
Or like retired
people. Or they would also replay a lot of it late at night. So when you were coming home, if you worked midnights and you came home late after midnight, you could watch it, before television went off.
Which it used to back in the old days. Yeah. Which is funny. Yeah. If any people are like younger now, just like, what do you mean TV went off? Yeah, it went off after a certain time. Yeah, and you only had like 4 or 5 channels, unless you had cable, and then you'd have a whole bunch more. It was just snow.
But there was just more shit on the cables, really. They had more channels, but that didn't mean it was any good. It was
either snow or infomercials.
Yeah, lots, whole channels of nothing but infomercials.
Yeah.
And they'll put you to sleep, man. They kind of fucking lull you to sleep. And
there's something kind of comforting about them.
Yeah. Then you had special channels you could buy that had softcore porn on them, and if you didn't pay for them, they just look a bunch of wavy lines. And when you're a kid, you try to look at them wavy lines, and every now and then you'd see a titty.
Every Gen X person remember, especially the boys, obviously. Remember having to see the unscrambled Playboy channel or something.
Try to look at it
sideways. Is that a nipple?
Try to look at it sideways real quick,
Right. I remember that.
Yeah.
I remember that. Because you go up to the higher channels, like when they added all the channels. Because when I was a kid, we only had 4.
Yeah.
Like the 3 networks, PBS, and then they added Fox 35, so that was 5 channels. Yeah. But then in the early 80s, I think we had 47 channels, and that blew our fucking minds. Yeah. Even though most of them didn't have anything good on them.
So, television, this goes all the way back probably to the 50s, or not the early 60s. You had a type of daytime television that was fitness oriented. You had ones with Jack LaLanne and shit. I remember Jack LaLanne was still doing this shit when I was a little kid. I remember him. Jack was the shit, man. He ended up dying at 96 years old.
Yeah, he was in his 90s.
Yeah, and he still looked good.
Well, he was on those juicer infomercials. He had that juicer.
Yeah. Now, he got mad props. Everybody was impressed with LaLanne, with Jack, because he was breaking records well into his 40s and 50s, swimming across fucking English Channel or whatever, towing a boat in his mouth, fucking on a rope and shit. He just did all kinds of crazy shit. He did do it. Now, he wasn't natural, all right? He was juicing. But he just didn't juice that much. He just did it mostly for health and longevity. So, in the fitness scene, people would watch this shit early in the morning, maybe do exercises with them. I think most would just watch them do the exercise, and they felt like they did something.
It's I'm just gonna sit on the couch and eat a bag of Lay's potato chips.
Watch them work
and watch them. It's
just do my hands like
I'm
this.
working out.
Yeah.
Watching them work out.
I think that was a lot of it. And a lot of it was guys like LaLanne just talking to the audience, and I think it was kind of like Bob Ross in the painting. I think it would just kind of be AMSR to him. Kind of lull him.
It's hilarious to me that Bob Ross, we did a show about him too, but that he is still such an icon.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Just because he's so chill.
Yeah.
And people will just watch it and relax. It's it's kind of nice.
So they had a lot of fitness ones. Some of them were females. Some of them were hot females doing stuff. They even had some for cable. I think it was called Jazzercise, which was damn near fucking porn.
I don't remember Jazzercise being particularly porny, but that was a long time ago that I watched it. Maybe it was more porny toward if you were a teenage boy.
If you were a guy, yeah.
But if you're a teenage boy, everything is porny.
Well, you know what I mean? Porn was not available to us. You know what I mean?
As readily as nowadays.
Yeah. So, but
you kids today, you got it so easy.
No, the camera angles and they were dancing in unison and weird disco type music and shit.
It's here, bend over, look at her taint.
It actually looked like something of a fucking looked like something out of damn Logan's Run. You know what I mean? Where they have the slow motion orgy or something. You know what I mean? That they were doing. When they were in the dance club. It kind of looked like that. Crazy camera angles and fucking skinny coke head looking girls fucking dancing in those leg warmers and shit.
God, I remember.
Remember that? Yeah.
I had some when I was 10.
Leotards
I had
stuff.
some when I was 10 years old.
Yeah.
Some gray ones.
So you had that, and then eventually they came up with the Richard Simmons concept, which I think was kind of like the prototype of fat acceptance.
Well, the interesting, I kind of want, this was one thing that I kind of found, like, I was around for Richard Simmons being around, because like I said, he was hard to avoid. He was like ubiquitous during the 80s and 90s. So I kind of, but I didn't know a lot about like his origins or like, the early part of his career, because that was like early 70s and I was still like a really little kid. But that was one of the things that I found most interesting, is that, I mean, he's pretty much a self-made guy. I mean, I don't even know if he came up with a concept the same way that you would come up with it nowadays, but you have to remember that he was actually kind of a pioneer in the sense that all of the fitness shit back then, like in the early 70s I'm talking about, like all the gyms and everything like that were and all the fitness kind of they didn't really have fitness videos then, but you know what I'm saying, like fitness shows and stuff, that was all kind of catered toward people who were already fit, or were already good looking and already in shape, and were just trying to like maintain, or at least like they wanted to show like people that were in shape. So he was kind of the first person to come out and be like, it doesn't matter what you look like, it doesn't how old you are, how much you weigh, or anything like that, like anybody can do this. So he made everything like really easy and really fun, so people would want to do it. And then he would like encourage them to eat right, and he did like a cooking show and stuff like that. So, and he was like really accepting, and he didn't shame anybody. He didn't, and that really resonated with people, because a lot of people that were really, and I think that happened because it was his own experience. I mean, he was very obese from childhood. And so when he lost all that weight, and I want to get into that too, because he kind of did some inadvisable things, like to do that. But then, he kind of became on a mission. I want to say, like, reading about Richard Simmons, like, yeah, it's in a lot of ways, like, people kind of see him as like a joke or a punchline or anything like that, because he's so over the top and he's just like so eccentric and everything like that. But he just seems like a genuinely really good person. Yeah. And he really, really, genuinely wanted to help people. And the fact that he put so much of himself out there is really, maybe kind of ties into the reason why he disappeared at long last, which, like I said, we'll get into after a while. But he just, I mean, he would do shit like, he taught his class. I didn't even know this. He had a gym in Beverly Hills. It's called Slimmons. It was there for like, it was closed in 2016, which we'll get into in a bit, but it was there for 40 years. He taught classes there every fucking week. It was $12. It was always $12. You just showed up, paid $12, and you worked out with Richard Simmons. And he had like all these regulars that went there, and they fucking loved him. Yeah. It was just like this whole scene and everything like that. And he would do, and he didn't have to do that. He was already a multi-millionaire by that point.
Yeah. If you don't know who we're talking about, if you're too young, Richard Simmons was kind of like a short guy with curly hair, real over-the-top energy. To me, I'd call him like visibly gay.
Yeah. He's never come out and said,
yeah,
but it's like, yeah.
Out, but he's, I would probably put him up there with like fucking Rip Taylor.
And he seems more of a loner, really, which, like I said, we'll get into that in a little bit, too. But
he was, some guys would call a fag hag. Girls loved him. They just fucking loved him. Especially fat girls. Because he was into the fat acceptance, and he could vibe with them because he was there. And
well, he knew what they were going through.
And knowing about fitness and everything, a lot of what Simmons had to offer was psychological.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, big time.
That was more. It was more psychological than physical. Now, we had another show called Bullshito about all the bullshit that happened in martial arts scene, and in the movies and everything, and all the different disciplines of martial arts. Not only Oriental martial arts, but Western martial arts. A lot of it is bullshit. Okay, it's just a product to sell. It's even worse in the diet and fitness industry. Even because the market's even bigger. almost everything you will ever hear in the mainstream market about diet is a lie. Everything you hear about physical training is a lie. Everything that they show you and the results are always deceptive. There's just certain rules that have to happen in order to become very physically attuned, especially after the age of 30. When the way you look, to look really fit, lean, and muscular, you have to have a very aggressive hormonal profile. Most people will not have that profile outside their teens. It starts to taper off for men in their late 20s. Okay? If you want to be physical after your late 20s, man, you have to use anabolic steroids. Or you have to use, combined with testosterone. And the dudes that do this then go on to become fitness trainers and sell all these diet and fitness programs to the normies. And they never mention
right. Well, yeah,
what
they're
they
just trying
did
to make
to
money
look
off their
the way that
protein
they look.
shakes or whatever.
Right. They will openly lie. Oh, yeah, you do my program, you'll look like me in 4 years, 5 years. No, you won't.
No, you will not.
No, you will not. No. You will look like him in 4 or 5 years if you were doing the same stacks of steroids he's doing. Yeah. But they can't sell you that, though. No one will fucking buy the program because people are very adverse to injecting themselves with anything. And steroids have been have had entire black propaganda campaigns against them just based on what teenagers do in high school and what certain pro wrestlers what happened to them. And all those are isolated cases, and yeah, those guys die, but you got to look at the damn fucking autopsy reports to find out why. And then when you find out the levels of anabolic abuses those guys are doing, of course they died. You know what I mean? Some of those dudes taking 6,000 to 9,000 milligrams of fucking some kind of anabolics a week. I mean, that's a shit ton. And really, what ended up killing them was just all that weight, because the human heart is not built to drive that much muscle. The heart can get strong and powerful with the steroids, but you can't fucking make those valves any stronger. Those cartilage valves will be struggling and flexing and wearing out, and then that dude will die of heart failure because he just got too fucking big. And there's a weakness is going to appear somewhere, and those heart valves can't get any stronger than the way they come from the factory. They're not muscles. They're like pieces of plastic. They don't change. So, in a way, Richard Simmons kind of had a more truthful approach to fitness.
And I think people responded to that because he was honest. He didn't look super ripped.
No.
He just looked like a regular guy.
Yeah.
And he was saying, you can lose weight if you get up off the couch and just do these exercises and eat. And he encouraged like healthy eating as well. Yeah. You know what I mean? So he had like he did cookbooks and stuff like that.
He would say things like, you could look like me. But you looked at him and he was very average.
Well, that's what I mean.
And you could look like him.
That's more honest.
Yeah, a lot more obvious.
You're not telling you that you can look like fucking the Tybo dude, like that somebody mentioned earlier.
You're not gonna look like Arnold.
Yeah,
you're not gonna look like Arnold. All right, Arnold fucking.
I mean, unless you go on steroids and spend hours and hours a day in the gym and weigh everything you eat and shit like that.
I still run into these modern bros from the modern era that can't believe that Arnold Schwarzenegger did steroids. And I just, what the fuck are you talking about? Of course. You look at him by age 19, he's just fucking shredded. He's fucking stacked. He's way beyond human potential. He must have been eating Anavar pills and eating Anavar pills like fucking candy. You know, he was big. Yeah, he had good genetics. You can't just take those steroids and get that big, but he could. He had the genetics.
Well, and that's what I mean, and I think that's another thing that people again responded to because Richard Simmons, like I said, just looked like a regular guy, and he wasn't telling you, you're going to be all ripped and jacked and shit like that, which. And you still see it. You still see it in fitness commercials and like shit for like, it's and the implication, even if they don't say it outright, it's like, the implication, take this protein shake and like use this exercise machine and you'll look like this. No, you probably won't.
Yeah, and you will not buy Jack LaLanne's juicer and look like Jack LaLanne from drinking out of that juicer. Fuck
Yeah,
no.
no.
Are you crazy?
Just lay on the couch and drink.
no.
Why am I not looking like Jacqueline? This is not working out the
Go
way
back
I
and
intended.
look at pictures of Jack LaLanne starting off in the fucking 50s, all right? Jack LaLanne was a fucking beast, man. That dude, he had a very good classic physique. He didn't look like a golden era bodybuilder or anything. He just looked like a really good gymnast is what he looked like. That's not natural. He was doing tests. He had good genetics. He was doing tests and probably doing things like Anavar or oral little steroid pills, probably doing that. But there's no telling. He might have been doing a little bit more. I mean, Nandrolone would have been available in his time, and that would have kept him looking good and strong up until he died, which was in his 90s. Don't ever let anybody tell you that steroids kill you. No, abuse of them will kill you. Yeah, but if you
abuse of pretty much anything,
abuse of anything will kill
you.
you. But you can, in the second half of life, you can take stuff that'll kind of bolster you and kind of build you back up, to replace the hormones you've lost. But no, fucking. So Simmons, his approach was realistic expectations.
Yeah.
And
just being healthy, losing weight, and he was really genuinely genuinely cared about these people. He would call up people he'd never met, like every week, and like make sure they were doing okay, and like give them a pep talk and all this other kind of shit. And it was just, and that was what people needed. It did work.
Now Simmons' target market was usually depressed, very overweight females. Okay.
Yeah, that was a large part of his audience. Yeah,
that was his
not all of it, but
market.
a lot of it was. Yeah,
and to his credit, that's an easy one to deal with because that's more diet than exercise, and a lot of the diet is coming from emotional problems, depression,
as his did as well.
Right.
Which, like I said, I think that's why he could relate.
Right.
Which, like I said, we'll get into why he was so good at empathizing with other people with those problems, because he had them as well.
To be female or even male, depending on the age, but let's just say you're a female in your 30s and 40s, and to be very, very overweight, you almost have to work at that. You got to eat a lot of food to maintain that weight. Just cutting the food in half, you'll lose weight. Now, there's going to be limits to that too. You're eventually going to have to start getting into better diets and more exercise, and you can lose a good healthy amount of weight and get down to a reasonable size without any equipment or anything. You don't have to go to the gym or the weight room or anything. Mostly just diet, and just walking can take a lot of that off. Now, if any of you women hit that or in that zone, there's problems sometimes, because once you're beyond 30s, you're in your 40s, the hormones you need for the body's response to diet and exercise are not really there. So you usually have to add something to get, and we're talking about anabolic steroids. You'd have to add that to get the mitochondria in your cells running to burn fat. But the problem is a lot of these overweight women are not healthy enough to take steroids. There's a risk. So you have to start very slowly and increase the work slowly, and then you're doing the diet and you're trying to clear the body out of all those lipids and all those fats. And then once you're down to a reasonable weight, then you can start accelerating the work and accelerating the hormones to get real results. But then if you're talking about real dramatic change, you're going to have a lot of loose skin. So if you want to look like fucking Bridget Bardot, you're going to have to remove a lot of skin probably. But that's not what Simmons was promising. He was talking about obese women living a normal life, being a more average size.
Yeah, he just wanted them to be healthier.
Right, yeah.
And to feel okay in their bodies.
Yeah, and
which, I said, that's a very realistic goal, and I think that people really responded to that, because he wasn't giving them unrealistic expectations.
Yeah. And Simmons acknowledges, I remember watching this show even when I was a kid, and I realized it's not so much what they're doing, it's what they're thinking is fucking them up. Okay.
Yeah, and he could relate, because he had gone through the same exact thing.
He's more targeting the problem, and that's their emotional problems.
Right.
It's not so much the exercise. If you get rid of the emotional problems, then the eating disorders, then just with normal life and getting up and running, you'll lose a lot of weight and be a lot healthier. That's really what else he was doing. So I give him that credit.
Yeah, and like I said, he did and does, presumably, because he is still alive as far as anyone knows. But yeah, he does genuinely seem to care about other people, maybe to the detriment of his own mental health, I think. But he is probably, and it's so weird that he became so famous, because he's such what they would call, like, maybe in new agey kind of terms, an empath, meaning that he seems to feel very deeply what other people feel, like, and that it does not seem put on in any way, shape, or form. But the problem with that is that if you feel so much for other people, it starts to weigh on you, because he would get thousands and thousands of letters, like, for, decades from people. And he would call every single one of those people and write back to everyone who said, and he felt like a personal connection to every single one of those people. And it's like he was personally invested in all of these people.
He's like a fat priest
that he didn't even know. Which, like what's weird is that he actually
doing a lot of shamanism and shit.
Well, you know what? He was he actually, I saw like an interview with him from a long time ago, and he was actually in seminary for
I didn't know that.
for almost 2 years.
Okay,
like
so
he was thinking about being a priest.
So he knew what he was doing.
So he never came across as like super religious. I think he converted to Catholicism. Like his dad was a Methodist, and I think his mom was Jewish. But he converted to Catholicism later, and he was thinking about becoming a priest.
Okay.
And he was kind of making a joke about it, where he was saying, I can't remember who he was, who the interview was with, but he was saying that it's like, I was thinking about becoming a priest, because like, man, you put that cassock on and it's like nobody can tell how fat you are. You know what I mean? And it's like you can gain all the weight you want and it doesn't matter. But because he was very, very heavy. But it just seems like he's just one of those people, and like I said, it's so weird that he became so famous that all of his energy was directed outward, like toward other people. So I kind of feel like maybe what had to do perhaps with his disappearance, we'll get into some of the theories and stuff later, but because some of them were kind of weird. But I think maybe what contributed to it was that he just couldn't take it anymore, which like I said, for 40 years, maybe more than 40 years, all he did was help other people.
Yeah.
Listen to other people's problems.
Yeah.
Call other people. He would make, because all his friends and his publicists and everything like that said he would spend hours and hours on the phone every single day calling all of these people and like how's it going, like, and he would just cry with them and like spend hours on the phone with them. And it's just like he had never met these people, or had only met them one time, and so he gave so much of himself to other people that I don't know if he had anything left for himself, because it's weird that he was so outwardly, he's very loud and eccentric and ebullient, and he's just like all this other and enthusiastic all the time. But I think to a large extent that was an act that's entirely for other people.
I think
because
he was more of a depressive type.
Yeah, most people that know him said that he's a loner. He doesn't hang out with other people. He doesn't party. He just goes and holes up in his house, and he's like super quiet and like super reserved. But he's putting on a thing for like other people. I'm not saying that he's putting on like caring about other people, because I don't think that's the case. But all of the enthusiasm and all of that kind of crazy, like the crazy outfits he would always wear and just making everybody laugh and everything.
It was like fat church.
He compared himself to a court jester, and he said that's kind of what he felt like.
I guess.
He was just trying to make everybody happy.
Yeah, I remember it was a kid, as a kid, he'd put on a show, but it was also kind of like fat church. It had a lot of, it did have, what I would call it, kind of almost kind of a Baptist revival.
Oh yeah, big time.
To it, like a spiritual revival.
Yeah,
because he's trying to tap into the to feelings that these women are having, trying to overcome these boundaries. He's getting them to confess what's wrong with them and stuff, and how to confront it.
And he would confess his own shit too, and I think that's why everybody felt comfortable doing it, because he was very open about his struggles and about his feelings and everything like that. So I think that made other people feel more comfortable talking about their fucked up shit with him, because they knew that he had gone through the same thing. He was very open about it. But like I said, and we've talked about this with this happens with a lot of like comedians, for example, like Robin Williams is the guy that springs to mind first. A lot of comedians are very other focused. So it's like their whole focus is on making other people happy, making other people laugh. But they themselves are usually very, very, not all of them, but a lot of them are very, very depressed or have a lot of problems.
Yeah.
And that's kind of, it's a little bit of a defense mechanism.
Yeah.
But again, it's kind of the same thing that he had, where he just felt like he wanted to help everybody in the world, but didn't really.
Yeah.
But then it just kind of like took everything out of him. You know what I mean? Which I get that. I mean, that's got to be really draining.
Yeah.
You know.
But look, I'm jacked. All right, I wasn't always. There were times where me and Jen put on a lot of weight because we like to fucking eat.
Well,
I love to cook.
Well, Tom's a really good cook.
And I fucking love to eat.
I'm gonna blame you. No, I'm not blaming you. I'm just saying.
And if I'm
so your food's so delicious.
If I'm not all that busy, and I'll just start going down certain pathways, you know what I mean? Where I'm like, well, I'm gonna start thinking about food, and I'm thinking about cooking food, and making this and that. And if I'm not watching it, I'll go down that direction. And my new discipline will be, well, I'm gonna make all this food, and I'm gonna eat this food. I think some of the people who become very obese kind of have a similar thing where their eating is almost a discipline to them.
Yeah.
It's like a mission. But you got to really watch it because that's self-destructive.
It is, yeah.
Overeating will kill you. Yeah,
as much as drinking a lot or drugs or anything like that. Maybe quicker.
Yeah, for me, I'm kind of replacing boredom with this. Other people, they might be trying to cover up some kind of a pain or depression or something like that.
Yeah, that's very common.
So they're going to try
But boredom is another common one,
they're
too.
going to try to eat it away.
Right.
In the same way that a sex addict might try to fuck it away.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, so you got to face what the deal is. My advice is to pick up another discipline to get your mind off of food.
Yeah, because
and you'll drop weight without even thinking about it.
Because me and you, I kind of feel like we're similar. Like I said, we love food. Yeah. If anybody that's a regular here on this show, like it usually devolves into talking about food at some point. Yeah. But then we had like a little food show for a little while. But Tom is an excellent cook, and everything he makes is like delicious. So it's really easy. Like he makes this big pot of butter chicken or something like that. It's really easy to eat like 3 bowls of the shit just like sitting there because it's so good and you don't want to stop eating it.
But it's like Earl laid around like we just had a damn orgy. We had an orgy with a bunch of Indians and the chickens and shit. And fucking with the curry, and we're like, we'll eat some more of that.
For real.
And then next thing you know, a couple months later, we keep doing that. We're fucking fat again. We're like, oh, we got to get rid of this.
After like a few months after I moved in with you, I think I had gained like 30 pounds.
Probably.
Maybe it was.
Well, you looked real thin.
Maybe it took longer than that.
It was longer than that. You looked real thin, so you looked like we could get away with it. We both kind of gained weight where we didn't really notice it until it was too late.
I mean, when we moved in together, I would say underweight.
Yeah,
a bit. So I kind of thought I could get away with, I think at one point I was down to 118 pounds, which is too thin for me. I looked kind of ill. But I wasn't starving, but I wasn't really eating all that much. But yeah, when we moved in together, Tom's like, well, you're too thin. You probably need to like gain some weight, which I did. But we went a little too far with it. I
know a lot of people that were just very obese and they had the bypass surgery and everything. They lost a lot of weight, and then now you look at them, you never know that they were ever overweight. Okay, I probably wouldn't have gotten the bypass surgery, but that's what some people actually need. They need that. They need that to get it off. It's a lot better than being obese because you could die. All right.
Well, they'll only do it if you're over a certain weight or certain body mass. They won't do it just for anybody.
My advice is get that weight off you, and then.
But don't go too crazy because I'll kind of get into because I didn't do anything as extreme as Richard Simmons did.
Yeah.
But I did go slightly extreme, at least to get the weight off, and it didn't. Luckily, it didn't really have any super long-term effects, but it did have some effects.
See, here's the thing: with a lot of women just try to starve fat off of them, which that works, but it also consumes muscle.
Yeah,
doing that. A better way to do it, and then some of them will say, "Well, I'll just run and do aerobics." Aerobics isn't really that effective in changing body composition. It's slow. It takes a long time to get.
You have to do a lot of it.
Yeah, and what you want is something more concentrated. It's called weightlifting. Weightlifting burns more fat, builds more muscle, and it's a lot faster because the work is concentrated only in a few minutes. And then you sit around and heal up, and then you go do it again 3 days later.
Yeah.
And you change from one body part to the next when you're going through this, and you can actually control how something will be shaped. Now, it won't really work after 30 unless you're on gear, okay? You'll get some response, but it'll start topping off because your body's not making the androgens it needs to actually respond to the stimulus that you're doing. Some guys have really fucking tried to do it and tried to bend the rules of the universe. You will get some results without gear, but there will be nothing compared to the results you had if you were on it. So
yeah, and I mean the thing about it is weightlifting. I kind of hate it, but it's better than having to like run miles, I guess, because
on a bicycle for an hour.
I really hate running. I don't mind bicycling, but I really hate running.
The thing is, though, is you can be on that bicycle for an hour and it doesn't do that much.
Yeah.
Doesn't do that much.
I mean, that's kind of the shit.
The body's response to
I didn't really respond. Like, no. I lost weight, which, like, maybe I'll get into this, too, because it's kind of, like, related to the topic. But I lost a lot of weight by... Well, I was doing aerobics and light weightlifting. But I was also in a severe calorie restriction. Yeah. Not, like, starving or anorexic or anything, but pretty severe. Under 1,000 calories. And it worked. Yeah. But... I had some side effects. My already low blood pressure. I've always had really low blood pressure. Went like super low, so I was pretty much fainting like all the time, and I developed a heart arrhythmia. So that wasn't good.
That's some weight loss.
Yeah, which kind of still bothers me every now and then, but not as much as it used to.
Get that if you lose a bunch of weight.
Yeah.
She lost nearly 100 pounds.
Because I lost almost 100 pounds in 4 or 5 months.
Yeah, I saw it happen. This is before we were together. I saw shit happen. All of a sudden, she showed up. She was this skinny chick. And I was like, I couldn't believe it was her.
Well, a lot of people that had known me before like didn't recognize me.
Yeah, they didn't know who she was. And a few months later, we were going out.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, if you did that to get me, it worked. It worked. Even
that it was a factor. It was a factor.
I resisted it.
I know you resisted for a long time.
Yeah, resisted.
But I eventually knew. That I was like, I'm gonna get this motherfucker. I was in it for the long haul.
Yeah. Well, and
I won.
Yeah. She knew I was.
Hopefully, you won too.
Yeah, we both did. No,
I wouldn't have done it if I thought that you weren't interested.
No, you worked out.
I knew you were.
Look, man. Look. All the fucking shit that I say on this show and everything, fucking, all the stories I've told and everything, I was with some fine fucking women. Jenny still takes the cake. Overall, Jenny was the overall winner. She was the best one.
Go me.
Yeah, she was the best one. Overall, she was the best one. She was closest to like a good friend and like, you know, trustworthy but no, yeah, you're the shit. It wouldn't have never went down the way that it did. If that wasn't the way it was.
Because I am by far your longest relationship.
By far, yeah.
By quite a significant margin.
I was just a player. I was into serial monogamy. I was trying to fuck them all, one at a time.
Yeah, he was doing like some Pokemon shit. He's just gotta collect them all pretty much. Yeah. I don't want to go that far because I don't want to, because you did have a reputation, like even when I first met you, because people warned
I wasn't
that you were a man whore. But no, you weren't. I would not consider your tally, your body count. I do not consider that unreasonable at all.
There was some quantity, but it was really quality. They were all good.
Yeah, and like I said, if you kind of gave me a ballpark figure, and I'm just like, that's not. I mean, you know, for your age, like for as long as you've been dating, that's not unreasonable at all. It's not like super.
I got married once. The first time, you know, I was late 20s, and that just tends to happen. You know, as long as you lose. But then after that, really, there wasn't much. Even kind of before that, I was the kind of guy where I wouldn't have gained a whole lot from getting married. But I still got married to you. It took 13 years, but I still got married.
Yeah, it took a while.
Yeah, we got married recently, but we were together 13 years before I got married. We were married kind of during that anyway.
Yeah. Well, like I said, we got together, I think well, I knew you. I think I met you in 2009 or 2010. We didn't actually get together as a couple till probably, I think it was like mid 2011 or something. Maybe. And it was so weird, like how organic, because we had just been hanging out. Yeah. He was dating other people, I was dating other people, but we kept hanging out. Yeah. We'd stay over each other's houses.
We'd come up with business ideas.
We'd come up with all this shit, and we just like kept hanging out all the time. Yeah. And then finally, I think we were at, isn't this funny? I think we were at Venue 13 one night when it was still at the place that was a Chinese restaurant later. Yeah. And you introduced me to somebody. Yeah. As your girlfriend.
Yeah.
And after they left, I looked at you and said, "Oh, is this a thing now?" Or
I was like, "Yeah, you're my girlfriend."
Okay, and I was like, "Oh, all right." That was like how there was no big talk or anything.
Yeah, and then I think like
I was just like, "Oh, all right."
Well, shit, we'd been hanging out for like 2 or 3 months.
Yeah, it had been a while.
More than maybe 2.
And then we moved in.
6 months.
We moved in together in 2012, I think it was.
I remember we were.
And then just like
It's funny how you remember that.
like almost 2 months ago, we got married finally.
Yeah. It's funny how you remember that. I remember that thing in V13. What I remember was like later. I think it must have been later. We were at downtown over there at Orange Ave. What's the name of the place? Fucking Independent.
Independent bar, which is or bar.
We were at iBar and fucking we were standing up there and we were getting drinks and shit, and I think we made out real quick, and then fucking Lee was like, "So you guys together?" And they're like, "Yeah." And they were like, "Well, finally."
Yeah, I think that was like right around the same time.
Yeah, right around the same time. And I was like, "Yeah, well."
Because we kept hanging out, and everybody's like, "Are you guys a thing, or are you guys a couple, or what?" And Tom kept, "No, we're just
we're friends.
We're just friends. We're friends."
Yeah,
but then finally, he was just kind of. I was like, "What? About time."
We were already fucking though.
Yeah,
Off and on.
Off and on.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I feel like we started fucking like in prior to 2011.
Oh,
but just like a couple of times.
A couple of times real early, yeah.
Like it just kind of happened like when like
we went home together one time.
Yeah,
we were still married.
Yeah, but we were
separated.
Separated.
Yeah, we had like a one night thing there.
Yeah, and then like
we
maybe
were hanging
one,
out, and then like a couple weeks later,
maybe one or two. Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah.
And then Tom kept being like, "Man, we shouldn't really do this." It's like,
and then all of a sudden you got skinny as shit.
Yeah.
Because I hooked up with her when she was still heavy.
Yeah. Well,
you were still pretty. You were still kind of
slightly, but yeah, I was in the middle.
You were like maybe halfway through it.
Right.
Yeah.
But Mr. 88 said, "Good choice, Tom." Well, gee, thank you very much. Yeah. I'm teaching my sons that a deep friendship is the number one thing to look for in a girl, is the best foundation for a lifelong relationship.
Yeah. A romantic attraction, that's good, but that
yeah, and I think that's a good component to have.
It's good, but that's not, you can't be built on that.
No, that can't be the only thing.
It's too volatile. And that doesn't mean enough. Just because you want to fuck the shit out of it, that doesn't really mean much. There's a lot more than that. You got to like that person, and you guys got to fucking having common goals. It has a lot to do with it.
Yeah, that's
being
a big
into the
one.
Same thing.
That's a big one. Because you are going to have to be with this person every day and like work out problems with this person and like weather life's shittiness with this person. So it's just kind of like you better like this person and trust this person.
Me and Jed's common goal was to take over the local goth scene. And we did it.
Kind of, yeah.
Well, we did. Well, we took over all the promotions.
Yeah,
the promotion stuff, and fucking we got real well known, and it was just and it was more of a social thing. We loved our local goth scene and wanted to be players in where the clubs will be, what will be played, what DJ is going to be big, how things will be promoted. We were kind of on the side involved with the creation of mannequins. We got invited to manage that. I had to step down. I'm not a fucking manager for that. But
you'd be there all the time.
Yeah, I'd be there
all the time. And the way that it went now, I don't know if you'd want to manage it at this stage.
Yeah.
But we have some Bad Done Well, who I don't remember. Like, I don't know how long you've been listening to the show, but I haven't seen your comments in the chat before, so welcome. Was asking us, are those alcoholic drinks? Absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely.
This is my first one of the night. This is just vodka and lemonade.
Yeah.
I don't know what you've got.
Vodka lemonade with a little bit of the juice.
I probably need another one now that I'm thinking about it. And then Bad Denwell said, I like people who drink a lot. Well, we definitely do.
We drink some, not a lot.
Yeah, is it a lot?
Not by Irish standards.
No. Not by British standards.
No.
Maybe by American standards, we probably do drink a lot.
Couple times a week.
We probably drink, 2 or 3 nights a week, I imagine.
Yeah.
We usually drink on this live stream.
Yeah.
And sometimes Saturday nights too. And sometimes we go out Friday night or Saturday night.
Okay, so this got nothing to do with fucking Richard Simmons. We gotta get
I know, but we were talking about weight loss, so
we were talking about weight loss,
that's kind of related.
Yeah. Jen lost a lot of weight through starvation, and the results were good. But it was very fast. And she was already in her 30s at that time.
Yeah, I was late 30s.
And she actually looked like she got a little too thin.
I did.
because there were certain areas like right around the belly and stuff like that where the skin was loose.
Yeah.
It wasn't terrible, but it didn't look like a girl in her 30s or that was always trim. So she gained a little more back and looked a lot better actually when she gained a little bit.
Like
more
I
back.
said, at my lightest, I
Yeah.
got down to 118.
Yeah,
And
it's too
I
light.
thought I was starting to
She
look.
looks best at 130.
Right, like
Yeah,
right
not
around.
one-
My
not
ideal weight is usually like 135.
Yeah.
Is usually where I.
Now
look
that
at.
was her old body composition.
But now that I've started like lifting
She's
weights
lifting
and
weights,
stuff,
she's
so
gonna gain
it's-
weight.
So now I have like more muscle, so I'm
Yeah.
heavier than that.
Yeah,
But
she's gonna gain weight, but it's all gonna be shape.
yeah,
And she's losing a lot of fat, and she's putting on muscle. She's lifting weights. At her age, it's not natural. Okay, she's got assistance. It's nandrolone,
yeah.
and nandrolone is great for women.
Because most people probably know,
Yeah.
but maybe if there's new people here, I
Yeah.
am 51 years old
That's right. Nandrolone is
and
great
postmenopausal.
Yeah, nandrolone is great for menopausal women as hormone replacement. One of the byproducts of it is increased collagen synthesis. So what that does is the skin tone gets a lot better because you now have the collagen for skin to snap back. So you can lose weight, reshape, and shape, and you don't have to worry about loose skin.
Right.
The game is totally different when you're on gear.
It does make a huge difference.
Huge difference. You work out, you get results right away. Body
Yeah,
goes,
it changed
yes.
my whole.
Yeah.
Like my legs look completely different.
Yeah, just in a month.
Like my calves and my thighs and
Yeah.
everything like that look completely different. And I lift weights, but not a lot. You know what I mean?
Two to three times a week.
Yeah, something like that. And it's not like super super heavy or anything like
No.
that.
Just a bunch of different ones, and it's about an hour it takes her. And we haven't released any new videos. If we do an adult video, her and
Which is another thing that
yeah, it's
maybe
another thing
people
we
don't.
do.
Yeah.
We haven't shot anything.
We should
since
probably do
this
some
cycle.
new ones.
We're going
actually.
to soon. She looks totally different. She was cute before, but she looks very athletic now. Sometimes I can't. She'll walk into the room and I'm like, God damn, Jen, look at
Every
you."
single
She's
time I
standing there
walk
looking-
into the room, like with my jammies or something,
like,
if I have
God.
like some kind of like
Yeah.
cool, like just like underwear or jammies or something, he'll be like, God damn, look
Look
at
like
your
a
ass."
Marvel superhero. Yeah.
And I absolutely did not look like that.
No.
I think I looked okay in those videos, but not like I look a lot better now. I feel like.
You kind of had the what did they call it? You had the Woody look, kind of the what's the kind of like a MILF look.
Right.
That's what you kind of had, right? Perfect ass, fat ass white girl, but she didn't have a fat ass. She just had a meaty look to her. Now,
Yeah,
she,
meaty.
now she's looking very kind of like athletic cougar. She's becoming a cougar. Yeah.
This is funny. Oh, so Bad Done Well did not know that. He said, "Wait, what? 5151? Yes.
Yeah.
I was born in 1972.
Yeah.
1972.
And I'm 54.
And Tom's 54.
Yeah.
I just turned 51 at the end of September.
Yeah.
But
Hormone replacement is effective. But
It
you
is.
Gotta research.
I will note too, though, in all fairness, that I do have young-looking genes.
Yeah, her mom looks young.
Yeah, and my mom is in her 70s.
Yeah, her mom looks like Pia Zadora.
Yeah.
If you know who Pia Zadora was.
All the younger people like,
Like, who the fuck is that? P-I-A.
that's what happens
Pia.
when you get old.
Zadora. Yeah,
You
she
say
was,
you make references,
Yeah.
and the youngsters have no idea.
she was
what
kind
you're
of a
talking about.
one-hit wonder model, but she was she was cute, had big cheeks. She kind of looked like
Yeah, my mom kind of looks like that. A lot of
Yeah.
people told her that,
like Pia Zadora.
like when she was growing up. Like I said, my mom's in her 70s now. She had me when she was 18. So,
Yeah, and she doesn't look like an old lady. She looks like she's
she
in her late 50s.
absolutely does not.
She looks like a cute woman in her 50s.
She was still getting hit on by like
Yeah.
college age dudes like
Yeah.
when she was in her 50s. So, and I do as well sometimes.
Yeah.
Like if we go to mannequins, like if we go somewhere where it's kind of dark, like I'll get college age dudes. I'm like, I could be your mom, bro.
They know
That's-
you're older. They just
that's
don't know
weird.
how old.
That's true.
They know you're older. That doesn't stop them.
It doesn't seem to, does it?
No, I've seen who hits on her. It would be guys that would think she would be attainable. You know what I mean? They don't. And the thing is they would know. I think they know that she's with somebody, but they still try.
Yeah.
Which, okay, I salute them. If you're cool with it, if you're cool, I tolerate it. If you're an asshole, I come out fucking swinging. Like,
well, now if you're an asshole, I want the first swing.
Yeah.
Because I will absolutely
Some big old
hit you right in the
motherfucker
mouth.
grabbed her on the ass, and I was on that motherfucker, just had him by the fucking throat, was fucking swinging and shit. Yeah.
I didn't even have a chance.
Trend.
I didn't even have a chance to react to that because he came up on me from behind. I was just out on the dance floor dancing, and there was just some rando just fucking grabbed my, and I was like, "What the fuck?" And then Tom was
like, stink on shit. I had him by the throat.
I just saw him run over there.
Yeah, and he ran from.
And I was like, "Well, I guess he's taking care of it."
Yeah, had him by the throat like that. My fucking fingers were touching and crushing his fucking right through his fucking windpipe. So, did you touch my wife like that? He ran off.
Don't just touch random people. That's pro tip. I mean, most people know that. But
and I was on trend, man. He's lucky I didn't try to rape him.
Well, yeah, that's the thing. That's a whole other story.
Merged into one thing. If I hate you, then you're gonna get the dick. Yeah. It's like I literally was like the Goblin from fucking Spider-Man. Jen saw it.
Yeah, it was a ride. Yeah, I'm gonna say that.
Don't do trend.
It was a ride.
Yeah.
From one gym bro here.
Yeah, don't fuck with
Please don't do trend.
If you want trend-like effects, just replace.
You might end up killing people or getting arrested or something.
If you're gonna put, yeah. Had I stayed on it,
it's not great.
I was on it for 5 months.
Yeah.
And by month 5, I was a criminal, basically. Which is 2 months longer than you're supposed to be on it, but by the end of month 3, I'm like, no, fuck, we come off trend. What are you talking about? This shit's great, man.
Oh my god, it's so awesome.
What are we talking about?
Meanwhile, everyone around you is like, you were acting like a crazy person.
No, I'm not. Fucking great.
It's
You're crazy.
Awesome. Yeah. I'm just like,
okay.
No. Yeah.
But if you gym bros are listening, and I got some out there in the stack. If you want trend now, just replace it with NPP or nandrolone phenylpropionate.
I mean, there's other stuff like that.
It's real close.
That will have the same effects, but without all the bad
side effects. People are mistaken those are bad. People are mistaken those bad side effects for effectiveness. Wow, this shit's strong. No, it's not strong. It just has really bad side effects.
It's just that one. Like, you've taken pretty much everything there is to take. And that was the only one where I noticed like a drastic change in your personality. Like, and you were, like I said, I was afraid you were gonna kill somebody and go to prison, or you were gonna kill me or something. I was like,
I never had violence towards women. It was always
right, but I didn't
women.
really know that though.
Yeah, you're trying to be real protective of women, and you're real fucking aggressive towards men. It was just something right out of the animal kingdom. It was bizarre. I basically was a werewolf.
And it was just
I started wearing werewolf stuff after that because I was a werewolf.
It was like a thing that you went through. Yeah. Well, yeah, and it's just kind of like, I mean, it was just like minor shit. Like, somebody was like blocked our driveway for 5 seconds, and he's just like, I'm gonna tear the dude's head off.
Get out of the car.
Like, he's trying to kill. And I'm just like, can we not?
Yeah.
He's gonna move in a second.
Yeah,
it's really fine.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's like, please don't get arrested.
This is all fitness. We're talking about fitness level stuff. But yeah, just replace trend with NPP in the stack. You want to run it with test. Nandrolone phenylpropionate at a molecular level, it's almost identical to trend, but it doesn't have those bad side effects. It's approved for human use. Trend is not approved for human use. That's veterinarian.
Yeah,
when they first released it, they said, yeah, this is for humans, but then they saw those side effects and they pulled it.
Not so much.
And then now they only give it to cattle, basically. They give it to cattle before slaughter so they don't lose weight on the train ride.
Because it gives you kind of like murder rage.
Yeah.
Sort of.
I don't know what it does to them cows. They're probably like, that bitch cheating on me.
Because that's a big thing.
That bitch, yeah.
Like I said, I was like, you guys that are regulars here.
I knew she wasn't cheating on me, but I felt like she was.
He kept like getting really
like you still love me? You get real simpy and shit.
You're not cheating on me. I'm like,
checking, right?
I'm like, when the fuck would I cheat on you? I work at home.
Yeah, I was with her all the time.
I never leave.
And I'm with her all the time. It's just...
What, you think the invisible man is coming in here?
Crazy.
It's just like, I don't go anywhere.
It's just crazy shit.
I don't go anywhere.
It's just...
I'm here in my... I'm right down the hall.
But it only does that like month 4.
Yeah.
Month 4 it starts doing it.
It's just fun.
So all the stories you hear about it on the internet, yes, they're true. Don't fuck with it.
They're absolutely true.
Do not fuck with it.
We went through it.
Yeah,
we went through it. We came out stronger, though. I feel.
Yeah, they got some dudes that thrive on that. I know a guy, but the thing is that same dude that thrives on it does gay porn. He's a straight dude that he claims to be straight, does gay BDSM porn on twinks and shit, and he gets jacked up on trend to do it first.
Well, at least he has like an outlet.
Yeah.
That he a non-destructive.
Because it makes you very
outlet, and he's making money out of it.
It makes you very aggressive towards men, especially weaker men.
Real aggressive.
Yeah.
Like I said.
So he does trend to do that.
You can't. You just somebody on trend. Like when Tom was on trend, if somebody just looked at him the wrong way, he for real glanced at somebody in another car that was laughing at something that had nothing to do with him.
Yeah.
And he was gonna tear the dude's head off.
Yeah. So
are you laughing at me?
Yeah,
and he's just
yeah.
I was just laughing at something that was on the fucking podcast on my radio or something.
Yeah.
It's fucking calm down. You know what I mean? It was that kind of shit. Bad Done Well said, I have jealousy problems. Yeah, I mean, I kind of feel like that's kind of natural.
Yeah. So,
it said, yous make me laugh. A hearty, healing laugh. Oh,
who? Oh,
Bad Done Well said, yeah.
Okay, so Simmons. Back to Simmons. Even though Simmons was not, he was not a high performance trainer, not by any means.
No.
He was I gave him the seal of approval. Even back then, and I give him the seal of approval now, knowing what I know, because he was helping women with the mind. He was helping obese women with the mind. The mind is really the first step. And he was trying to get them to confront trauma, confront the reasons why they're trying to drown their sorrows in food. You get rid of that, weight will come off you.
Yeah, he was not a licensed therapist, but he was. And one woman, I was watching a documentary about him, and there was one woman on there that was a big fan of his and had worked with his for a long time, and she lost more than 100 pounds, while she was, going to his classes and everything like that. And she said he would call me every single week and see how I was doing, and ask about my kids and my husband and all this other kind of stuff. He remembered the details about everybody's family that he would call. So she was I think the main thing that that made him appeal to people was that, she's particularly women, I guess, was that he made you feel accepted, he made you feel loved, and just he made you feel seen. You talked to him and he actually looked in your face and he listened to you and he remembered shit that you told him. And he would call you every week and be like, hey, how you doing? And it's and he would give you a pep talk about it, and he remembered all the shit about you. So it's that's something that a lot of these women, sadly, I feel didn't have in their lives. They didn't feel like anyone accepted them. They felt they felt ugly, or like I said, or unloved or unaccepted, people didn't like them or whatever. So the fact that somebody was just so compassionate toward them and was just not judging them in any way, and was actually listening to them and listening to their problems and could relate to their problems, I think that was a big part of his appeal. Because a lot of these women, like I said, were, depressed. And they didn't have anyone to talk to. They didn't have anyone who loved them. They didn't have anyone who listened to them. And he did. He was there for them, and he was always there for them. So I feel that was, because honestly, I could not find, all the shit that I watched about him and all the shit that I read about him, I could not find a single motherfucker on this green earth that had anything bad to say about him. Nobody. Yeah. He's kind of like Mr. Rogers in that regard, or Bob Ross in that regard. He just seems like one of those universally loved people, which is really unusual. I mean, everybody's gonna have some motherfucker somewhere that hates them, even if it's for a bullshit reason. But there really didn't seem to be anybody that disliked him at all. They just said that he was just he had the biggest heart. He was just the most empathetic. He was always on, and he was always so joyful and everything like that. And everyone was really into that. And so I think that's why when he disappeared, or he just kind of vanished from the public eye, I think that's why a lot of people were really alarmed, because he had been so visible in people's lives. He was always there. He was always very public, And the fact that he just disappeared, because he didn't just disappear from public, oh, I'm not doing public appearances or anything like that anymore. He disappeared completely. He didn't email people anymore. He didn't call anyone anymore. He didn't talk to his friends or his family really that much anymore. So it kind of seemed like he just vanished off the face of the earth, and everyone was understandably concerned because he had been so involved in people's lives for such a long time. You know what I mean?
There's people up in there asking me questions and asking you questions.
What do we see?
I forgot now. One of them was... Okay, Danny is talking about Kali Muscle.
Oh,
Said
okay.
Tren will give you a heart attack. Kali Muscle, I wouldn't listen to that dude. He had heart problems, but that didn't have anything to do with Tren. Chemically, Tren is just a 19 nortestosterone. They're all real similar. The only difference is where the carbon molecules, where the carbon atoms are on the molecule. He had heart problems because I think he was taking a lot of stuff, and it was a lot of different stuff. And he was an older guy, and he put on a lot of weight very quickly. A lot of upper body weight. He had huge arms. Kali was an entertainer, though. I liked Kali. He was a funny guy, and I think he's a nice guy. He's just a little short black dude with huge arms. I think a lot of it had to do with his age, his cholesterol level. He would do whole fucking mukbang videos where he's eating huge bowls of fucking pasta and shit. Because to gain the kind of weight he wanted to gain, you have to eat a lot. That's one of my problems. I'm not a huge eater. Some of these dudes, when they're going on cycle, fucking, they're eating a lot. I mean, an unhealthy amount. Because that mass has to come from somewhere, you know. One of the most anabolic agents you could ever fucking come in contact with is food. So I think Kali got his heart attack really from food. So he came off...
That's probably more food than any one person should be eating.
He was from the hood, and I don't think he ate real well in his early days before.
So he's making up for it. It's like, well, now I can afford good food, so I'm going to eat a lot of it, which
right,
I get
but
that.
He might have had stuff built up in his arteries. You really don't know what's happening to a dude until you see the autopsy reports. And a lot of times you see the autopsy, if they die, you see the autopsy and you go, oh shit. And a lot of it has nothing to do with, like, oh, he had a heart defect. He didn't know about it, you know, and was pushing himself too hard with all that muscle. Or, oh, he died of dehydration because he took a handful of fucking diuretics so he could look shredded as fuck at the club and started drinking a bunch of alcohol. When he started passing out, they started treating him for a heart attack. The ambulance treated him for a heart attack and killed him. There's a lot of shit that could happen.
I mean, that happens more often than you may think.
Yeah. The general rules that I go by, I'm a smaller framed guy. I'm only 5'6". I don't want to be any more than 200 pounds, and I do not want to be less than 10% body fat. Maybe 10 is good enough. When you start getting into that 5% body fat shit, there's nowhere in your body to store any fluid. You dehydrate real fast. And that's dangerous, you know. You look great. But there's a weakness to that being that lean, you know.
Big time.
Yeah, and you got to take a lot of stuff to maintain 5% body fat. At my age, it's just not worth it. And I'm not a model, you know. I'm not stepping on a fucking stage at Olympia and shit, you know. So I'd be happy with 10%.
We're just occasionally having sex on live stream.
Yeah. And I'm at about 15% now. So 10 would be fine. I'd have a real good six-pack at 10. Okay, there was somebody else that's asked some stuff in there.
Kason Lee asked, was Tom in the military? Yes, He was in the Army.
Yeah, I was in the 101st Airborne Division. I was in the 1st 327 Recon, and I was in the 1st and the 506 Airborne up on the DMZ in Korea when the 506 was a part of the 2nd ID. It's now back in 101st. And then I did some private security. I worked for some private security companies after that. More in the training, where I was training foreign troops and cops. That's all I can say about that.
Top secret.
Yeah, not really top secret. Just
no, I know. I'm just teasing.
Sensitive.
Yeah. Danny Rolling said, wasn't there a rumor that his housekeeper was holding him hostage at his house for doing some kind of voodoo on him? I don't know if it was necessarily voodoo, but there was like a rumor that his housekeeper was holding him there with like black magic of some kind. Yeah, that was a rumor. That was one of the things I wanted to talk about. Allison said, didn't Richard Simmons cry on the show? I kind of remember that happening.
Yeah, he cried all the time.
Yeah, he cried all the time.
Every show.
Well, like I said, and people that went to his class, because like I said, he taught that fucking class at Slimmons, which was his gym, for like 40 years. And I think it was either once a week or 3 times a week. I can't remember. Like I saw like different sites said different things. So he would be there and he would actually teach the classes. And everybody said the classes there, because there were all these regulars that went there, and they interviewed a bunch of them like on documentaries and stuff that would go. And they said you never knew what to expect. Like Richard Simmons would always show up in some crazy fucking outfit. Like, because he always had like a different, nutty outfit, like for whatever. And he's just like, and he'd always do like super crazy shit. Like, he'd always make the dudes take their shirts off, and like, it's just all kind of stuff that he would do. And it's like, and then you would do like your fun little, aerobics or whatever. And then like at the end, they said it's almost be like a therapy session where he would kind of like talk about his problems and stuff. And then he would kind of cry, and then everybody would talk about their problems and they would kind of cry and stuff like that. And like I said, people really liked that. It was almost kind of like therapy, but for like $12 a class, you know what I mean? And plus you were getting aerobics too. So it was kind of like win-win. So I could see how people would go there every week. Cause if that's your thing, then he had like a lot of people go. And it went for more than 40 years. I think he opened it in, I want to say 1974, and it didn't close until 2016, and that was like 2 years after he disappeared. So Larry Brown said, "Love you guys. We love you too." Danny Rolling said, "Y'all should make a 13 o'clock shirt that says the podcast that will get you rocked up." We probably should. And then I should I'm trying to think of like the best way to put something that looks like an erection, but not like an erection. You know what I mean? I'm trying to answer everybody's question, but I get like real behind. Cause Tom will talk for a while and I'm just like, oh my God, that question. And then it kind of like scrolls down, but I'm trying to like keep track of everything. You know what I mean? But yeah, so it's just kind of like, I don't know. I didn't know, like I said, I knew about Richard Simmons just because he was around at the time. He was always on TV. He was on like every fucking talk show, like his whole videos and everything. Somebody asked like a long time ago how he made his money. And I will say that his first video, the first Sweat Into the Oldies video, and I think he made a fuck ton of those, but the first one that he made grossed $200 million. And that's not just like, that's how much he grossed from that, $200 million. And that was just one video. It was a massive, massive success. Might still be the best-selling fitness video, not real sure. But yeah, so he made $200 million just off of that one video. And he made a fuck ton of videos. And he also did cookbooks. He had a talk show. He was on other TV shows, and he also made millions and millions of dollars from this kind of and he sold these on infomercials. I kind of remember these infomercials, but it was kind of a thing where it was like this card, or like it was a card or a set of cards, I can't remember, that you put in your wallet, and it was kind of like, it was for portion control, like food portion control. So it's like it was like, okay, well, here's this card for this food or this amount of calories or whatever, and you would move it to the other side of your wallet like when you ate that, so like when all the cards are on this side of your wallet, then you're done eating for the day. You know what I mean? Yeah. So it's kind of like, and I feel like Weight Watchers kind of does that, a similar thing like that now with their point system, where it's like you can pretty much eat what you want, but when your points are used up for the day, then you can't eat anymore, which is probably a good way, because then you can kind of eat what you want. Just you're like, well, I'm gonna have this massive piece of cake, but that's all you can eat that day. You know what I mean? So you're not denying yourself anything. You're just kind of like making compromises. I really, really want this big fucking piece of cheesecake, but I know that it's the only thing I can eat today. I can't eat again until tomorrow.
Obese people all have something in common. It's impulse control. And you have to ask yourself, why are they having the impulse control? There's usually some kind of underlying psychological or emotional problem. They like something, so they do it again. Yeah. They like this, they do it again and again and again. They think of something, they want that, so they take it. They can't keep their mind away from what they like. That's why my advice is pick up some kind of a hobby that's a total discipline. Discipline that just takes over.
That'll take your mind off of it.
Take your mind off of everything. Right.
I mean, you got to.
Yeah. When I'm into motorcycles or anything shit, I'll forget to eat.
Well, I do that too. If I get like really into what I'm doing, like
Yeah.
it's like, oh, I'm writing a story or whatever it is that I'm doing. If I get super into it, yeah, I'll forget to eat too.
Yeah.
But
We kind of forgot to eat partially today. We didn't eat much today because we were fucking with the damn motorcycle.
I only reminded you today because I'm like, I'm kind of starving. It's like when we
Yeah.
just stopped at Wendy's.
when the show's over, I'm gonna get us some more to eat.
Okay, but yeah, that's literally all I've eaten today. Was I had a chicken sandwich at Wendy's and a couple of French fries. But yeah, that was a really long time ago.
Yeah, I had that Wendy's double burger. That's it.
Yeah.
That's all I had.
Yeah, I just because I don't usually eat breakfast. I just have a cup of coffee.
Yeah.
And that's pretty much it. And like I said, I don't think I had a cup of coffee at like 8:00 this morning, and then we didn't eat at Wendy's until 2 or 3 o'clock, something like that. So we haven't eaten since then. But yeah, you know, you just kind of forget to eat after a while, which normally I wouldn't have because, like I said, I love to eat, and I was very heavy. I wasn't a heavy kid. I was a real skinny kid. But as soon as I went through puberty, I started gaining weight like very, very quickly. So by the time I was in my 20s, I think in my early 20s, I was probably over 200 pounds.
Yeah, I never saw you that heavy.
No, you didn't.
Yeah.
Because I lost a bunch of weight in my 20s, but then kind of slowly it kind of crept back on. But
yeah, y'all wouldn't know that Jenny was a fat girl at one time.
Yeah,
Sorry,
I was way overweight.
Yeah.
Like I don't know if I'd call myself obese, but I was pretty hefty. And that started right after I went through puberty. So like right after 12 or 13 years old, I started gaining weight rapidly.
When I first saw Jen, she was married. She was cute and chubby.
Yeah.
Cute and chubby. I flirted with her a little bit.
You did, yeah.
Yeah. But she wasn't somebody that I had to take home at that time. But then I got to know her over time. And she got divorced and she lost weight. She looked real good. Then all of a sudden she got skinny. That was about it. I don't know, just the way it was, you know.
Even though you don't like...
Well, you made more... I don't really like skinny girls. But you just made a bigger impression. You know, I don't know, I guess.
Yeah. Well, people started to notice me more because I kind of feel like prior to that, I'd always been kind of a wallflower. Because when you grow up, and this is kind of tying into the Richard Simmons story too, because I can kind of relate. I didn't have anything as extreme as what he had going on when he was a kid. But when you're younger and you're heavy or you have something else that make people bully you or pick on you, that sadly kind of sticks with you forever. And it's really, really hard to get over it. In my case, I didn't start gaining weight until I was a little bit older, and I did get made fun of because of that. But when I was a little kid, I used to get bullied for being shy, quiet, bookish, and also poor. So I got bullied quite a lot too. And like I said, that kind of sticks with you for the rest of your life, which is kind of shitty. Like you try to get over it, but
yeah, it's funny because I never see the way Jenny kind of hung up by early stuff from her early. I never saw her that way, so she never.
Well, you didn't meet me.
No, until
you didn't know until later.
I never had that perception of you. It's alien for me to hear that. I'm like, that's weird. You know what I mean? Because it was almost like that happened to somebody else.
Yeah.
From my point of view, you know.
Right.
Because that's not the Jen I know. That was for something from a long time.
Well, and it's kind of shitty too because I always kind of feel even when I was a little kid, I was like, I'm kind of a cool person. It's like, and I couldn't understand why other people couldn't see that, they couldn't see past. Yeah, I got secondhand clothes on that I had to get hand me down from my cousin or from the thrift store.
Well, the thing is,
I'm really quiet.
Oh man, middle school and high school kids are cruel.
They are. They're terrible.
Yeah, they're psychos. So that doesn't really matter.
I know, but it's just but it does kind of stick with you, as much as you don't want it to, because it doesn't matter anymore. Where the fuck are those people now? But it still kind of fucks with you though, because those are years where you're really where your brain is still forming. Yeah. So you still have a thing.
Got wired in there.
Right. Yeah. So it's so now still, even though I know I don't look like that anymore, I know I don't, and I kind of feel like I'm a cool person, but it's just kind of it still fucks with you. You're just well, I'm not good enough, or they don't want to talk to me, or, it's something. And it's just and I know that that's stupid, but I can't, it's really hard to get over that. You know what I'm saying? So I understand, somebody like Richard Simmons who started getting heavy when he was young, when he was like 4 or 5 years old, and just got made fun of like mercilessly because he was, a fat kid.
Yeah.
And he was just constantly bullied. That sticks with you forever. Like you can't, because that's your formative years.
Yeah.
That's when your thoughts are formed. That's when your personality is formed.
You got to be able to change it.
And it's really, really hard.
There's ways.
I mean, you can.
Yeah.
But a lot of times you probably need like, therapy or something like that because it's
Tammy
really,
says, same, Jenny, same.
it's really, really hard to get over that. Like I kind of feel like I maybe have, but it still fucks with you. It's still in the back of your mind, like
That's
all
weird.
the time.
That's weird.
I know. Well, you didn't have that.
No.
So it's like, it's hard for you to,
I never really cared.
I felt
Another
like
thing is that people didn't mistreat me, so.
that's what I mean. So it's like, so you didn't have that experience. So you don't understand like how bad it fucks with you. Like still, even though you don't want it to, like this many years later, but it still kind of does fuck with you. And Tammy said, yeah, she knows what I'm talking about. And she's a little bit older than I am too. So it's like, and I'm not saying that I give a shit about those people and it's like their opinions don't matter and stuff, but because it's so ingrained in you, it's like really hard to like get past, Tammy said, my own grandmother called me antisocial because I was so shy as a kid. Yeah, that's just like, people have a real problem, and I guess it's better now than it used to be, but people used to have a real problem with people that were shy. Like, they didn't want to talk a lot or just wanted to read or something like that. They thought there was something the matter with you.
Yeah.
Like, people... So I always kind of, like, my whole entire childhood, I kind of felt like something was the matter with me. Because people always acted like something was the matter with me. Because I didn't want to be, like, super social, or I just wanted to, like, sit and read or something like that. I was like, what's wrong with that? I'm having a good time. Like, I don't understand why everybody wanted to fuck with me like that. So now I constantly just feel like, well, there's something the matter with me. Like, I'm doing something wrong. I still have that, and it's fucked up. You know what I mean? Fucked up. Larry said, yeah, I was bullied in my teen years. Shit sucks. It really does. It really does. And like I said, not having a lot of money too. And I went to a high school and a junior high and a high school where the kids were kind of like more upper middle class. And, so they absolutely knew like all the brands that were popular and all that kind of stuff. So if you were not wearing that shit, they would absolutely like tear the shit out of you.
It's funny.
They knew you got your shoes at Kmart.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And they would not let you forget that shit.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So.
Funny.
Yeah, not great. So it's not fun.
Okay, we'll see you around. Case and leave.
See you later.
All right.
Yeah, you can always watch it like recorded. But yeah, so here was another thing I didn't know, and this is kind of related because you know,
talk about being chubby.
Yeah.
I was never really chubby. But Jen was chubby. When Jen was chubby, when I saw her, she wasn't fat. She was chubby, but she was cute. There are a lot of girls out there that are chubby that carry weight that I still follow on Instagram. Instagram models. Some of them I would say were fat. That I like them. Has to do with some women can carry weight better than others, and it's genetics. If the weight all goes to the tits and the ass, it looks good. All right, but that's not what happens to a lot of girls.
Unfortunately,
what happens to a lot of girls is it goes right to the midriff.
Yeah.
So it doesn't look as good. It's just genetics has a lot to do with it.
Yeah, that's another thing.
But no, there are a lot. There are a whole porn star chicks. Their whole thing is just to have that short hourglass shape, big butt. The brothers know all about it, man. They've got that shit down to a science. They taught it to me. I'm the one that picked it up. I was like, okay, yeah.
I will say when I was in high school, the only dudes that were into me were black guys.
Probably black guys, yeah.
Or
yeah, because you were closer to what they liked.
Or
but
Latin guys.
The thing is that I kind of like this. I like the same white girls that black guys like too.
He does, yeah. Tom likes thick.
Yeah, I like thick. Thick or muscular.
Yeah.
Or a mixture of the two. I like to have some mass there.
I mean, honestly, like I said, you have a pretty broad range, like just considering like all the porn you look at and all the Instagram, because I know all about that stuff.
Yeah.
So, because he's like, hey,
well,
look at this shit. Yeah, so look at this shit.
Yeah.
But yeah, the only thing that he doesn't like is real skinny girls or girls that are flat that don't have any boobs or don't have any like a big ass. He likes a big ass and big thighs and stuff.
Even though I dated flat, my Yeah, they were still cool.
Yeah,
I just didn't prefer it.
Right. Whereas, like I said, I don't really have a type as far as I'm just like, well, I don't have a type because I don't know you, so I don't know how that's gonna
dudes
go.
have types.
I know they do, but and some women have types too.
Yeah.
I just personally I don't.
I got about 4 or 5 of them.
If somebody asked me,
Yeah.
I would have no idea what to say.
Yeah.
I would have no idea what to say. Like, I guess I have things that I like. I don't know. Like, if somebody asked me, like, physically what I like, it probably was mostly girls.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I guess there's some shit, but it's not really, I don't know. It's not a make or break. Like I said, if I don't know you, then you can't be attractive if I don't really know you. You know what I'm saying?
Women have different criteria. They're not as visual. They're not as,
Yeah.
you know.
Like, you can appreciate things aesthetically, but I'm like, I don't know that motherfucker. It's like, he might be a total douche.
Most women reject anything that's average. Pretty much the average guy, they're not interested in. That's why I was encouraging you brothers. You can't be average. If you're in the breeding age where you're worried about getting married and having girlfriends and shit like that, you have to be above average. And you have to be striking in some way. And there's a bunch of different ways to do it. But you can't be just some average schmo.
I mean, yeah, you have to kind of, like, stand out in some way. Like, not in a bad way. Like, don't stand out by, I'm going to be, like, the world's biggest asshole or whatever.
Yeah, I'm going to wear this crazy tie. Everybody will go, why do you have that? No, you're just going to look like a
Yeah,
douche.
don't do that kind of crap. That's stupid. But it's just like, I mean, have a personality or have some actual, genuine, interesting interests or something.
Know
like,
how to dress. Know how to fucking
something.
Keep yourself fit and how to dress.
Yeah. Be funny.
Yeah.
I don't know. Something.
A cruise status.
Yeah, something.
Yeah.
Like I said, it doesn't have to be money. It doesn't have to be any of that stuff.
Money helps, though. That helps.
I mean, money helps with everybody.
Yeah.
You know, everybody needs money.
You gotta have money to date.
I'm not saying that, but I'm just saying that as a person, even if you have money, if you're a boring ass motherfucker, people are just gonna put up with your ass just for the money. Yeah. No one's gonna actually.
If you're
like
a real player like I was, you didn't go on dates. I didn't date. That's for chumps. I hung out with cool chicks. That's what I did. And then we went out and did shit together. That's how I met her.
Well, yeah.
Date. That's like a job interview, man. Fuck that.
And I think that's kind of a better way to go about it.
Yeah.
Like I said, I've always been a big advocate of just, whether it's online or in the real world, it doesn't really matter. Like, just associate with people that like the same shit as you.
Yeah.
And eventually, you'll find somebody that's in, because, you know, you need to have somebody that's like, has some shit in common.
Dudes that ski, dudes that climb mountains, they all get laid. Surfer dudes get laid. Come on, just get something where their women are there. Just go.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Just find like an interest, like I said, whatever it is, whether it's like a particular video game or whether it's whatever it is, or horror movies like I'm into. But it's just kind of like
some country motherfucker, you know, with a damn Harley Davidson, you can get laid. Just go to the fucking biker rallies.
Yeah.
You know.
Hang out in places where other people that are into the same shit as you hang out.
It's going to be a certain kind of woman. But
eventually, you'll find somebody that is into the same kind of shit as you. And like I said, that will work out better than just, oh, here's this hot random person that isn't into the same shit as me, but they're hot. You know what I mean? Which is, I guess that's more of a dude thing. I wouldn't just bang somebody that was hot and wasn't into the same shit as me. Well, I can't hang out with people that are like not into the same shit as me. I have a hard time.
Some women can.
And I'm not saying that, I'm not generalizing. Yeah. I'm just saying me personally. If I don't, and I'm not saying that I haven't just like randomly like, you know, gone home with a dude that I met at a bar, because I have, but the person was into the same shit. Like, we had like a discussion like at the club like before, oh, you like that, like if we hadn't done that, I wouldn't be able to like have sex with
I've had them that had nothing to do with me at all. They just go starry-eyed on you just on your looks.
Well, like I said,
I'd be gothed out like a motherfucker, and she's a jock, and she's just fucking all about it.
But see, I think in general, not everybody, in general, I think dudes have an easier time doing that. Chicks have to be more like into your personality, not just how you look. Like, as it helps, but you have to be kind of a cool person too.
Yeah, we're talking about dating, and we gotta get back to fucking.
Well, you know what I mean. We always fucking do this.
Hey, look, before we go back to the show, if you're listening to the show recorded, please send us a super thanks. Every now and then we get one, and of course super chats are open. And if y'all are enjoying the show, you can show your appreciation by sending Jen a super chat for all her hard work. That's what I'm guilting you out. I'm guilting you all out.
Hey,
I'm passing the fucking collection plate around the fucking church.
Oh.
Okay, let's go back in there. I'm gonna go back and get this.
So one thing that I learned that I thought was kind of interesting, like I said, I knew who Richard Simmons was. It was impossible not to if you grew up in the 80s and 90s because he was fucking everywhere. But I didn't realize, one, that he's from New Orleans, which I thought was kind of cool. That's where he was born. His real name is actually not Richard Simmons. It's Milton Teague Simmons. But he took the name Richard. I think when he was a kid, like, his nickname was Dickie. So it kind of has something to do with that. But he also had, like, kind of a rich uncle that helped him out, whose name was Richard. So he kind of named himself, like, in honor of that guy. Now, his parents, well, I don't know. I guess this kind of tracks. But his parents were a little bit showbiz. His dad was, like, an MC type of person. And his mom was actually a fan dancer. In the sense that, I guess she was one of those people that would kind of do the burlesque dances, like with the feathers and everything. Like, yeah. Like, I think she went and did, like, other stuff later on. But that was kind of how she came up. Now, the weird thing about this is that both of his parents, and I've seen photos of his parents with him and his brother, because he has an older brother named Lenny. His parents are real thin, and he said they were thin pretty much their whole lives, and they lived until quite old age. I think they both died when they were about 87 years old. But he grew up in the South. I also grew up in the South. And one thing about growing up in the South is that a lot of Southerners show affection through food, especially from that generation. So, I mean, I kind of had the same problem, which probably contributed to my weight gain as well when I was younger. My grandmother, who I spent a lot of time at her house, she was thin my whole life, but she was very much, you know, why aren't you eating? What's the matter with you? Are you sick? You know what I mean? So that's a very, very Southern thing. Now, Richard Simmons' parents, like I said, who were both thin, they had, reportedly, 3 refrigerators in their house. And this is at a time when this was, well, it's still unusual nowadays, but I kind of feel like it was even more unusual back then, because Richard Simmons was born in, like, the late 1940s. So they had 3 refrigerators in their house. And story was that his mom was very into, you know, it was New Orleans, which is one of the best food cities in the United States.
Food is a religion.
Big time, yeah. And so that's what I was saying. So it's like from a very young age, you know, he's just like, you know, they got some, like, fucking etouffee going. They got, like, some fucking oyster po' boys going.
Pistolet.
Like, yeah, all that kind of stuff. And it's just like, and, you know, Richard Simmons, he's a little kid. He's like, I'm going to eat it fucking all. And I can't blame him because that shit is delicious.
Oh, man.
That shit is delicious.
He's from New Orleans.
Yeah, he's from New Orleans.
That explains a lot of it.
What? Yeah, and a lot of people have said that, too.
Jambalaya, whole bowls of jambalaya.
It's just so good. Like I said, you can't stop eating it. You can't stop eating it.
Yeah. Louisiana food fucking is actually spread all throughout all the whole South. My mom and my grandmother and my dad, when in Mississippi, half the shit was Cajun that they were cooking. Mm-hmm. We call it Cajun, but actually, if you actually trace it back, it's Paul Prudhomme was the one that did the recipes. He was reinterpreted in Cajun food. We don't really know exactly what the old Cajun. It's just inspired by rumors of and what family traditions said it was that they were making, because a lot of it wasn't written down or didn't survive. Fucking Cajuns are crazy. Especially old school Cajuns, they eat roadkill. They go out there and go, this is fresh enough, this is fresh. Eat
free meat.
Eat,
don't waste it.
Yes. That armadillo will cook it. You know, they were fucking, but I think that was mostly fucking 50s.
Don't eat armadillos.
They don't do it anymore. They eat an armadillo.
I mean, armadillos are cute and everything.
Yeah, armadillo on the half shell. We call it diller on the half shell.
I wouldn't eat them, though. They're scavengers.
Fucking nasty.
They're scavengers.
Yeah, they're nasty. Fucking carry leprosy and shit. It's like eating the maggots.
Yeah, probably not a great idea.
But they'd eat it anyway.
They provide a valuable service to the ecosystem, but I would not eat them. I
saw one run out of a fucking ass of a deer on the middle of the road. Saw a dead deer moving. I was like, what the fuck?
It's a zombie deer.
Fucking diller fucking pops out of its ass and fucking runs across the road. Like,
ooh, that was the good stuff.
Yeah. Fucking
armadillos are super cute.
Yeah, diller.
But I would not eat one.
Yeah, so
Probably not a great idea.
Yeah, so he's coming from a place that is very food-centric.
That's what I was saying. In the South, that's kind of like the way they express affection.
And back in the day, food was...
Especially back then.
Yeah, and back in the day, even in the 80s, the food was inexpensive and very plentiful.
Yeah.
It was nothing for me to sit down and eat like a dozen huge fucking oysters, deep fried, with fucking lemon butter. Mm-hmm. And probably that was end up being about a half a stick of butter on top of fucking...
Oh, for sure.
Yeah, 12 huge fucking oysters. And it didn't cost that much.
Yeah.
Just because it was all caught right there. It was another era.
Yeah.
Southerners are fucking fat, man, by 30. A lot of Southerners are fat. Southerners and
Everything's deep fried. Well, especially back then.
Yeah.
Holy
Southerners
crap.
and Mexicans. Fat as a motherfucker when you get it. Because the diets we were eating.
Well, like I said,
Yeah.
Southern food is good,
Yeah.
and it's deep fried. Mexican food is also good.
It's super good.
And it's super good.
All that corn on
So
corn,
I can see...
corn tortillas.
Like I
corn
said,
masa.
so I don't blame Richard Simmons for getting fat. Like, growing up in New Orleans, I'd be like, yeah, I'd probably be super fat, too, by the time I was 5 years old, because that shit's delicious.
Yeah.
Same thing with, like, Mexico.
Yeah.
And they have, like, kind of an obesity problem, too, but it's just, like, the food is so good, you can't blame them. I mean...
Southern girls had always... In the old school, Southern girls had a good reputation here in the United States of being gorgeous. They were gorgeous. Growing up here, fucking in the 80s, some of my cousins, we call them cousins, but anybody, a friend of the family is a cousin here.
Yeah,
That doesn't mean you're really related to
Close
them.
enough.
Just fucking gorgeous. A lot of it had to do with the diet. Fucking... You'd be a fucking 13-year-old boy, and you look at some fucking 14-year-old fucking girl, 15-year-old girl, and she's just fucking stacked. You know what I mean? But, they're eating a high-fat diet. And
Yeah, I had to wear a bra in 5th grade.
yeah, fucking puberty comes on early for them. It was it is religious area, but people don't understand how sexually charged the South was. The South was not prudish. No, man, skinny dipping at fucking 12, 13, and fucking, boys and girls and trying to set the woods on fire. Just all kinds of shit. It was more like...
Oh my God, my brother used to do that.
Something, yeah.
He set our backyard on fire, like, more than once.
Yeah. It was like Huckleberry Finn times.
He was always
It
setting
was fun,
shit
yeah.
on fire.
Just go watch White Lightning or something from fucking White Lightning and White Lightning
we
and
did,
Gator
like...
from fucking
Yeah,
the old...
we reviewed those, I think. We went through, like, a Burt Reynolds kind
Burt
of
Reynolds
phase.
Southern exploitation films. That's what it was like.
Hicksploitation is what they call it.
What's it called?
Hicksploitation.
Hicksploitation, Southern exploitation, whatever. But those movies were made by the South for the South. They're accurate.
Yeah.
They're very
That
accurate.
played on drive-ins, like, down here.
Yeah.
And we grew up watching that shit.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's
So-
just fucking funny.
It was another era, but it was quite cool. So yeah, so that's where Simmons is coming from, and it was food heaven.
That's what I mean.
Food
If I'd
heaven.
grown up in New Orleans, yeah, I'd probably,
Yeah.
like, weighed fucking...
Even poor people ate well.
Oh, yeah.
Fucking, because even as a little kid, a lot of the older people were still doing basically fucking subsistence farming. Behind their house was just fucking rows of fucking corn and okra and fucking pumpkins and fucking watermelons growing out there, and they're like sharecroppers, growing their own food and eating off of it. They're real good at it. So there's free food, fried green tomatoes, fried okra. They'd have chicken coop back out there, just eating fucking free eggs, and every now and then fucking letting some of the eggs hatch so you could kill the chickens. They were always like that. They survived the Depression doing that. So yeah, the South had lower incomes, but they had a very high quality of living because they ate well. They could grow food.
As far as, like, calories
Oh,
go,
yeah,
they
calories.
had lots and lots of calories.
Yeah, so we got to eat up all this food. And
like I said, there is a perception in the South
Yeah.
that if you weren't eating a lot,
Then there's
and if
something
you weren't
wrong.
kind of chubby, then there was
Yeah.
something wrong with you.
And neighbors bring food to each other.
Yeah, that
in
was
the
a big
Deep
thing,
South.
too.
Just all of a sudden, you fucking hear the doorbell ringing, and somebody goes, "Here, take this," and it's just a bunch of food. We
like a
can't
huge
eat all
casserole
this. So, yeah,
or some
okay,
shit.
all right, yeah, we can't eat all this. But that's your friends, you know them, They still take care of my dad like that. And my dad lives in Heidelberg, Mississippi. It's a little bitty town. You can Google it. It used to be a German town. Now he's the last white man, and it's a black Mayberry. And all the black women take care of him, fucking bring him food and shit. fucking turkey necks and all this fucking.
That's his favorite.
You all call it soul food. We just call it Southern food. But yeah, they all take care of each other. So there's a lot of misconceptions the way the South is, even about racial stuff.
Well, like I said,
Deep South, fucking in the deep South, white people and black people got along, pretty much, because they were both.
Food is very much the
Yeah.
I'm gonna say like the coin of the land.
Yeah.
That's kind of like, you want to make friends with somebody, you
Yeah.
bring them a
Yeah.
big fucking casserole or some shit. You know what I mean? That was very, and it was the same thing. Like my grandmother, she was originally from Tennessee, but moved to Florida in the late 1950s. And man, everybody would go to her house. She had every Thanksgiving, she had every Christmas, she had everything, and there would just be like food everywhere. And if you came to her house, and if you're a family member, you just showed up at the house. You didn't even knock. You just walked in.
Yeah.
And it's like the first thing she would say was just like, "Hey, we got like all this stuff in the fridge. You want some?" That'd be like the first thing is like to offer you food.
Yeah.
Because we got all this food in the fridge.
Yeah.
Like, you want some?
So so I see his problem. The Deep South is a recipe for obesity.
It really is, yeah.
And it's a recipe for obesity and fucking diabetes.
And if it's if it's
Yeah.
somebody, which I kind of feel like, and I don't know if Richard Simmons ever said this outright. He very well may have, but in one interview that I saw with him, he seemed to imply, and I'm please forgive me if I'm reading into it, but he seemed to imply that he got something from food that he was not getting from his parents. And like I said, that might be just me reading into something that he said, but he seemed to, because I kind of feel like that is something that people that chronically overeat, I mean, that's usually something they're trying to fill a hole. They're trying to fill a void, and it's usually love. They don't have, and he even said outright, and this was an example that he used. He said, I got a D in chemistry, I think was the class that he was talking about, like at school. And he's like, and I came home and my parents like yelled at me. He's like, but the cookies stayed calm.
Yeah.
So he's just like, food was like his friend.
Yeah.
Like, it didn't judge him. It didn't. And like, I get that. And I've heard that like from a lot of people that have like, eating disorders or like overeating and stuff like that. It's like, food doesn't judge you. It's always there for you.
It's gratification.
It's comforting.
Instant gratification.
Right. And it's so if you're not getting like affection or you're not getting like, the emotional shit that you need, especially when you're growing up, then that's very appealing. So it's like, I don't really blame anybody for falling into that, because that's very easy thing to fall into, and it is true. And I think I had a little, I don't think mine was quite as extreme, because like I said, I didn't really get heavy until I, was a little bit older, like a teenager. But
how long did you stay heavy though? 10 years maybe?
I started getting heavy when I was about 12, and then got real heavy like all through my teenage years into my early 20s. Then I got married, and my ex-husband was super skinny, and he was also really into fitness. He was like a runner, and he was into karate and all this other stuff.
He was from Wales.
Yeah. So I started exercising then because he made me. And we would play soccer and stuff like that, like on the weekends.
He just liked you, or he liked heavy girls, or what happened?
No, he just liked me.
He just liked you, yeah.
Like, he didn't really, but yeah. So it's like, I don't think he had a preference one way or the other.
Okay.
But he just liked me as a person. So
So you missed out. That's some pretty formative years there. They were kind of cut out. You weren't a hot girl during those times.
No.
Those are the hot girl years.
Yeah, I didn't have
You didn't
I
have
didn't
that
have
until
that
your 30s,
really.
actually.
Yeah, I
her
didn't
hot
really-
girl years were with me, actually. But because Jenny was fucking hot at the club.
Yeah.
Once she got straight, yeah. It's okay though. You just
Well, better
blooming
late.
late.
Better late than never.
Better late than never. Yeah.
And that's what I kind of figured.
Yeah. Now you're a killer cougar, man. You got better as you went. Well, not really better, more appealing to the mass.
Well, I mean, I kind of always
You probably
feel like
better though. Because you can wear all kinds of cool shit now. You look good in it.
And I always kind of feel like, well, it's kind of better than just like peaking when you're a teenager and then like slowly, getting older and fatter like as you get older. Like, you know what I mean? It's just like, so I guess it's better than that.
Yeah.
But
yeah. I was. What was that?
Yeah, what the fuck was that noise?
Sounded like bells, didn't it?
It did. Wow, that was creepy.
Weird. It sounds like some ghost shit.
Oh my god.
And it was like one over here.
Yeah.
It came from there.
Well, that's the way. Well, Tom was saying earlier today because he was so frustrated about all the shit that happened with the bike and stuff. Go back to the beginning of the show if you don't know what we're talking about. But he's like watched some poltergeist shit happen because he was like super frustrated.
I was fucking super frustrated
because we had to keep driving back and forth, and it was like I said, it was like
every
a 20.
time I was running into some kind of problem.
Yeah, it was
And
like
there was stuff that I couldn't control, and I was getting ready to cry, man. I was just like,
and I was like, yeah, I'm in touch with that.
Frustrated,
emotion. I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
I get like that sometimes,
Yeah.
especially and I get like that for the same reason. Like if my computers are doing shit that I don't want or something like that, like anything having to do with technology is like really frustrating for me.
It felt like poltergeist stuff would happen.
It probably. Yeah.
We'll see if the Xbox turns on tonight or the television.
It probably will.
Xbox has been turning on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The TV doesn't turn on, but the Xbox does. Because it makes a noise. It goes brrrink. Yeah. Like when it turns on.
Yeah.
And it'll do that like in the middle of the night. And I'll be
yeah.
like, oh.
And that's one of the telltale signs of it. It'll do it to different. It'll turn on not only that thing, other things over the years. It'll turn on other televisions and it'll turn on just an electronic thing. It'll just turn stuff on. It's weird.
Zach says $5 says it's a weird notification sound on Tom's tablet. He forgot he turned on.
No.
I've never heard that
No,
noise
it sounded
before,
like
actually.
it came from up there.
Yeah, it was really weird.
And
Mr. 88 said this has been the most sidetracked episode ever. I don't know.
Sidetracked is a motherfucker.
I don't know if I'd go that far.
No, we've done some crazy shit.
We've gone like way sidetracked. Like so much so that like the next day I was like, did we even talk about the topic?
There is a mystery about this dude. Okay?
All right, but let me get pee before we like get into that.
Okay, well, shit. All right, I'll talk about something else.
Okay.
Because I can't talk about it when you're not here.
Well, I mean,
she's gonna come back and we're gonna finish the Richard Simmons. When she comes back, we'll talk about the Richard Simmons. Let me see what the Larry's drinking twisted tea. Okay, twisted tea that had alcohol in it, I think. Alice in Wonderland, leftover scare from yesterday. I'm not sure what you're referring to. Yeah, Mr. 88 says it's the most sidetracked ever. Yeah, it is. It's your old landlord keeping tabs through the hidden cameras. Yeah. Okay, now Tammy says that she was talking about it's not free. It's a lot of hard work. She must be talking about growing food. It's true. I grow some out here. You got to pay a lot of money. I'm using grow bags now. That way I can bring them indoors because that last fucking winter was so bad it killed a bunch of shit. So I want to be able to drag each fucking plant indoors inside the air conditioning in case the fucking freeze comes. It could have saved a bunch of shit. But it's a lot of work and I'm trying to learn. I'm trying to learn it. Although I'm getting pretty good yields in eggplant. Get a lot of eggplant. Make Baba Ganesh got eggplant.
We have
down there.
so much eggplant, you guys.
Oh yeah. The problem with it is it all comes ready at once, and a lot of times you don't have other things to complete a dish for that. So I'm learning to jar a lot of it.
Yeah, because we made like a lot of eggplant lasagna, which is delicious. I'm not saying that.
Yeah.
But I'm just saying we've made a lot of that.
Yeah.
And baba ganoush.
So
I think we still have some baba ganoush frozen, actually, don't we? Or did we eat the rest of it?
No, it's eaten.
Okay, we ate the rest of it the other night.
Okay, so we're back to Richard Simmons. We're gonna start the mysteries after fucking 2 hours, probably. No, it's only been an hour, I think.
No, it's 2 hours.
Is it 2 hours? Okay.
Yeah, 1:59.
Okay.
So like I said, when he was a little kid, he seemed to, like a lot of people that overeat do, like kind of get emotional attachment to food. Another thing he said too was that between his house, he grew up in the French Quarter, actually.
Okay, yeah.
And
know the place well.
Yeah, because like I said, you used to spend a lot of time there.
Yeah, down Decatur Street.
So between his house and I think his school or whatever it was, he said there were like 5 shops or like 5 restaurants, and he would stop at every single one, like get something to eat, like get a candy bar or something, and then he would hide all the wrappers, like when he got home, like so his parents wouldn't know how much he was eating. So he was already hiding it like when he was like pretty little. And he also, like his first job when he was and he was still like a kid, was he worked at a place in New Orleans that sold pralines.
Oh yeah, I love them.
So, which like I said,
haven't made them in a long time.
And I've seen like a lot of people would say, like, well, you're a kid and you work in a place that sells pralines. Yeah, you're gonna get fat. Because that shit's
If y'all
delicious.
don't know what pralines is. Pralines.
I was like, I'd have gotten fat too.
they're kind of like these little candies. Some people might say it's a cookie, but there's no cookie in it. You take wax paper, and you put down, I think it's pecans. And
Yeah,
then
it's pecans.
You pour over it kind of something like caramel. It's sugar, damn near pure sugar and
God,
butter.
they're so good. Oh, they're so good.
And it goes over the pecans and becomes kind of like a turtle. Probably people call it a turtle, which is like caramel covered in chocolate.
But it has chocolate over it.
But a praline is not like that. They're not called pralines, all right? That's
pralines.
Pralines, all right? That's a fucking Yankee pronunciation. Pralines. Pralines are like fucking sugary candy, and it just kind of melts in your mouth. They're not hard, they're not chewy, they're almost kind of like divinity, but it's sugary. You can crumble them up, put them in ice cream. That's where pralines and creamed ice cream came from. They're real good.
Which is also
But
delicious.
it's all sugar, man.
Oh my god.
Hypoglycemia. Okay.
In a
Most of
bowl.
Southern food is like that.
Yeah. It's so good though.
All your Southern
It's just
sweet tea is a gallon of tea with 2 cups of sugar.
pretty much, yeah.
Maybe 3.
Or more.
Or maybe 3. Okay.
Depending.
Fucking same thing with fucking
We
lemonade.
like our sugar and our
a lot
fat.
of sugar.
You know?
Yeah.
That's just and it's again like it's kind of hard to get over that because the shit's delicious.
Yeah.
It gets right to your pleasure centers. So I think that's why it's kind of that's why so many people that live in the South are overweight.
Yeah. In the defense of sugar, though, cane sugar is a lot better for you than corn syrup.
It is, yeah.
And it just doesn't put the fat on you that corn syrup will. And most people are getting fat from corn syrup because if you actually look at the ingredients and all those fucking sodas that you're drinking is corn syrup. There's corn syrup and all those fucking cereals and shit and everything, you know. Some kind of corn syrup is a sweetener. It's like something you'd feed to a cow, man, to put weight on it.
Well, yeah, that's what they
Yeah,
do.
right.
Because they're making burgers out of the cow,
Yeah.
so they want them to like fatten up as quickly as possible. So yeah, they give it corn.
cane sugar
And it works.
Doesn't have that effect on you. Just drink Mexican Coca-Cola or Throwback.
It
Drink.
tastes better anyway. I
It
think.
tastes a lot better.
I'm not into like Coke or Soul.
Yeah.
I don't really like sodas all
Yeah.
that much.
Yeah.
So,
real
but-
sugarcane sodas are better, man. Superior. I go to the Mexican shop just to get a Mexican Coca-Cola every now and then.
They've started
Gotcha.
selling them in some grocery stores. I
Yeah, they
noticed.
call it Throwback.
Yeah.
Throwback. They
But
got a
they're
lot of different
also
kind of
with
throwbacks.
cane sugar in it.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I think some of the Publix, I was in or maybe it wasn't Publix, I think it was Winn-Dixie, that actually had Mexican Coke, like on the shelf
Yeah.
next to the regular Coke. So some grocery stores do have that.
Mexican Coca-Cola is the same
Depending on the
recipe.
demand.
I remember back when I was a kid in the 70s. It was like that. So it's like going back in time. Back when Coca-Cola was really good.
Yeah.
Came in a glass bottle.
Like I said, I'm not really into soda. Like you like soda, but I don't
love it.
Like I'll drink, like we were at Wendy's today, I just got ginger ale.
Yeah.
I'll drink ginger ale or root beer or something like, but normally mostly what I drink booze, obviously.
Yeah.
But water and coffee, and that's about it.
Yeah.
I don't really drink any soda. I don't seek it out. I'm not really into it. Never have been. I don't know why. Allison, yeah, you spelled it right. It's Pralines. Yes.
Yeah,
that's right.
and you can find real recipes for Louisiana pralines.
Yeah, they're really good.
Yeah.
Like I said, so I can see like working in a praline shop
Yeah.
as a kid. Yeah, I mean, and especially if the shop was just kind of like, hey, as long as you do your job, you can eat as much as you want. I'd be like,
Yeah.
well, thank you very much.
Just pure sugar.
I will if you don't mind. And that's probably what happened. So like I said, I can't really blame him. Growing up in New Orleans, and and his parents, I guess they didn't really think much about it because they were both thin. Like I said, I've seen photos of them, like with Richard and his brother Lenny when they were children, and their parents are both thin. And he said that his parents were both thin their whole lives. So they didn't really have to worry about it. So I guess they didn't really think about it. They're just like, yeah, we're just going to eat all this food.
Pralines. Did you eat the lemon pound cake?
Yeah.
Lemon icing cake?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. That's Mississippi as shit.
Yeah.
That and cocoons.
We made that a lot too. Oh,
You
yeah.
make cocoons?
Yeah. Yeah, we make cocoons.
Cocoons are little white cookies.
Yeah.
They're shaped like a little cocoon, a little chrysalis. They're called cocoons. Man,
Yeah.
they're fucking good.
All that shit's good.
It's kind of like a buttery cookie with powdered sugar on the outside of it with little nuts in there. They were...
See how I said that all of these shows like devolve into talking
yeah.
about food? Well, how about well,
They're
and
buttery and it's all kinds
I
of
think
stuff.
in our cookbook too we talked about haystacks.
Yeah. Did we put cocoons in the
Oh, I don't remember if we did. I know we
Okay.
put haystacks in there, but I don't remember if we put cocoons in there.
I got a cookbook that has all this in it. You can, if you're looking for a cookbook,
Because haystacks are super easy. Like you can just, and you can pretty much, you can put pretzels in there if you want. I prefer not to because I don't really like pretzels. But you can find other stuff. Like I always used to put Frosted Flakes in there.
yeah.
Pretzels are okay, but it's like I kind of like ones that are kind of more like I like maple leaf flavored ones because you can use like kind of whatever. You can use chocolate if you want, or you can use white chocolate or caramel. There's a lot of the other things you can use.
No, pralines are not thin shrimp. No.
No, that's
are
prawns.
prawns. Yeah.
That's a completely different thing.
Praline is a
Praline is like a It's almost like a candied
It's a candy.
pecan.
Yeah.
Is kind of what
It's
it
shaped
is.
like a cookie, but
It's a candied pecan.
Right. Yeah.
It's like a patty
Pecan
kind of.
candy.
Yeah, is what it is.
Yeah.
Doesn't have anything to do with shrimp. Doesn't have anything to do with shrimp. But yeah, so this is the kind of world that he grew up in, I guess. So he started getting chubby. I saw a picture of him with his family when he was it looked like he was still like kind of a toddler, like he looked like 3 or 4 years old, and he was like chubby, but not noticeably chubby. You know what I mean? Just like the same kind of chubby as a kid that age is sometimes. But apparently, by the time he was a teenager, like 15 years old, he was already pushing 200 pounds. Because he would just eat and eat. And he said, and he's been very open about this, that, like I said, food didn't judge him. Food didn't complain. Food didn't yell at him. It was always there. It was always comforting. It could be relied upon. So he just kept on eating it. You know what I mean? Because it made him feel better. And because of this, he was pretty relentlessly bullied. He also said the first Halloween party he ever went to when he was a teenager, he dressed as a couch because he was so overweight.
Seth says this episode. Seth is a really cute black metal chick from fucking Australia. She said this episode's making me want to get fat.
Is it also?
Everything sounds.
I know.
Yeah.
That's that's my problem.
Yeah.
Is that so? Like I said, I get it.
Yeah.
Because people that are just because food is fucking delicious.
Yeah.
Like in a lot, especially shit you cook is like super delicious.
Seth, you have all the ingredients. You can find the recipes and make them in Australia. Look up cocoons, southern cocoons. All right.
Yeah.
They're little and pralines.
Yeah. Pralines.
Yeah. You can probably like Louisiana fucking pralines. You'll find them.
Like I said.
Yeah, they're fucking really good.
I mean, you asked me right now. I want a piece of key lime pie, or I want like a fucking donut. Absolutely.
Well, I was thinking about the
I
lemon pound cake with the fucking lemon icing that your grandma
That's
used to
also
make.
good
You
too.
make it in a
That's
round
good
bundt
too.
cake fucking
Oh
thing.
yeah, we used to
That
make
shit's
that
moist
all
and
the time.
heavy. It's like pure fucking lemony, and it's almost kind of like it's fucking heavy. It's so moist.
Yeah.
And then you take just lemon juice and icing sugar to make the icing and pour that on the top of it. Man, it was addictive. You couldn't eat just one piece. You'd eat one piece and then you get guilty. You go, I gotta eat another piece.
Like I said, you couldn't leave
You
that
know
shit with
how
me.
good
I
it
ate
is.
half the
It's
fucking
so good.
cake before you even looked. So this is why I chubbed out when I was a
Yeah.
teenager.
Easy
because
to get fat here.
Because shit's delicious.
Yeah.
And I get it. I still struggle with that nowadays. Like,
Yeah.
luckily nowadays, I feel like because I lost so much weight at some point, like my stomach kind of shrank.
Yeah.
So now I physically can't eat that much food at once, or I will throw up. So it's a lot easier nowadays. So I'm just like, oh my god, this is so good, but like now I feel sick and I don't want to eat anymore. So it's like that's probably good because it stops me from overeating.
Yeah.
But yeah, so he's almost 200 pounds, like as a teenager, like he's 15 years old. So when he gets a little bit older, he thought about becoming a priest. Like I said, he did actually go to seminary for, I think he said 1 year and 9 months. So it was a while. But then I guess he decided it wasn't for him. He remained, like I said, he converted to Catholicism. I think I mentioned that earlier, even though his dad was Methodist and his mom was Jewish. But he seemed kind of religious, like through the rest of his life, just in a kind of a generic happy clappy kind of way. Like he wasn't like super hardcore about it. It didn't seem like. But he did kind of, I think he maybe thought about going to art school or something like that, because he did kind of want to go into entertainment or like be an actor or something. Now, here's something that I didn't know. When he was real heavy, because he did get up to, I think his peak weight was 268 pounds. I don't know how tall he is, actually. But he said he was pretty obese.
He's not very tall. I think he's probably 5'6", probably.
Yeah. So I didn't realize this, but he was in a couple of films in the late 60s, early 70s. He was in Satyricon, the fucking Fellini movie.
I didn't know that.
Like as one of the freaks, quote unquote. And he was also in a movie called The Clowns from 1970, like playing like freak show characters, because he was like the fat man, you know what I mean? Which, like I said, somebody nowadays, this is kind of sad, but somebody nowadays that weighed 268 pounds, you would not get a gig as the fat person in a circus freak show nowadays with that, because you would just be like regular, you know? You'd have to be like fucking 700 pounds, like for it to even be, to even move the needle.
Well, we saw a British movie, remember that? British horror flick, and they had the fat woman up there. We're looking at her like, yeah, that's not unusual fat, though.
It was like, yeah, that's not really a fat woman. Yeah. Well, like I said, sometimes you look back at like old school pictures of like freak shows, and it's like, here's the fat woman. I'm like, she's not really that fat. Yeah. Not by today's standards.
Me and Jen are researching fucking getting a damn female sex doll to make videos with for her porn shit.
Right.
And fucking, they're all Chinese vendors. And a lot of the figures that I'm looking at, I'm like, yeah, that would be a pretty good one, you know, it labeled as fat woman, Caucasian, and I'm like, what? Fat woman?
I'm like, hey,
fat woman.
I'm offended.
Fat woman? What are you talking about?
You're like, she's not fat.
Well,
she's just regular.
You look at what,
and she's not fat. She just looks regular.
You exactly what I'm talking about.
She's just regular.
Yeah, real curvy. They called her fat woman. That was
fat woman.
But when you look at what they're
Thanks,
they're buying in China, they're fucking like pixies, you know.
Well, yeah, there's
like skeletons.
You know, I mean, they have smaller frames there. I get that. Like I said, that's kind of an issue when you buy clothes from there too, because it's just like all their clothes are like real small, so you have to like kind of buy. You have to buy like a size or two bigger than you would normally wear, at least, because they're very small. And I don't consider myself. I kind of consider I'm like an average size person. You know what I mean? I'm not thin, but I'm not fat either.
You're medium build.
I'm medium build.
Yeah.
And usually usually medium shit fits me.
Yeah.
Sometimes small shit fits me. It depends on what it is. Large is too big, but it's just kind of like...
Usually the female medium frame doesn't look good when it gets too light. It has to have muscle and fat on it. Then it looks better. So I was saying, Jenny didn't look that good at 118.
I don't really have the frame for a skinny person.
Yeah, you got to have real narrow shoulders.
I look a little weird. Yeah, I'm more of a medium-sized person.
Medium, yeah.
Like I said, so I found that my ideal weight was about 135 pounds.
Jensen looked good buffed out.
Well, yeah, but depending on muscle, because I didn't really have a lot of muscle at that point. But that was kind of when I looked.
Jen looked good, fucking jacked. Yeah.
Yeah.
With some fat on it.
Yeah. So that's kind of how big he was back then at the time. Like I said, nowadays it probably wouldn't even move the needle. 268 pounds. That doesn't. I mean, yeah, that's obese, but man, we see people walking around in the mall
300, no problem,
that are like easily 300 pounds, and like nobody bats an eye.
Yeah.
So but it's kind of changed since that time. So he decided, as many people did, in the early 1970s, that he wanted to be in show business. Like I said, because he'd been in Italy and he'd been in a couple of like I said, he'd been in Fellini's movies and stuff like that. So he's like, well, I'm gonna move to Hollywood, like a lot of people did. So he moved to Hollywood. And again, as many people do when they move to Hollywood, when they're kind of looking for work and shit like that, they work in restaurants. So his job was he worked as a maitre d' at a place called Derrick's, which was a restaurant in Beverly Hills. And he was actually, some people, I saw a documentary where like some people that used to go, because that was kind of a restaurant that was frequented by a lot of celebrities at the time. Like Orson Welles used to go there, and Lucille Ball and people like that. So he kind of got noticed because even then he was kind of, his personality was like larger than life. You know what I mean? So a lot of people kind of like noticed him. Now, at this point, he decided, okay, so he decided he was going to lose all this weight because, like I said, he was very heavy. Now, definitely unwisely, he decided, I'm going to do it through starvation. To his credit, it did work. He ate, at least according to him, nothing but water and lettuce for 2.5 months.
Yeah, that's not nutrition. There's no nutrition there.
Now, he lost about 150 pounds during that time. But there were some adverse effects. Like, he ended up having to go to a doctor, and they're like, look, you're going to die.
Yeah, that's
you know
starvation.
what I mean? Because that's not great.
That's just water.
Yeah, I mean, lettuce doesn't have...
started that damn fucking...
I know, I hear.
Started that damn fucking stereo up again.
Like I said.
I did a drive-by on that house.
I told him earlier, I said, are we going to have to burn that house down or what?
Yeah, burn that house down.
Or just go and like...
drive by that house.
And just like beat his ass or break his speakers or something.
He's a pretty big dude.
Do you think you could take him? Do you think we could both take him?
Not hand-to-hand. But I got all kinds of equipment. Don't worry about it.
He's got other ways of dealing
He'd
with
never even see it coming.
He'd never see it coming.
He would just...
Shut up!
He would just all of a sudden realize he's in heaven. He wouldn't know what happened.
Thank you, Jeffy Art. I don't understand why some people have a hard time just being quiet. Why is that hard?
He's drunk.
So are we.
Yeah, he's drunk.
But you can't hear me 2 houses down.
And he's rich. That's the thing. This is not the ghetto. This is a fucking great neighborhood.
That's what I mean.
He's got a huge mansion over there with fucking monster trucks. And
yeah,
shit.
we don't live in a trailer park.
He's
or
got
nothing.
an enclosed fucking swimming pool in the back. It's a Florida palace, 2 stories.
So, like I said, there's some entitlement issues.
Yeah, it'd make a great porn scene. You know, you could shoot porn over there. It'd look totally awesome.
Well, you could shoot porn in our house if we had better furniture.
Yeah. But,
or more furniture. We don't really have.
We don't have furniture.
We're very minimalist.
No, we're still trying to build our kingdom up.
So we don't have a lot of furniture. Yeah. But yeah, so it's just.
And look, now he's gone.
Oh, it'll start back in a minute. I think. So I think like a lot of people kind of noticed him working at this restaurant because, like I said, there were a lot of celebrities that went there and a lot of producers and stuff like that. So they kind of noticed like his over the top personality because even then he was just kind of like very. And like I said, I think he kind of cultivated that personality. And like I said, I might be totally pulling this out of my ass. I don't know him personally. But it seems like a lot of comedians do, they kind of have, issues, whatever it is, with, insecurity or, various other things, or like him being like overweight or whatever. And you kind of like overcompensate. So his personality just became just huge and like larger than life. But a lot of people like remembered that. So he worked at this restaurant for a while and was able to save up, I think about $25,000, something like that, because he started getting really interested in, because what happened after he did the starvation thing for 2.5 months and lost all the weight was the doctor told him, it's like, look, you're going to die if you keep doing shit like this. You really need to, like, it's good that you lost all the weight, but you have to really do shit the right way. So he started getting really interested in fitness and in eating healthy and stuff like that. And he decided that he wanted to help other people that were in the same situation as him. Like I said, I don't know if he deliberately set out to kind of get into the niche market of people that were not being kind of serviced by the fitness industry at the time, because you have to think this was like late 60s, early 70s. The fitness industry very focused on people that were kind of already in shape, or at least, the stuff they were selling is just kind of like, hey, I'm super jacked. You can look like me if you buy this thing or buy my plan or whatever.
Yeah, and it was all lies.
Yeah. So I don't know if he deliberately placed himself in there or if it was just him just kind of like, well, this was my experience and I'm going to share this with other people. I kind of feel like it was more the latter, because it doesn't really seem like he deliberately tried to market to a particular demographic. But whatever it was, like, he's just kind of like, well, I'm going to get more into fitness. I'm going to start eating healthy and, like, actually exercising and stuff like that. Because, if I just keep trying to starve myself of the weight, I lost the weight, but it's, like, super unhealthy and it had all these bad side effects, like all these repercussions. So he's like, I'm going to share my experience with other people because there's probably lots of other people out there that are having the same issues as me. So that was kind of what he wanted to do. So he saved up all this money from his maitre d' job and started opened up like a fitness center. And his kind of goal was, he's like, I want this to be just for regular people, or people who feel like they can't go to a regular gym or regular fitness center because they're too heavy or they're intimidated or something like that. He's like, I want this to be a place where everybody can come and do the stuff, and it's not, too difficult, and it's not like something they can't do. He's like, he seemed like he wanted to make it approachable, which it really wasn't at the time, because fitness was kind of niche, I feel like, at this point. And we kind of talked about this when we talked about the show about, like, kind of the history of bodybuilding and stuff, because we did a show about that. And I kind of feel like for a long time, it's not niche nowadays. I don't think I would call it like a subculture. It is kind of, but it wasn't like niche. I kind of feel like at this point it was.
Yeah. Okay. My dad was from Mississippi, but he and my mom hooked up. She was Southern too, but they hooked up in California after my dad got out of the Navy. This is in the 70s out in California. I think they got married like 68 or something. I was born in 69. By the time I was about 1976, I was about 6, 7 years old. My dad got involved in one of the first mainstream fitness fucking sensations to happen. That was running, jogging.
Yeah, that was
that simple.
That was very big.
That became like a big thing. Before that, fitness was not a thing.
Yeah, it wasn't really.
No, that was
something weirdos did.
Something fucking weird freaks did. That was something weird freaks did called bodybuilders. They had a lot of good bodybuilders, but they were freaks back in those days. People thought, well, shit, as big as that dude is, he must be dumb. Their thinking wasn't. And that went on for a long time. Even in the 70s, you had dudes thought that working out and training was cheating. You're supposed to just be strong and beat another dude's ass just based on your masculinity or something. I guess, you know what I mean? I'm just so manly that I beat your ass. Working out, you work out? Well, fucking, you worked out. That's cheating. It's like, that's kind of the thing. So, fitness was not a thing really until the 70s, and it started with, this is in the mainstream, and it started with jogging. It must, what am I going to say, bodybuilding and weightlifting was never mainstream. It was always a niche thing. And the closest it ever became mainstream was the golden era of the 70s and 80s would be Arnold Schwarzenegger. He made bodybuilding a thing in the public eye. That it was that, man, heroes did that and movie stars did that. And that's where all this MCU and fucking superhero movies actually was built on the back of the shit that Arnold Schwarzenegger and the action.
Now everybody has to be super ripped.
Yeah, those dudes are all on gear on the MCU.
Well, so and CGI helps too.
CGI and those costumes, but they're on gear too. So yeah, so that was the world of that day.
Yeah.
People people know more about it now and have access to more information now just through the internet than they ever would have had. Early fitness, especially bodybuilding, 50s and 60s, that was almost a gay thing. A lot of
like I said, it was a very niche subculture.
Yeah,
I feel like
those dudes, and I would believe Arnold also. Rumor has it, I can't prove it, allegedly, a lot of those dudes were built on the back of damn nude photos. They must be out there somewhere. But even in the 50s, male bodybuilders sold nude photos of themselves.
Yeah, that was kind of like a big sideline for them.
Yeah, that's where the money came from. To buy their gear and to pay
I never shit on anybody for making money in a way that doesn't hurt other people. We were talking about that earlier today.
Yeah, and that goes back to the 1800s with Eugen Sandow, who invented the shit, invented
Work
Olympia.
it. Work what you got.
He was 1800s, and you go look up Eugen.
Everybody got to make money.
Eugen looked good. Eugen did private shows for gentlemen.
Yeah.
For, Eugen sold fucking basically nudies.
Yeah.
They might have had a fig
Which
leaf
we're
or
like,
something.
we're pretending like they pretended back then.
Yeah,
that
they
it's just
pretended.
like that it wasn't a gay thing, but it's like everyone's
Yeah.
like, it was like that kind of.
Yeah. Yeah.
But that's,
Well, the
like I
main
said, fair
appreciators were dudes.
yeah, of course.
Straight guy'd go, man, he looks great. Fucking, I wish I looked like that. Some dudes were way into that, though. They're like, yeah, I kind of want that dude.
Yeah. That's okay.
So, I want to look like that dude or I want that dude. There's that. There was always that dynamic in
It's all
bodybuilding.
a spectrum.
Yeah.
All a spectrum.
Yeah.
Not really that far apart. When you
Not
think
that far
about it.
apart, really.
No. Absolutely not.
Me, it was always, I want to look like that dude.
Right.
But I totally understand why gays like it.
Well,
That's
yeah.
what I was
Well, Tom is an aesthetic appreciator.
Yeah. I like the human body, the aesthetic,
Yeah.
the perfection of the human body.
Both female bodies and male bodies.
Yeah, yeah. And fucking what they've done with themselves. I was like, man, that's fucking awesome. It's like sculpting.
Yeah.
With women, I'm a little more open to like variations. Like some of them fat girls fucking look great, but some of those extreme proportions, and you can't do that with muscle. You can only do that with fat. That doesn't work on a male figure. It just doesn't. With guys, it's better lean and big. V-taper, little waist like a wasp, big shoulders, big arms, big thighs, great calves. You want to look like a dude you don't want to fight. You said, I ain't gonna fight that dude. That's what I want to look like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Zach says, I just Googled nudes of Arnold. He's very averagely endowed.
I really didn't know the nudes. Oh, so the nudes have leaked.
Well,
Okay,
that probably,
I never even looked.
it's the internet.
It's the internet. Okay.
If you've ever taken a nude picture of yourself ever, it's gonna be
on
some
there.
bitch is gonna find
Right,
it.
yeah. Those were probably secret at one time. That was shit he was selling out the back door.
There are no secrets anymore.
Yeah.
Which, like I said, I kind of like that.
Yeah.
I kind of like that. It's all right. Just lay it all out there.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Man, I got all kind of nudes out there.
Yeah.
But yeah, videos, photos, all kinds.
Yeah, all for sale. Just sad.
No, I mean, some of it might be free. I don't really know.
Yeah,
I
yeah.
don't know where it turns up.
You know what? It doesn't really matter.
But
It's
like I
all
said,
calling cards.
we got to make more videos though,
Yeah,
because
new videos are going to be coming.
because we haven't made like any new ones in a long time.
If you're interested in
And
the
those are old.
videos, we're on. You can just go on. What's the name of it? Mini vids.
Many vids.
Yeah, M-A-N-Y, many vids, one word.
M-A-N-Y.
And let's go. And 13 cam. Spell it out. THIR 13 cam, and we'll come up.
Yeah. Yeah, there's shit
Yeah,
out there.
yeah.
Not a lot, but some stuff.
Yeah,
like I
there's
said, we gotta
probably
make
about 10 of 'em.
we gotta make some more stuff because
Yeah. That was our first. That was our
I
first
look
batch.
better than I did in those.
Yeah,
videos.
and that was our first batch.
Yeah.
And we want to do more creative stuff, like outside.
Yeah, we were just talking about that
Yeah,
today.
yeah,
and
yeah.
like, yeah, we need to do like some
Yeah,
outside
do some
shit.
outdoor shit.
Yeah, I want to do some outdoor shit.
Some public shit is.
And like I
key.
said, we've been talking about getting like a sex doll too, and like doing
Yeah,
some stuff with
yeah,
that,
yeah.
like a realistic one. So
Yeah,
that'd be
there's
super fun
there's some
also.
gags we can do with that. We
Yeah.
don't have to pay her. That's one of the things.
Which is nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, we don't have to split money with it.
Yeah.
But yeah, so I kind of feel like he was maybe, arguably, the first person, whether this was deliberate or not, to open a gym or like, kind of like a whole fitness thing that was geared toward people that were not already fit or didn't want to go to regular gyms because they're like, oh, I don't look good enough and people are going to judge me or whatever. So I kind of feel like he was the first person to kind of tap into that. And I think the cool thing about it was that I don't really think it was super, super deliberate. I think he was just coming at it from a point of view of like, well, I used to be really obese. He lost like 120 pounds, something like that. And got interested in fitness, and he's just like, well, I'm interested in like reaching out to other people that had the same experience as him, that were maybe obese when they were younger and they got bullied and stuff. So he knew where they were coming from, and he knew how intimidating it was to start getting into fitness because other people would look at you and be like, well, what are you doing or whatever. So I kind of feel like he was kind of instrumental in doing that, and he was maybe the first person to do that, whether it was deliberately or not. So he opens his first studio, which actually it was first called, I think it was called the Anatomy Asylum was what I think they first called it, which is not a great name, but you know what I mean. And I think at that point, like it also had a restaurant in it, which was kind of mostly focused on salads, because he wasn't just focused on fitness, he was also focused on portion control. That was like another of his big things, like, you know, getting people to change their eating habits and stuff. But it seems like he wasn't real, like I said, it wasn't like he was selling a diet or, you know, like Atkins or whatever. He was just very focused on eating like healthier options, eating smaller portions, you know, getting up off the couch and moving around, like whatever it was you were doing. So it was like a lot more realistic, I feel like. So he was kind of more into that. So it did have a restaurant for a while, but I guess like they kind of abandoned it after a bit. And they were just kind of like, yeah, we're just going to focus on the exercise aspect of it. So the place later got renamed to Slimmins, which, you know, that's a much better name.
Larry says he loves our vids. So we got a fan out there. I didn't know. Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah. Like I said, I want to do some better ones.
Yeah.
I want to do some better ones.
Yeah.
And we have more stuff coming to like work with. I have like so many outfits I want to like try out for it.
Yeah, we got a lot of clothes, got a lot of fucking props that are coming.
Yeah.
And
all kind of stuff.
On MiniVids you can contact and commission work for us. We had a guy who was, we were going to do something for a mere like 50. We're going to do something, but it'd be available to the public.
Because like I said, we'll make custom videos too.
Like
custom, if you're willing to pay for a custom video, we'll do like well within reason. We'll do like pretty much.
I have
whatever.
her calling your name out or whatever. we'll fucking go
within reason.
We'll go
do
family
like,
style on
we'll
this.
go whatever like whatever you want to do.
It's all virtual
within reason.
though.
There's some stuff I won't do, but you know what I mean. There's some stuff he won't do, but you know we can hash that out.
Tammy's going pegging.
Yeah.
They're trying to peg me.
We were talking about that earlier.
They're trying to peg me already at the VA. I'm trying to.
Well, you said something very interesting today. That it's like, and I'm not going to say who you were talking about, but you were saying just like, you know, we know somebody that like, you know, pegs their boyfriend.
Yeah.
We know more than one person that does that because it's not that unusual.
Yeah.
And Tom said something like, "Well, don't you think of him any differently?"
That's what I asked her. Yes.
And I thought to myself, I was like, "Why would that make it like?" Because to me, I don't
definitely would.
Well, yeah, but but dudes and women don't think the same.
Yeah, no.
And I was like, to me, it's just not. I don't know. It's not weird.
No.
I don't have a hang up about it. So it's like I wouldn't look at you any differently. I don't really get like. Why.
I would think that. I would think that a woman would just go, "Man, you're a fucking hoe." You know, you're feminine as shit if you let me do that to you.
I think that you're projecting. Yeah,
because that's what a guy would say.
Right, but that's not what we think, though.
No.
I wouldn't think that.
Yeah.
Maybe other chicks do, but I wouldn't think that. That wouldn't even have occurred to me unless you had said it.
I think there's a lot of women that would also have a different opinion.
Maybe. I mean, maybe.
Well, there
like
are some women
There
are some women that would never fuck with a dude who had anything to do with another guy. But then there are other women that go crazy over that.
See, that absolutely does not bother me at all.
They'll target bisexual dudes. They think they're fucking hot as shit. But there are other women that are exactly the opposite. If you fucked around with another dude, then you're just off the list. They won't even fuck with you. Yeah.
Well, like I said,
So
everybody's
predict.
different.
Everybody's
different.
Right, yeah.
I am absolutely not bothered by like if a dude was bisexual or like I fucked another dude.
I think the average normie chick was like, shit, I can't trust this dude around men.
Yeah, but it's normies.
Yeah. Well, that's what we're talking about. That's most people.
I don't go by normie logic.
Yeah.
It honestly it literally does not bother. And actually, I think it's kind of hot. You know what I mean? I think it's kind of hot. I don't really. It doesn't bother me in the slightest. Not at all. I mean, I get why maybe people are like, oh, now I can't trust him around anybody, but I don't know. That didn't really occur to me. You know, I don't know. I know I'm weird, but I don't know. All right, so yeah. So they opened Slimmins. Like I said, Slimmins was there from, I believe it opened in 1974. It was in Beverly Hills. And didn't close until 2016. And as far as I know, the whole time that it was open, Richard Simmons himself taught classes every week. At least once a week, perhaps as many as 3 times a week. Like I said, that's fucking commitment. That is somebody that, especially as time went on, as the 80s and 90s went on, he absolutely did not need to do that because he was a multi-millionaire by that point. But he showed up and he would do shit like, this is crazy. So he had like regulars at the class. They were talking about this on the podcast. They're like, one of the regulars there was this lady who was 94. I think she said she was 94. Like, they interviewed her on the podcast. And she had been going to Slimmins like every week for years and years and years. And she was like she had like the, he's like, there was a hierarchy. If you were like a regular, you got like in the first 2 rows, you know what I mean? And then like newbies had to kind of be in the back, which, like I said,
well, that would happen naturally.
Yeah. So it's like, so her name was Gigi. And so it's like, so Gigi had been going there for like forever. And it's just kind of like, and so people that would go there regularly, like if you were older and like you didn't have a car or something like that, Richard Simmons would pick you up in his car and drive you to the class. Like if you couldn't get there that day, like you're like, hey man, like my car broke down or I can't drive anymore or something like that. He would come and get you. And he's like a huge multi-millionaire celebrity. He has this huge house in Beverly. It's actually, he's still there as far as I know. But it looked like what?
DVD Dragon says, go dressed in your maid costume when they give you your prostate exam. That shit ain't gonna happen, man. I did the fucking research on that shit, man. Fucking, I saw the whole prostate industry. I went to the American Cancer fucking Institute and looked at how they're doing it. They're just making money off dudes giving out fucking prostate massages. That's all that. If I wanted that shit, I'd go to Rub and Tug. Or have Jen do it.
I'll massage your prostate.
Because what they do is they just fucking rub that shit.
You don't even gotta pay.
Oh, come back in 6 months and we'll rub it again. And you come back in 6 months and we'll rub it again.
You don't gotta go to the Rub and Tug.
What's that?
You don't gotta go to the Rub and Tug and pay. I'll do it for free.
Yeah. Jenny's all about that shit.
I'll do it
for free. You know, and then they'll be like, come back in 6 months. Oh yeah, you might have something here. Maybe we'll do a biopsy and we'll see what comes back. Oh, okay, no, that shit's negative. Or, yeah, it's slow acting. Just don't worry about it. You'll be okay. It's growing so slow, you'll die of something else before it happens. But in the meantime, let's just keep coming back and rubbing on this thing every fucking 6 months. They're selling you prostate massages. That's what they're doing.
Well, I mean, if that's what you're into.
They're pervs anyway. It's just a way of making money. Because then they come back and the shit comes back in the biopsy. Oh, this is fast-acting cancer. Here. You're a fucking goner.
Sorry.
If we cut it out, you're going to be impotent or incontinent, one of the two. So which way you want to go? It says, no, I was going to go home and take a fentanyl overdose, man. Fuck that shit. So no, the prostate thing, and then it says right there in the Cancer Institute that early detection of it makes no difference in the outcome. Makes no difference. So no matter when they find it, the outcome will always be the same. So fuck them. They're just more scams.
Mike Bowser said, I wish I didn't get here late. I didn't know Richard Simmons disappeared. I didn't either until someone recommended it and I started researching this show. Jones Perkins said,
you don't like the beginning of the show. Go back and listen to the beginning.
I mean, you know.
We said all kinds of cool shit.
He said, you guys can talk about nothing that I'm interested in and I still keep listening.
This is actually pretty interesting. He was an interesting guy.
Yeah, I thought so too. Well,
it was an interesting time.
Like Mr. 88 said, you missed a lot, but nothing much about Richard Simmons. We've talked about him a little bit, and then we kind of get off on like fucking tangents. Yeah. Well, because his whole thing, and like I said, we both grew up during this time period. His whole thing about like the weight loss and the fitness and everything like that, like we've both gone through. Like, I've gone through the whole thing about, weight loss and being bullied and stuff like that. So I kind of get that angle, and you kind of get, like, the fitness angle. So we have kind of, like, talked about that.
Yeah, it's related.
Yeah, so it is kind of related.
We're just giving context.
We're just kind of, like, justifying.
We're giving context.
We're justifying the sidetrack.
And the context for the time, too.
Well, yeah.
It was another era.
Right. So what I'm saying is that Richard Simmons, even though he didn't have to, when he was hugely famous and had millions and millions of dollars, he has a massive house in Beverly Hills, in the Hollywood Hills, which looks like the house from Gone with the Wind, actually. It's like this huge pool, and it's just like, it's really nice. So he didn't need the money, but he still showed up every single fucking week at Slimmins and taught those classes at $12 a pop. $12, that's all it ever was. And he never raised the prices. He didn't need the money.
Yeah.
So there was like a whole subculture that kind of sprung up around that place.
Yeah, well, it sounds like he's doing it for social reasons.
Yeah, and the thing about him that I thought was really interesting, and you know what, I get it, because I'm also an introvert. I'm also kind of super empathetic to the point where it's probably like damaging, like to your own psyche at some point. is that he got so he was like so into making other people feel good, making other people happy, that it's like when it came time for himself, he didn't really like, he would just kind of go and like be a recluse in his house. And he said that he was a recluse a long time ago, like when, because I saw some interviews with him when he was young still, like in the 70s and 80s, and he would basically say outright in interviews, yeah, I'm just a recluse, I don't go out and party or anything like that, like I go and I do my shit like on the talk shows, and I go and teach my class and stuff, and then I just go home with my dogs and that's it. Like he just spends a lot of time alone. So he said he was kind of lonely, actually. He never seemed to have like a long-term relationship of any kind other than with his housekeeper, which we'll get into in a bit. But he never really seemed, I don't know, he really never seemed to establish like any really deep personal connections with anybody. He never married. He never, like, other than his housekeeper, he didn't live with anybody. Like I said, it was just his housekeeper and his dogs, pretty much, like his Dalmatians. He had 8 of them. And so he seemed like a very lonely person, but he almost seemed to kind of like it. Like I said, he seemed very introverted, but in a way that was, because almost kind of like paradoxical, because he would just go out and be like super larger than life, you know, because that was kind of his whole persona.
Well, we got Zach in the audience, and looking, he might be able to give us another perspective. But looking at Richard Simmons, I would say that fucking Richard physically wouldn't have been considered like a hot LA gay dude. Had he gotten into the fucking gay club scene there, they'd have run through him. They'd run through his money. So I think he probably stayed away from him because he kind of knew that.
Well, and he probably had a lot of self-esteem issues from growing up the way he did, because I get that. Yeah. You know.
So he was like, well, if I go to the club, go hang out with these other gay guys, they're just going to be after me for my money. Because, look, man, fucking the LA gay scene, man, fucking, those dudes are about looks. You know?
Well, yeah, and the thing about it was that probably, I mean, even though he looked like okay, but it's just kind of like, it's LA, for one thing. It's very superficial, like, generally. So it's just kind of like, if you show up there, it's just, you're going to be like, especially somebody with self-esteem issues, like, he had to just be like, I'm just never going to be good enough. You're never going to be good enough.
Well, what had happened,
so why bother?
He would get bombarded, but he'd get bombarded by gold diggers.
Right.
That's what would happen.
And I feel like he was probably pretty aware of that, I would imagine.
Because he's a celebrity.
Yeah. And he has lots and lots of money.
Yeah.
And like I said, I don't begrudge him all that money, because he just kind of came from a regular ass family, and he made that.
And his gig was a fat girl gig. I mean, it's not like we're talking about Elton John, because Elton John could probably pull some dudes, because music has a different effect.
That's true.
Just, you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
So I would think, you know, Elton John could probably score a fucking big.
Looks don't matter as much if you're like a really good musician, if you're like a rock star. Like, you can kind of be sort of ugly and still kind of hot at the same time.
But now you're famous, you got all this money, and you have emotional power over people, you know what I mean, over the fans. So
yeah, that's a whole other level. It's not
quite the same thing. That wasn't Richard Simmons' gig, you know what I mean? His target audience was like straight women who were fat. They'd have married him in a heartbeat.
Oh, absolutely.
Hell yeah.
Absolutely.
Hell yeah. But, you know, that wasn't his thing.
Well, like I said, he made them feel like nobody had made them feel before. Like, so that was kind of, and like I said, I don't think he was doing it in a sort of calculated way or anything like that. That was just the kind of person that he was.
Yeah.
Or is. Like, he's still alive, as far as I know. So I don't know why. I don't know why I'm talking about him in the past tense.
So for all our gays out there, go ahead and drop in the comments. Do you think that Simmons could pull? I don't think Simmons could pull. I think that if he got into fucking LA scene, a bunch of gold diggers would run through him.
I mean, LA is real, like I said, it's real superficial. That's kind of like, you have to look like super fucking, I'm not saying that just like an average looking person couldn't pull, because of course they could. But it depends on how good their game was.
Yeah, I think,
generally, in LA, like, everybody looks super good.
Yeah.
So it's really hard to like compete.
Right. In that era, back then.
It's really hard to compete.
Yeah, there was no internet All the good-looking people had to go to physical locations. Nowadays, you could do this. You could be good-looking on the internet.
But
and
see,
have pull all over
that's
the world.
another thing that I kind of
Yeah.
respect about Richard Simmons, because it's like, even though he's, you know, just an average to okay-looking dude.
Yeah.
But just by the sheer will of his personality and his vibe, like his whole energy, like his compassion, everything like that, he almost kind of like, so like, this is a weird thing to say, but it's like he almost willed himself to be like super famous. Not even famous, he's iconic.
Yeah.
I kind of feel like even people that weren't alive back then still know who the fuck that is, which is crazy.
Got a new guest in there that says he's seeing Zach in other live streams.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they
Is he cheating on us with other live streams?
Zach, you cheating on me, bitch? That's it. I'm over block.
Oh,
You
Tom's
can't
gonna
come
have to get
I'm
upset.
fucking jealous.
Oh.
I'm jealous with my man.
Larry said, when we were talking about
Yeah.
sexual stuff before, Larry said, a tranny sucked my cock before. I was drunk. What can I say? Well, you know, shit happens.
I wouldn't worry about it.
I wouldn't worry about it
I
either.
wouldn't worry about it.
It's fine. No one's upset about
Yeah.
it. It's okay.
You were still in the top position.
Like I said,
Yeah.
shit happens.
We've
been drunk
If you
and-
dove off into that ass, I'd be looking at you differently.
I wouldn't. What's the difference?
I'm a man. I'm just gonna look
I
at that
know.
stuff. Like,
Men have weird
I'm just gonna
hang-ups
say,
about that
you
kind
know,
of stuff.
Just gonna say.
Men have weird hang-ups about that kind of
Just
stuff.
gonna-
I'm not saying women don't have some hang-ups too, but I'm just saying men have like more hang-ups, I feel like.
I'm not gonna say there's anything bad about it. I'm just gonna say you're gay. You know,
I don't know, man.
say
It's
you're
just
gay,
kind of
that's
like,
all.
it's kind of all
or
over
at
the
least you were
place.
gay on that night.
We have another new person.
Okay.
At least you were a new person. I don't know how long you've been listening, but you're a new person in the chat. Billy Lean, hi from Ireland. Well, hey.
Hey.
I wasn't expecting this as a topic for your show. I wasn't either, actually, but somebody recommended it, and it won in the poll.
Yeah.
We do a poll on Patreon and the YouTube members. Like, we poll people every week. It says, definitely not the usual subject matter. I love your specs, by the way. Thank you very much. Yeah, Tom bought me these.
Yeah.
My glasses.
We had to get you another pair of those because those are damaged now.
Yeah, they did get kind of...
Some fucking fingernail glue got on them, and ate a hole, a dimple in it.
Yeah.
Weirdest thing. I've never seen it do that. I thought it was something stuck to it. No, it made a hole.
Zach says he was on Avalanche Reviews stream. I told him about you guys.
Oh, really? Who's Avalanche Review?
I don't know.
I don't know that one.
I might have seen it, but I don't really know. I have so many fucking things. You know what I mean? But yeah, so... Alright, so where was I?
Yeah.
So he opens up the thing, like I said, Slimmons. And he went there, like I said, 40 fucking years, the dude showed up and taught classes in a different crazy outfit. And actually, like, I was watching a documentary earlier, and, like, one of the women was like, yeah, it's like he would come up with crazy shit. Like, he would turn up, like, sometimes with, like, fucking purple wings, or, like, one time he came up in a dress made of sporks. And it's just got, so he would, like, come up with, like, crazy shit, like, every single time. And then it was just kind of, like, exercise thing. It was, like, 90-minute class. I think it was 90 minutes. And it's just, like, so you'd have your aerobics or whatever. Everybody was, like, super jacked about it. It was super fun. And then you'd have kind of, like, the whole thing, and he would kind of bare his soul at the end and kind of cry, and other people would bare their soul and kind of, so it was almost like a therapy session, but you were also getting like physical exercise too, which is kind of nice. So a lot of people would turn up like every week, like for years and years. So he had that for a really long time, and it was like really successful. Now, because of his new approach, I guess, because he was, I guess, like, getting into an underserved market.
Yeah.
These are people that wanted to get in shape, that didn't like their bodies, but they felt intimidated by the fitness industry. They didn't really want to go to gyms because they felt like people would laugh at them or whatever. So they found a place where they felt kind of like accepted and loved, and like, and it was a good time. Like he always made it super fun. So that kind of caught the attention of the media. So I kind of feel like his big thing, he showed up. Do you remember the show Real People?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Long time ago.
He turned up on that show like in the 70s.
Okay.
And I kind of feel like, I don't know if I want to say if that was like his big break, but I think that was like his big media introduction, because they went to his gym and they're like, hey, here's this crazy over the top guy with these crazy outfits who's doing this, and like no one's really doing this. And it really kind of like struck a chord, it seemed like with the audience. So this kind of led to other TV appearances. Like, he was on a lot of TV shows, like all the talk shows, yeah, but he was on game shows. He was on like fucking soap operas. He was on all kind of shit. Like I said, if you were not around in the 70s, 80s, the dude was fucking everywhere. He was on every single talk show. He was on it because he was a fun guest, you know, because he would come on, he would always have some kind of crazy outfit on, and he was always like super over the top and like super catty, and he was just like super funny. So he was like a really entertaining guest. So he would always get on.
He had a real high pitched voice. He was real fucking. Well, shit, you can go on YouTube and say, "Hey everybody, we're gonna burn off some of this fat today." He's just like that, you know what I mean? And I gave you all that impression, okay, out of the bottom of my heart, or the heart of my bottom. Normally, the only other impression I got that I'll do every now and then, I had a comment on, was fucking. They love my impression of fucking Michael Jackson.
Oh yeah, when we did a show about Michael Jackson a few weeks ago.
Michael Jackson, yeah. I tell you, they're just ignorant. Sometimes a man likes to love a child. Men and little boys, there's nothing wrong with it. We sleep in the same bed for over a week.
Demonetized.
Yeah, sleeping in the bed for a whole month, and it doesn't mean anything. Yeah.
It's beautiful.
It's beautiful. It's just people thinking dirty. It's ignorant. It's ignorant. Yeah, but he was getting that booty too.
Well,
yeah,
I mean, yeah.
He tried to get that booty.
I'm kind of leaning.
But it hurt too much, so they were saying no.
Yeah, we talked about that.
It was just oral.
Yeah. I mean,
he was smooth. Michael Jackson was smooth. He's smooth criminal. The smooth criminal.
We talked about that at length. Like I said, I was willing to give them the benefit of the doubt. It was like, maybe he's just kind of a weirdo and like, but the more I looked into it, I was kind of like, yeah.
The boys came forward.
I think it was pretty much exactly what it looked like.
Yeah, it is exactly what it looked like.
Allie said, "Do you really think he is still alive, Richard Simmons?" As far as I know, yes, I think he is still alive.
Probably mid-70s.
Just joined out. Yeah, I think he's about 75 years old. I think he just turned 75 earlier this year or late last year. Perhaps say it's dementia. I don't think it's dementia. Like, we'll kind of get into that later. But when is the last time anyone saw him? The last time he was seen in public, as far as I know, was early 2014. But I think some people have like seen him after that, but there's not like super like confirmation. I don't know. We'll get into that. But yeah. So I kind of feel like that was kind of when he got super popular, when he was on Real People and people kind of saw his thing. Like I said, he's I kind of laughed because I was listening to that. There was a 6-episode podcast called Missing Richard Simmons, which is about it. It's really good. It's on Apple Podcasts. I listened to it earlier. And the guy there, it was Dan, I can't remember his last name, Trabowski or something like that, who was like a friend of his who had gone to his classes and stuff. And he got concerned when he disappeared. So he decided to make a kind of a documentary kind of thing about it. And he was like Richard Simmons and his allotness. And I was like, yeah, that's a good way of putting it. He was a lot. He was very over the top. He was very screamy. But that was kind of his whole shtick. That was why he kept getting invited back to... That's why he was on all the TV shows. So he's on all these game shows and stuff like that. Now, he eventually attracts the attention of the makers of the very famous soap opera, General Hospital. And they invited him to be on the show. And he actually played himself on General Hospital.
Yeah.
He's on there one episode. And I saw like a fragment of it like earlier today. And he's, like I said, he's playing himself. So he's like these two girls and they want to lose weight. And he's just like trying to pump them up and everything. And after this episode aired, he got so much fan mail that the makers of General Hospital were like, do you want to be a recurring character? And he ended up being on that fucking show for like 4 fucking years, right? Like on General Hospital, because it resonated so much with people. So he was on there for a long time. He did, like I said, he did a couple of cooking shows. He did one called Slim Cookin', and he did like a talk show and shit like that. He was on like a bunch of it. He was on SNL a bunch of times. He was on Chips, I think. Like he, usually playing himself because he was, he's such a larger than life character. You can't really play another character if you're Richard Simmons. He was in a bunch of commercials and shit like that. Now, here's the weird thing. So, another thing too was that he was on the Howard Stern show a lot.
Yeah.
And the two of them, I kind of feel like they were sort of kind of friends.
Yeah.
Outside of the show. But
Back when Howard was relevant. Yeah.
I mean, I think that here's the thing though, and this happened with David Letterman too, because he was on a lot of he was on David Letterman a lot also. Richard Simmons, he very much cultivated this persona, but he still had that very insecure person at the heart of it. So if he perceived that you were like making fun of him, he would get like really upset about it. Like David Letterman, they did a show and there was a thing where where Richard Simmons, I think he dressed up like in a turkey costume and he was like trying to kiss David Letterman like he was just trying to be funny or whatever. And David Letterman sprayed him with a fire extinguisher, which is not great. And Richard Simmons had an asthma attack, like a really bad asthma attack.
Shit.
And so then after that, like he didn't talk to him for like 6 years because
It had to have been a setup.
I mean, that is kind of fucked up, like doing that. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
But
Letterman probably thought it was a good gag.
Yeah, but like I said, and like I said, and I get this. I get where Richard Simmons is coming from. Like he has this persona where he's like super over the top and he's just kind of funny and everything like that. But when he perceives that anyone's like making fun of him, he gets real sensitive about it. Which like I said, I get that because it comes from like insecurity and stuff. So I get that. But so if he perceived anyone was making fun of him, because I even saw like on this documentary, I think it was the TMZ one that I was watching, and they had Suzanne Summers on there who was friends with him, and she said, she's like, yeah, he sometimes thought that I was making fun of him, and he would get like really upset about it. She's like, but I wasn't though, like some of the stuff that I was saying. So he was real sensitive to that kind of stuff. But like I said, I get that. So that was just kind of like his personality, So, so there was that whole David Letterman thing. He did eventually go back on David Letterman. And then I think there was this, he went back on there later, and then there was this situation where they were trying to like cook something together and like something exploded, and Richard Simmons like fucking freaked out and like ran off, as you would when something exploded. But he didn't get mad about that. Like he kind of compared, he's like, oh my God, it's like Michael Jackson in the Pepsi commercial or whatever. Which, like I said, I think we talked about that on the Michael Jackson show where his hair caught on fire. Yeah. That was kind of like a big thing back in the time. But so, yeah. And okay. So what happened was that, so he had been, what I'm trying to set up is that he was a ubiquitous media presence. The dude was on all the talk shows. He was on other TV shows. He was fucking everywhere. He like, there was videos. There was like people dressed up as him for Halloween. It was just like, he was a cultural icon, right? Yeah, like some people would make fun and it was like a punchline and stuff like that. But it's just kind of like, he was super well known.
I remember even in middle school, people were making fun of fucking
Richard
Simmons. But people liked him though, but they would tease him.
Yeah. And he was real sensitive to the teasing, and I get that, but it's just kind of like...
what was funny about it is that he was an oddball for the time.
Yeah,
It's supposed to be a fitness show, and he's not all that fit. In those days, a fitness show, those motherfuckers were fucking jacked or fucking shredded. But that's not what his target was. So there was some... It took a while for the market to get used to what he was doing,
Yeah, I feel like he was kind of really ahead of his time, to be honest with you.
He was ahead of his time.
Because not only did he, whether willingly or unwillingly, like recognize a gap in the market.
Yeah.
As in, there's like a whole market for people that want to lose weight but are intimidated by gyms and like don't want to do, the standard fitness routines like you had like in the early 70s and just want like just to look like an average person, you know what I mean?
Right. Now, in the real world here in the United States, there's a bunch of gyms that tried that same strategy. It's called Planet Fitness.
Well, later. But I think they kind of like came off the back of that.
Planet Fitness is kind of like the modern day interpretation of Richard Simmons. But there's Planet Fitness are great gyms. They had a lot of fucking good equipment in there. The fucking everything looked good. They were painted well. They have all the machines you need. But they had a lot of stuff in there that turned off into guys that actually fucking were gym rats. They would do stuff like have free pizza night and shit. So you got people there trying to fucking lose weight, but they're giving them free pizza.
It's like, well, I'm at the gym. I'm eating pizza.
So really,
but I'm at the gym.
There's all kinds of Planet Fitness videos. You had people that were paying the membership to go to Planet Fitness, but then they would go there to they were renewing their fucking membership so they could get the free pizza and fucking hang out and just take up space in the gym and pretend like they were working out. There's videos of people, they don't know how to use the machines. They're not really working out.
Planet Fitness doesn't care. They're like, hey, these bitches are paying.
They just wanted
so
the 20, yeah.
They don't care.
Yeah. No, they do have instructors there that'll teach you how to use that. But
yeah.
But those people, a lot of the ones that are taking videos of, you can see them on YouTube. Just look up Planet Fitness YouTube. It's just crazy shit. And then they would have stuff on the walls like no creatine, as if creatine is a fucking illegal drug. And creatine is just a powder you can drink. It's what's in meat. It'll help like protein. It's supposed to like mimic protein. And then they're going no steroids and all the kind of shit. You know, no muscle heads and shit. Well, those dudes stopped coming. But that was actually a lot of that was actually a lot of the real market. If you have those guys coming, you kind of a real gym, you know. So that I got invited to one of the real gyms here. It's called Silverbacks. Silverbacks, to go to Silverbacks, you got to be on gear. You got to be on steroids, but those dudes are fucking huge. But here's the thing. It's $125 a month to go to fucking Silverbacks because it's a steroid distribution center and you're joining the fucking club and you can hang out with all the fucking huge dudes. And the girls that hang out. There's groupies that hang out in there. So it's a social club, a lot of gyms. Especially when you're talking at that level. So it's just, I ain't going to pay $125 to go to Silverbacks. I don't really care that much. But in the defense of fucking places like Planet Fitness and that strategy of just trying to dumb it down to the fucking lowest common denominator, Planet Fitness, you can get the membership, and that membership card is good all over the United States. You can go in there. And
they're trying to appeal to a wider audience, like people that wouldn't normally go to a gym because they're intimidated. The same demographic that Richard Simmons appealed to.
Yeah, there are pro bodybuilders, IFBB pro bodybuilders that have memberships at Planet Fitness because they're on tour and they're going places, and they know they can find one of those places and work out, and they're cheap, $20 a month. So there's something to it.
Yeah. But like I said, there's something to his kind of approach, like an everyman approach.
Yeah.
Where, you know, you weren't trying to get like super shredded or jacked or anything like that. You just wanted to
lose some weight and
look like a normal person without feeling like you weren't good enough or somebody was going to yell at you or something like that.
Yeah. Very, very entry. Entry fitness.
But it worked, like I said, and a lot of those
that's a market.
Yeah, and a lot of this, and that was an underserved market.
Yeah.
And like I said, willingly or not, he really seemed to tap into that. And I don't think it was calculated on his part. Yeah. He just seemed like a very empathetic person, and he had been through it himself. And so he just kind of came at it from that point of view. This is what saved my life. Yeah. Maybe this will save other people as well.
Well, he saw that there was a lot of people that would not enter the fitness market at all.
Yeah.
So he wanted
especially back then because it was a lot more.
Yeah, it was stringent, more. It was more of a narrow bandwidth. You already had to look good to go to a gym. A lot of times.
And that's I guess he kind of noticed that.
So he's just like, fucking okay. There's got to be a very entry level, and there was a market there. So and he helped people. So yeah,
I mean, honestly
supposedly help people.
Like I said, I kind of feel like, and I don't know what the exact numbers are, but considering that of all the shit that I watched and read and stuff like that about him, not a single person had a bad word to say about him. They all said he was a lovely fucking person, and that he would go to events. He always made himself very available to his fans. Like I said, you would write him a letter. You know, it's like, you know, I'm 300 pounds and I want to lose this weight and you're my last hope and I need help and stuff like that. He would write back. He would call you every fucking week. He went out of his fucking way to help these people. He didn't know them, really. And really not a lot of people would do that.
Yeah.
You know? So he was almost kind of like I was reading an article that said it's like, I know this is weird to say, but he's almost kind of like a saint.
Yeah.
Because it's just like he was very, very giving of his time and attention, and he would just spend hours and hours of his time.
Danny's talking about how home gyms are better because of just the sanitation and germs and shit. Yeah, we have a home gym here. It's all free weights. It's pretty good, but there's certain things to be said about big institutional type gyms because they have machines that can really focus on certain areas, and those machines are expensive. You know, especially things that are working on your back. You know, rows and fucking weird fucking lat exercises, and they have some machines that can really fucking speed up development in fucking target areas where you're not gonna really get that done too well in a home gym, and it's faster. You just put you just pull the fucking stake out and put it in how much weight you want and this and that. Free weights, man, you gotta unscrew shit and add weights, add plates to it and screw it all back together, and it gets old, man. I'm thinking about getting a membership up here. What's the name of that place? CJ something. What's the name of that fucking place?
I can't remember.
It's kind of like Planet Fitness.
Yeah.
And it's only
like a weird, like not a very memorable name.
Yeah, it's like a fake Planet Fitness, and I've seen a lot of people going in and out of there, but it's one of those $20 a month places, and I just want to go in there because they have machines. You can go through those machines quickly.
Yeah.
You just fucking, and they probably have couples rates. We probably have fun going down there. Just go down there in between your little jobs and just work out, you know, on some of those weird machines and come back in. It's right there behind
Waffle House.
The Waffle House. No, it was behind Burger King.
Okay.
No, not Burger King. Wendy's.
Oh, okay.
It's right there.
I thought there was a Waffle House there.
No,
too.
behind that there's a. It's down.
Like, yeah, you could work it at a gym and then go to fucking Waffle House.
Go to Waffle House and just eat all that shit.
Mm-mm.
When you're on gear though and you're working out, you could pretty much eat.
We're gonna have to. I told him, I was like, because we were thinking about Waffle House the other day, and he's
Yeah.
just kind of like, "Isn't there a Waffle?" I'm like, "Yeah, there's one. It's probably like 12 miles up the road, I think." I said, "I think it's across from Lowe's, like 12 miles up the road."
What do you want? Says, give me a half a dozen eggs, and I want 5 strips of bacon, and some hash browns.
I want a big waffle
and some toast
with.
Yeah,
I want a big waffle with like 4 or 5 eggs on it.
Yeah.
Maybe some fried chicken.
Yeah.
Also some grits.
Yeah. So bowl
and
of
some
grits.
toast.
No, grits suck at Waffle House.
Oh yeah, they do
Grits
kind
suck
of.
at Waffle
The grits are like, they don't really season them.
No.
You got to put shit in grits, otherwise it just
Grits
kind of
like
tastes
what?
like wallpaper paste.
I make fucking badass grits. Okay, we gotta get back. Gotta get back to the subject.
Tammy says, you don't hear of Jane Fonda calling anyone who bought her exercise tapes. Well, see, I think that's why, like I said, that was the big part of Richard Simmons' appeal, was that he seemed to become personally invested in every single person. And I don't even know how he had time to do that, because I'm sure that he received thousands of letters every week from people that were like, hey, I'm 300 pounds or 400 pounds or something, like, can you please help me? And it's just like the fact that he personally, as far as I could determine, personally wrote back and called these people and sometimes would go and visit them. Like, that blows my fucking mind. And somebody that at that point had made so much money from his Sweat Into the Oldies videos. Like I said, just his first Sweat Into the Oldies video, I don't know if you were in here when I said that, his first Sweat Into the Oldies video, he grossed $200 million just from that one.
Damn.
And he made a bunch of other ones. And that whole Deal-A-Meal thing that he did, I think it was Deal-A-Meal or the cards that he did, that was like another 140 million, something like that. So it's like, so he didn't need the money.
As ridiculous as this topic is, our fucking viewership is going up.
Well, it's a fascinating topic.
Yeah, they're going up. Yeah, we're not losing viewers.
Well, like I said, I kind of feel like it's weird because sometimes people suggest topics. I'm like, really? But then, like, when I start researching, I'm like, oh wow, this is actually really interesting. This is actually really interesting. Yeah. Well, and like the more I looked into, like I said, I knew who Richard Simmons was. Like I said, it's impossible not to.
Everybody can relate to this.
But but he's like a fascinating person because I found him a fascinating person. Because he's a huge celebrity. Like I said, I wouldn't even say celebrity. He's like a cultural icon, right? Just recognizable across generations. And the fact that somebody like that, like somebody so... I'm not... Like, he's like not... He's like the anti-celebrity a little bit. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, he's like over the top and he has like a persona and everything like that. But it's just like the fact that he was so approachable, I think. Like, he just did regular shit. Like, he just was really and seemed to genuinely care about like all the people that write, and like I can't really say that about a lot of other celebrities.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, a lot of celebrities will like hang out, like, yeah, I'll sign autographs and stuff.
He was a soft-hearted guy.
But and in a way, that's awesome. Like, we need more people like that. But in a way, I think that fucked him up in the end.
Yeah.
Because, like I said, if you're that empathetic, you're going to take everyone else's problems and it's going to become a burden on you. And I think that was maybe ultimately, and I see that, and I can see how that would happen. So what happened? And like I said, I wasn't even aware of this until somebody informed me about this, because I hadn't really thought about it. You know what I mean? I don't really keep up with celebrity news or anything like that. But apparently what happened, and I think it was, as far as I can recall, I think it was the day after Valentine's Day of 2014. So almost 10 years ago now. So it was February 15th, 2014. And the people who always came to Richard Simmons' class at Slimmons, his gym in Beverly Hills, he didn't show up. Now, as you might imagine, the people started becoming a little like concerned, because they were like, well, he's always here. He's always on time. He's always, you know, very, like I said, approachable. He's always calling people. He's always texting people. But it seemed like in around February of that time, he had actually been to an event. He was actually, I saw some footage of him from kind of like a public appearance or like a public event from January of that year of like 2014. And he seemed normal, like in the interview. He seemed like slightly more downbeat than usual, but like not anything that was like alarming or anything. But the fact that this one day in February in 2014, he just didn't show up to teach his classes. So a lot of his students, like, well, many of whom were regulars, they started to become alarmed. They're like, well, where did he go? Why is he not here? And so they thought that was a little bit weird. And as time went on, people started to get more and more worried, because it wasn't just a case of him not showing up for like public appearances anymore. Because another thing that he would do that he was very well known for. So, you know, if you're in LA, in Hollywood, and they do, you get on the tour bus and they go around to, they're like, hey, this is Leonardo DiCaprio's house or whatever the fuck. So it's like, so they do these tour bus things, and they would always, all of the tour bus companies would drive by Richard Simmons' house, because they said Richard Simmons, whenever a tour bus came by, he loved that shit. Like, he would wait at the window. Then when the tour bus came by, he would come out his house and talk to everybody in the tour bus. You know what I mean? And he would be like, hey, how you doing? It's like, how's, you know, who are you? Well, like, what's your name? And he would like socialize with everybody on the tour. He loved it. And he even said, like, he loved, like, socializing with all the people. So much so that there was, like, some footage, and I saw this on a documentary earlier. He came out his house when a tour bus came by, and he was talking to people on the tour bus. And a dude drove by, like, he was kind of like, ooh, yay. And, like, he kind of fell backward like that. And a dude was going by in his car and ran over his foot. And I think, like, broke the bones in his foot. And it was bleeding and everything.
Damn.
And, like, the guy stopped, and he, like, got out. And Richard Simmons was such a fucking trooper that he was just kind of like, no, it's fine. And he kept talking to the people on the bus. He had to go to the fucking hospital later because his fucking foot was broken and shit. But he was like talking to the people on the bus. And they talked to some on that podcast that I was listening to. They talked to like some tour bus drivers and stuff. And they said, oh my God, we would always drive by Richard Simmons' house because he would always come out. Like, he was our only like guaranteed celebrity sighting. Yeah. He loved it. Like, he would always come out and he would interact with everybody on the bus, and they fucking loved it. Like, he would just come out and put on a show and shit. So the fact that somebody like that, who was so well known in the area, so it would just disappear without telling anybody, was very unusual. Because they said it wasn't just a case of like him not showing up to his class, which was weird enough in itself. But he stopped doing the tour bus thing, like they never saw him anymore. He stopped calling all of the people that he had called before. He stopped calling his friends. He stopped calling his family. Like, his brother, Lenny, who still lives in New Orleans, he said, well, I still see him every now and then, but it's like I don't know why he disappeared. I don't know. Like, even his brother doesn't know. He's like, I guess that's his decision, but whatever. Like, he didn't really know the reason, and he was a little weirded out by it.
Did he physically change? Did he look different?
See, okay. So no one's entirely sure. So a couple of years go by, and everyone is just kind of like, what the fuck happened to, like, Richard Simmons? Like, he's not showing up at his classes anymore. Like, I think somebody else took them over. The place stayed open for 2 more years after his disappearance. But in 2016, it finally closed. And they had, like, kind of a big thing at the end. And Richard supposedly sent a message, like, on social media. It's like, oh, I didn't really want to come there and say goodbye and blah-de-blah. But he didn't show up. Like, his publicist showed up.
It makes me wonder, did he gain a bunch of weight?
Okay.
Okay.
I think not.
No? Good.
But something else might have happened. So here are the theories about it. So some of the theories that were swirling around. Kind of one of the main theories that was swirling around was that so he had this housekeeper. Like I said, he never, married or seemed like he was in any kind of, like, long-term relationship or anything. Yes, there have been a lot of speculations that he was gay. He's never admitted that. I imagine he probably is, but like I said, it's none of my business or whatever. One of the things that he said when he's asked about it was that he said, and this is a paraphrase, but this is pretty much what he said. He said, I don't have a lot to offer one person, but I have a lot to offer many people. He seemed like he was kind of, like I said, an introvert, kind of a loner. He liked his alone time, like when he wasn't on. Because as much as the persona of Richard Simmons, like the screamy, over-the-top thing with the crazy outfits and everything, I think that was him to an extent, but I also think it was, an act to a large extent also.
But it's his stage persona.
Sure. So I kind of feel like his real persona, and he actually kind of said this in not so many words, but he kind of implied, he's like, look, I'm a loner. He's kind of an introverted person. So, he just likes to kind of go to his house and hole up and not, like I said, he's an introverted person. You go out, you do all this stuff for other people, and then it drains you. So you have to kind of go back and be by yourself and recharge. So I get that. So he would kind of go back to his house. Like I said, he really loved his dogs. At one point, he had 8 Dalmatians. And his housekeeper, whose name was Teresa. Now, Teresa lived with him in his house for more than 30 years. She worked for him for more than 30 years. Now, the relationship between them, I don't think it was sexual or anything like that. But he did say that it was something like they were almost like a married couple in the sense that they'd been together for so long and they did so much. Like, he bought her a Mercedes, he bought her a house. He took care of her is what I'm saying. And she took care of him in turn, it seemed like. Now, after he disappeared in 2014 or disappeared from the public eye, there seemed to be some speculation that Teresa was controlling him somehow. So Richard Simmons had an assistant who was a Brazilian guy. His name was, I think, Moro. And who was also his masseuse. And they were, like, really good friends for, like, a really long time. Now, Moro says that he would come over to the house and that Teresa really, really did not like him for whatever reason. I don't really know why. And that at some point, prior, like right around 2014, Teresa told him to get out the house and never come back. And Moro said, allegedly, that when he asked Richard Simmons, is Teresa, like, controlling you, or is she running the shit? Richard Simmons said yes. I don't know if this is true. This could be just something that Moro was saying. There was, like, a little bit of an interview with him on one of the podcasts I was listening to. I will note, too, that Moro wrote a book. Well, I don't even know if I call it a book, because I think it was only 50 pages. But it was called, what was it called? King Rich and the Evil Witch, I think was what it was called. It was like a fairy tale.
Right.
But it was very obviously about Richard Simmons and her, about Teresa. Now, So Morrow's allegation is that Teresa is controlling Richard Simmons through black magic.
Okay.
Like, to do what she wants. And that her end game is to, like, be, like, to get all his shit, like, when he dies or whatever.
Okay.
So, that's kind of that's where he's coming from with it. Now...
Santeria.
Yeah.
Or something like that.
That's kind of that's how he's coming at
Okay.
it. And I'm not... Okay. I think he does actually believe that. Like, just from listening to him talk, he doesn't seem like he's trying to scam or nothing like that.
She's Mexican or Brazilian?
She's Mexican.
Okay, then not Santeria.
He's Brazilian.
Yeah, okay.
She's Mexican.
Okay.
But from what I could determine, like, everyone else who knew him, like, knew Richard Simmons and knew her, because, like I said, she's worked for him for 30-odd years.
Yeah.
And he compares her to, like, a wife. Like, she lives in his house. You know what I mean? And does everything for him. And he does shit for her too. Like, he cooks for her and buys her cars and shit like that.
They're buddies.
Yeah. So
I don't believe it's sexual though.
And most people said it probably is not.
Yeah.
But most people said she is not that kind of person. Like, she would never do anything like that. But there was enough suspicion about it that, okay, so Morrow, I can't remember what year this was. It might have been 2016 or 2017. He called the LAPD and asked them to do, like, an elder abuse, like a welfare check.
Yeah.
Because he thought, like, something nefarious was going on. Which, like I said, is not weird because the guy that did the podcast, Dan, he was a friend of Richard's. Like, so much so, like, he started going to his class and, like, became friendly. He'd been to dinner at his house and shit like that. So he was, like, buddies. And he knew where his house was. So he's like, at some point, they built a fence around the house, which hadn't been done before. And you couldn't really get in. So he's like, so he tried to go to the house, and they recorded it, like, for the podcast. Mm-hmm. And Teresa would not let anybody in. So a lot of people started thinking that she was, like, the gatekeeper, and she was, like, not letting anybody see him for whatever reason. And people started thinking it was for, like, nefarious reasons. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, and I don't know. So, like, so the dude, you know, Teresa and Morrow did not like each other. I get that. I don't know how much stock I want to place in his. It does sound like he believes it, that she is controlling him somehow. And people got weirded out because when that shit started coming out about that, because the podcast, I think, came out in 2017. So when that podcast came out, people started, like, worrying about it. And they're just like, well, maybe she is, like, controlling him or something like that. So what?
So what year was it where he started to pull away from his...
2014. He did.
Okay.
Well,
So
it wasn't just pulling away. He disappeared.
Disappeared. It's 2014. How old was he during that time?
Probably
60-something?
Well, he's 75 now.
Yeah.
So he was in his 60s.
60s, yeah. So he just...
Because that was like 9 years ago.
That's pretty old. 60s. Okay.
And he had made it, like I said, he made a public appearance in January of 2014, like at some kind of, I think it was like a charity event or something like that.
There was nothing unusual up right up until he disappeared.
Not really. They said the only weird things that had happened were that, you know, he seemed like a little more, when he was interviewed, and I saw the footage from it, from like a month before he disappeared or something. Like he was at a public event. Like I said, it was some kind of charity event or some kind of big social thing. And he seemed pretty normal. He seemed slightly more downbeat than usual, but not anything like alarming or nothing. Now, some people had said that prior to him disappearing, that he had posted on, because he had like, you know, social media, and he had like a website, like, or you know, thing where people would comment like on the boards or whatever. Mm-hmm. And like that he almost sounded like, because some of them thought that he sounded like suicidal. So they got kind of worried, like I said, when they couldn't hear, like when they didn't hear from him anymore. So a lot of people were kind of like alarmed that maybe he was thinking about taking his own life or something, because a lot of people that knew him well knew that, you know, this, you know, over the top, like joyful persona that he put out was not exactly what he was really like. That he struggled with depression and that he had other things going on. So some people were worried that he was maybe thinking about taking his own life. So that was another thing that caused people concern, especially when he fell off the grid like that. Because like I said, it wasn't just that he stopped showing up in public. He stopped contacting everybody. Like even his closest friends, like they would text him like, hey man, what, where are you, or what's going on? And he wouldn't answer, which was very unusual.
Yeah.
Because he was usually very connected. So understandably, like people got really upset. So the cops, so Morrow called in a welfare check, he called it an elder abuse check. You know what I mean? Like go in there and check. And we haven't heard from him in a while. And we were like afraid that she's controlling him. Now the cop that went there claimed that he went there and talked to Richard Simmons, like at the house for like an hour, hour and a half, something like that. And that Richard Simmons seemed fine. And that he did not seem under any duress. He seemed quite healthy, quite fit. And that nothing nefarious appeared to be going on. But a lot of people didn't really buy that just because, like I said, you have to think this is a dude that's been like so visible.
Yeah, and he gave no explanation why he's not calling anybody back.
Right. And see, like I said, if he had just just ducked out of private life, I don't think anyone would have blamed, or public life. I don't think anyone would have blamed him because, look, that's a lot of burden to put on a person.
Yeah, but your personal friends and shit.
But just like your friends and your family and stuff like that. Because, like I said, his brother, they interviewed his brother on the podcast, his brother Lenny. His brother Lenny said, I saw him at Christmas. Like, we went to his house at Christmas or something like that, and he seemed okay. But it's like, but even his brother didn't know why he just stopped talking to everybody. Now, speculation. Okay, so the main thing, the wildest theory, was that the housekeeper was controlling him, and when that allegation started to get out, like in 2016 or 2017, someone, it did sound like Richard Simmons, called the Today Show. Like when it was on. No visual, but, called his voice. Yeah. And said, all this stuff about my housekeeper, she's lovely. Like, she's been with me all this time. It's like, I'm totally fine. I just wanted to get out of the spotlight for a while. I just want to do some stuff for me and blah, blah, blah. Don't worry about me, yada, yada. But the fact that, one, he wouldn't go on video and that it was just his voice, people got even more suspicious because they're like, well, what if she's holding a gun to his head? Or what if he's under duress of some kind? Because people, here's the thing, people, I know that if you just want to disappear, if you want to just do a Greta Garbo or something like that, that's...
She disappeared?
Well, she didn't, but she's retired, and her famous quote was, I want to be alone. You know what I mean? Okay. So people say he did a Garbo. And that is your prerogative. You're a person, you don't want to talk to people anymore. That is entirely up to you. You're an adult. But I think that people were upset because he was so much a part of so many people's lives that they kind of felt, I don't know if I want to go so far as to say betrayed, but they felt like, look, he was so much in my life, he was helping me. He was almost like a therapist. He called me every week and we talked all the time. And then suddenly he's not doing that and he didn't explain why. I think people felt like he had so I kind of feel like it felt like a betrayal to them a little bit, especially ones that were really close with him and stuff. And the guy that did the podcast, who was a fairly close friend of his, he said he kind of felt like that too. He's like, look, I get that everybody has a right to just fucking check out. They don't owe me anything. Obviously, I don't own that person. But the fact that they just kind of disappeared with no explanation is a little bit troubling. And he's like, and I'd like to think that if I did some shit like that and I was having some issues and I was having a time and I just said, fuck this, I'm going to go away and not, he's like, I'd like to think that people would care enough about me to check that I was okay. So he was kind of trying to balance maybe, whether Richard Simmons wanted his privacy and just didn't want to fuck with it anymore, which, like I said, is totally his prerogative, with people who loved him actually being genuinely concerned about his welfare. Maybe he's depressed. Maybe he was suicidal. Maybe he needs help, and we need to reach out to him to do that. And the fact that they can't is very upsetting for them. So you really kind of have to like balance both the things. You know what I'm saying? So, like I said, even though Morrow, the assistant / masseuse, he seemed convinced that Teresa, the housekeeper, was somehow controlling Richard Simmons. Either through, he thought it was through witchcraft, but you know what I mean. But it could have been like I said, through force or other ways. And some other people thought that too, because it's like, well, maybe, like I said, maybe he's making these statements under duress. Another thing that was suspicious was that he still has like all his social media accounts, and every now and then there would still be posts on there, but some of the posts seemed like they weren't posted by him, and like sometimes there'd be photos or videos posted, but they were old. You know what I mean? Like, it's like, oh, I posted this photo, blah, de blah, like with this thing on it, but the photo was like 4 years old or something like that because it had already been posted. So I don't really know if he was doing that or if other people were doing that. And then I think in 2016, 2017, or maybe it was actually later than that, but they actually started reposting a lot of his old sweating with the oldies and all that stuff kind of videos, because they said, oh, well, during the pandemic, we know everybody like wanted to see his stuff for comfort, and we know he's not around anymore, so it's just kind of like, here's all this old stuff that we're posting, and yay, the people are still enjoying it and stuff. But people also thought that was suspicious, because there's like, well, there's no new footage of him, you know? So people kind of thought that was also sort of fishy.
By the way, Mike Bowser.
Yeah.
That's David June.
Oh, is it really?
Yeah,
oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's right, I forgot.
Yeah.
I forgot.
Yeah, he messaged me. He says, it's me.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
But yeah, so that was kind of the main thing. I don't know if I buy that. She does seem, from everything that I've read about Teresa, she does seem very, I think the word that some people used was gruff. But the cops went there to do a welfare check, and they said that he was fine, and they said they interviewed them both in separate rooms in case like some shit was going on. And they didn't seem to think anything was sketchy was going on. That was the first time that
some kind of relationship happened.
Yeah, maybe. I'm not really sure.
I wouldn't say a sexual relationship. There's some kind of friendship thing that he just...
Yeah, I mean, like I said, she'd worked for him for decades. Yeah. And they seemed like... And she's the only person that lives there. Her and the dogs. He doesn't have a partner. He doesn't have kids or nothing like that. So...
Could be that Simmons just said, fuck it, I don't want to deal with anybody else. I'm done. Maybe it's something like that.
Which, like I said, is totally
might be
understandable.
Right.
Like, I get it.
So I don't want to talk to anybody else. I want to just fucking forget all that.
Because if
they got people that just walk away from their lives they never seen again, probably committed suicide. You don't fucking know.
I mean, Jesus Christ, if anybody has the right to do that, he does.
Yeah.
Because he spent 40 fucking years of his life just giving, like to other people.
And it could be kind of something like suicide, but you don't actually kill yourself. You just sit up in your house amongst all that fucking wealth. Eat and watch shit and just become a recluse. Just might be that.
Yeah. And like I said, he did seem to have those kind of reclusive tendencies before, because I saw an interview with him when he was young. Yeah. And he said that he was very reclusive, that he wasn't really into like partying or anything. He was just kind of like hanging out in his house all the time. So, yeah. So after the Missing Richard Simmons podcast came out, which is actually really good. You can listen to it on Apple Podcasts. I listened to it early. It's like six episodes. So it's like 3 hours, something like that. After that came out, like, Richard Simmons called the Today Show and said, no, I'm fine. Nothing's wrong, blah, blah, blah. But he didn't explain, like, anything. He just said, I'm fine. I'm not missing. So, like I said, the LAPD did visit his house in spring of 2017 and said, he's fine. He's just doing what he wants to do. He's doing his business. Like, leave him alone. Now, he was hospitalized a couple of times in this time period. One time was for quote-unquote severe indigestion. Not sure what that was about. The other time, I think, was for quote-unquote erratic behavior. I don't know what that's about either. But the thing about it was that whenever he went, he would always have all these people around him, and they put a blanket, like, all the way over him. Like, all you could see was, like, his shoes. So he didn't, like, want to be seen, I guess. Now, then, in early, I believe it was early 2017, the fucking National Enquirer, because you know how fucking classy they are, they come out with this big front page thing that Richard Simmons disappeared because he's transitioning into a woman, and now he wants to be called Fiona. And there was like a really bad Photoshop of Richard Simmons like laying on a gurney or something, like with women's hair or whatever.
That's a good idea, though. I gotta say that's,
Which
that's a good story.
That's right in the Inquirer's wheelhouse.
Like Inquirer. That's good for Inquirer. That's a good story.
So they put this like right on the front
Nobody
page.
takes Inquirers seriously, by the way.
I mean, I would hope not.
The Sun, too.
I would hope not.
It's just it's kind of a gag newspaper.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure there are some dumbasses that do take it seriously, but probably like more dumbasses that I want to think. But yeah, so they put that on the front page. Now, according to the TMZ documentary that I saw, like a friend of his actually was able to call him up and said, "Hey, saw the Inquirer about you," and Richardson was like, "Yeah," and he's like, So he didn't really think it was true. Yeah. But he's like, so are you becoming a woman? He's like, no, obviously. He's like, yeah, I didn't think so. And so what happened with that was that Richard Simmons, actually, he didn't come out of hiding or anything, but he did file a lawsuit against the Inquirer for libel.
Yeah.
Now,
he got mad over that?
Well, yeah. Well, and I can understand that. But the thing about it, so it goes to, he didn't show up in court or anything. But it goes to court, and the judge threw it out. Or actually, he made Richard Simmons pay, like, the court costs and stuff, like, for the Inquirer. Because the judge's argument, which I kind of agree with, but I kind of don't. The judge said, well, being accused of being transgender, is not bad. So it's not like, he's like, I don't want to validate people's prejudices against transgender people by like legalizing it in a sense, which I get that. And that is kind of an admirable stance. But then like people that are actually transgender are like, what are you talking about? Like, it is kind of, because the whole argument that Richard Simmons lawsuit was making was that, well, you're opening me up to ridicule and hatred and stuff like that. The judge was trying to argue, well, being transgender isn't inherently bad. So he's like, yeah, I understand that people do hate those people, and that does open you up to ridicule, but not enough that you should win a lawsuit against it for being accused of that, because it's not bad inherently. So I get that. But like the transgender community was kind of like, yeah, but we do kind of get fucked with. So, maybe you should have, but I don't know. But like Richard Simmons did actually have to kind of pay like national, so he wasn't like happy about that. I'm not really sure how I fall on that, because it seems like a shitty, I don't know. And this is obviously not to the same extent, but like every now and then, like in the YouTube comments, I also get accused of being a man for whatever reason.
I laugh.
I got another one the other day. Like yesterday or 2 days ago.
It's probably based on your comments.
I can't. No, well, I don't even remember what video it was on.
Okay.
I think it was one that I did by myself. But yeah, so I do get that every now and then.
What did you say?
I don't remember. I'll show you tomorrow. I don't remember.
Fucking,
it is kind of funny. Well, I usually just ignore it because I'm just kind of like, okay, whatever, lame person.
Well, you got your voice, and they don't realize you're 51. I think they expect you to be like fucking 21 or 31 or something. That's part of it. But here's the thing. America and the West, fucking, North America, I don't think Europe so much. They're having like fucking tranny shock. I grew up in Brazil.
I don't understand why people are just so like, get the fuck over it. Yeah. Jesus Christ. Why are people so worried about it? I don't get it.
I grew up in Brazil. All right, fucking, back in the 80s.
I'm just open, like whatever, man.
In Sao Paulo, man, Sao Paulo was fucking known for the fucking best fucking transsexuals in the goddamn world. When I was there, the reigning supermodel, her name was Roberta Clossi, all right, and she was transgender. You can just look her up. She's still good looking, but she was a supermodel. If you were in the clubs in Sao Paulo and a girl was giving you some action, trying to come your way, and she's a little bit too aggressive, but she was hot as shit, you started to immediately suspect that she was transgender. Because really they were, in those days, they were fucking better. On the average, they were a lot better looking than the average what do you call them? Fucking biological woman. Just they still got them today, man. Fucking look up Bruna Butterfly. You'll see what I'm talking about. You see what I'm talking about?
I don't get, like, people are so fucking narrow bandwidth, man. It's just kind of like,
Yeah,
whatever.
a dude can take fucking
It's fine.
hormones and fucking test and fucking steroids
really
and
not
work out
bothered.
and become hyper masculine, more of a man than biologically possible. Okay. A male can do the same thing with female hormones, knowing what they're doing. They just become more and yeah, there's surgeries involved and stuff to get the fucking bottom of the jaw right and this and that. It also depends on when they do this. In Brazil, they were doing this clandestinely because it was an anarcho tyranny. You can buy whatever drug you wanted, you could get whatever you wanted. The laws didn't matter if you had money. So most of those girls never went through a male puberty. They were females by 13, 14, taking female hormones. So they never went through them. There was no skeletal issues. Is it healthy? I don't know. They seem to live long enough, but you have to keep up with that. That's
well, and I
that's
think
hormonally
they're aware of
Yeah.
what they have to do.
They know what they
keep
have to
up
do,
with
right,
it,
yeah.
You know. So it's just kind of, I don't know. It's weird. Like, Tammy makes the point they were lying about him. Yeah, and that's the
Yeah.
thing. I don't think it was a
Yeah.
case of, like, I understand, like, I agree with the judge saying it's like, well, being transgender isn't inherently bad, so it's just like calling you that isn't insulting you necessarily. But they were lying about him because he wasn't actually transitioning, so it's just kind of like, I don't know. That's kind of like a legal gray area,
Yeah.
I guess. I mean, it's still kind of liable if they're like making shit up about you, though, right?
the weird thing about.
I think that you
Yeah.
have to prove that to prove libel, because it's in the U.S. I think the laws are more stringent at least in the U.K. But in the U.S., to prove libel, you not only have to prove people can lie about you all day long, like nobody cares, but you have to prove that if they lied about you or what they said about you, like, damaged your reputation enough that you couldn't make money, or like you had some kind of like shit happen to you, like your wife left you or whatever the fuck. Like, you have to prove some kind of like concrete thing that happened to you, like as a result of the lie that they told about you. So it can't just be, oh, they lied about me, because that happens all day long. You have to prove some kind of like concrete result that happened because of the lie that they told about you.
Well, next time they come at you with the trans things, just send them your fucking mini vids and just say, fucking watch a video and see. Make sure, make some money off of them. Those are fucking saps anyway. I think it's just funny.
It is. It's just. It's odd.
It's funny.
It's just. Like I said, I'm not offended.
Yeah.
It's just odd that I keep getting that. I'm like, it's just like, is this some weird offhand way of you like wanting to see like a photo of like me not having a dick?
The videos are out there.
Because I don't.
Videos are out there.
Like I said, there's videos out there.
Videos out there.
If you really want to know.
Slamming the hell out of it. It's all good. We got better ones coming.
Yeah.
I
I really don't have a dick and never have had one.
Well, you could go back in time, like from fucking 2 or 3 years ago, and her voice didn't sound like that. But like I said, that's temporary. Once certain things are done, she can come on. She's nowhere near where
And like I said, the
where it
thing
would be
about my
permanent.
voice, like I know we bring it up a lot, but honestly, I didn't really. I'm not saying I didn't notice it, because I did.
Yeah.
But it didn't bother me until people started bringing it up.
Well, you brought it up too.
No, the reason I brought it up was because
Okay.
other people started
Yeah.
bringing it up.
I
And then I
remember
was like,
that-
oh, I guess that's a thing.
If
now.
you look at all your top fitness girls, their fucking voices are fucking rougher than hers.
I mean, I don't mind
Yeah.
my voice,
Yeah.
actually. But
Bakar Naviva's voice is like twice as rough as that. And Bakar, you would never confuse her for a fucking man. She looks like a fucking leopard. She doesn't look like a human almost. She's fucking looks like a damn cartoon character. She looks like something out of a superhero novel. But she's gonna have a rough voice. And that's just what it's gonna do to you.
yeah, Bryce said, if I got accused of being transgender, I honestly wouldn't care. I don't really care either. I just think it's like weird. Well, And I don't think it's weird because I'm being accused of transgender. I think it's weird because other people would care.
Yeah.
That's why I think it's weird. Like, and that you would care enough to comment on the video of someone you don't even know.
Some dudes
like, why would you take the time? That's very, very strange to me.
In the
very
fitness,
strange. Why would you care that much?
I found in the fucking enhanced
Bizarre.
fitness scene, there are a lot of the audience is very insecure males.
Yeah, clearly.
They're little balls of estrogen. All right. And compared to you, yeah, you would be a man compared to them. That's how.
Yeah, because I'll beat your fucking ass.
That's how low their testosterone levels are.
I'll beat your fucking ass, and then I'll shame you about your lack of knowledge about horror movies. That's how
some
I'm
of these younger
roll.
guys, you look at them and it doesn't look like they went through puberty properly, and you're like, and they talk and it sounds like a woman, you know, which when I was on Tren was disgusting, you know, to see dudes like that. I wanted to kill them and rape them.
Yeah, that was a whole other thing. We've talked about that on our show.
Trend makes you fucking crazy, all right? And it was only towards really weak men. You just wanted them gone. You wanted to just stomp them into fucking jelly, you know? It's a very mind-altering fucking hormone. Do not take Trend.
Yeah, we've said that before.
Yeah, do not take Trend.
Bryce says, I always get accused of being straight. Mike Bowser says, I don't know, Jenny's voice sounds the same. It's like, I constantly listen to Mammoth Mountain Poltergeist to go to sleep. Like, I did the audiobook several years back, and it's pretty similar. Yeah, I didn't really think it was that different. Like I said, it didn't occur to me until people started bringing it up.
Yeah.
In comments and, like, in person. Like, a friend of ours said something about it to me.
That girl there has other issues. She brought that up. I know who you're talking about.
Yeah, you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
And then it just kind of made me feel, I was like, what? Well,
she wanted to combat weight. All right. And when it came down to injecting things, she started to go like, well, I don't know if I want to do that. And then she goes, there's got to be bad side effects somewhere. And she goes, Jenny's voice did change. And I said, yeah, but if she didn't do that, she'd probably be fat like you.
Did you really say that?
No, but that's what I was thinking.
Oh, shit.
Without that, she would be fat
You're
like you.
You're such a bitch, Tom.
Because, because once a woman gets beyond a certain age, the hormones just aren't there to fucking process food.
I'm not bothered. I mean, to be honest, I've never been the girliest of girls. Ever since.
You're a tomboy.
Ever since. I don't know if I'd go that far, because I kind of feel like tomboy is more like, oh, I'm going to go play baseball, and fuck that. I don't like sports or nothing like that. But I was always into kind of like boy shit. I was always into like horror movies and science and shit like that, which,
still, that was all a good thing.
Sadly is kind of considered boy stuff.
Yeah, that's all a good thing though, because fucking I had a lot more in common with you. And look, I'll tell you one thing is that dealing with Jen, she's a woman. She has some female idiosyncrasies. But a lot of her is like dealing with the dude, which is a good thing because you can reason with her. And like hyper feminine women, you can't reason with them. They're just.
Well, I can't reason with them either.
Yeah, she can't reason with them. She knows exactly.
I can't hang with super girly girls.
Yeah, super girly girls are just.
They get on my fucking nerves.
Yeah.
Well, and like super dudely dudes get on my fucking nerves also. I don't really like people that are like one extreme or the other in that sense. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Sometimes the super dudely dudes, like you're talking about, aren't all that doodly when you get down to the bottom of it.
Well, that's why I can't hang with them because it's all it's covering for insecurities and I can't really hang with
when I was talking about earlier, when I was talking about hormones and hypermasculinity, a lot of these dudes that are on this shit, you look at, they're fucking huge, right? Those dudes cry at the movies. They're very hormonal and shit. Sensitive.
That's okay.
They'll attack you because you hurt their feelings. It's because fucking there's a lot of hormones going on in there. And nice guys, they're actually nice. They're not, but I have a different sympathetic abilities with them because I know what they're taking. You know,
I would. You know what? I would rather a dude that saw like a sad movie. Yeah. Like a dog got killed or something. Which don't do that in movies. And that dude cried. Yeah. And then he owned it. Yeah. Don't pretend you didn't cry. That's fucking sad.
Well, when you're taking a lot of gear,
that's a human reaction.
Yeah. When you're taking a lot of gear,
don't be ashamed of that.
Taking a lot of gear, you're going to have estrogenic reactions and progesteronic actions. And high levels of progesterone aren't really normal in guys. That's more normal.
Don't pretend you don't feel shit.
Right. Make you kind of sensitive.
But see, I like that.
Yeah.
I don't like people that are like overly sensitive. Well, nobody likes that. I don't like girls that are overly sensitive.
Yeah.
I don't like dudes that are overly sensitive.
Yeah.
But I don't like people that pretend they don't feel anything either.
Yeah.
Because I kind of feel like that's a dude thing. It's just like, oh, that movie wasn't scary or that wasn't sad or whatever. It's just like, fuck that. I don't. And like I said, feel emotions.
Yeah.
Emotions are human. It's fine.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, don't go like crazy with it.
Yeah. Yeah. That's what I was saying. You know, gym bros are emotional.
That's okay. Honestly, and I'm gonna say, as much as I never want you to take Tren ever fucking again, seriously, don't ever do that.
No, it's not worth it.
There was one thing I did kind of like. You call it simpy, but it's like I did kind of like that you. It almost kind of like opened you up to feeling emotions more like a woman would feel, I guess, if you want to put it that way.
Well, it's everything at once.
Well, you became more empathetic toward, because when I explained to you, it's like, because you explained, oh, I'm feeling like this, and I was like, oh, you know, women feel like that most of the time. Yeah. You know what I mean? And the fact that you were able to, you're like, oh, you understood it, I think that kind of like widened your bandwidth some. Yeah. Because I found you much easier to deal with after you went off that shit. Yeah. Never again. Thank you very much, Bryce.
What did he say?
He gave us $10. Thank you very much. I listened to an old movie review you guys did, Burnt Offerings. Oh my god, I love that fucking movie. And the book is great too. If you've never read the book, Robert Marasco wrote the book. Please read it. Your voice didn't sound different to me. Your accent sounded more like the Hodge twins through Love the Show. Just tuned in. I honestly I don't. And Tammy said I didn't really notice until I watched your old shows. Yeah, like every now and then, I don't usually watch our old shows, but every now and then, like I'll hear like old shows, like it was slightly higher, but it's like I don't know, I'm not bothered. Yeah, it's just it's weird to me that
the Hodge twins. That's a good observation. If you don't know who the Hodge twins are, they're two ex-Marine twins. They're ex-fitness guys, and the comedians, and they're from Alabama. And their accent is very Delta, Mississippi Delta sounding. Mississippi and Alabama sound similar. They're mixed guys. They're black guys. They would be considered black in the South. But my dad and all of his friends sound exactly like that. And that's the way people in the deep South sound. Doesn't really matter their color. If you were to hear my dad on the phone or those guys, you wouldn't be able to know who was what color. It's a lot of blackisms are more like southernisms more than anything else. They just kind of spread out everywhere.
That is true.
And so, but where it came from was Mississippi and Alabama, and a lot of it actually you can trace it back to fucking Scotland. Archaic Scotland and Ireland and northern,
which is weird to think about.
It's really the diction that we use, a lot of the terminology that we use actually comes from Scotland, 1600s, in the middle of fucking clan warfare. You know, thousands of years of fucking mutual murder between families, and that's a lot. That's really kind of what the South sprang from. Even in the old days in the 1800s, it was more like pre-industrial. It was more kind of like feudal Japan than it was the North or America. South is very interesting, especially those two states, Mississippi, Alabama, Louisiana, Florida Panhandle, also about the same thing.
AKA Alabama South.
Yeah. Kentucky and Tennessee were almost kind of refined.
Or the Redneck Riviera. Yeah, they also call it that.
Kentucky and Tennessee were considered like refined and civilized. And Virginia, that was compared to Mississippi and Alabama. But good people. Good people. Just a different way of doing things.
Well, you know. But yeah, so there was that. So there was a whole lawsuit. Like I said, Richard Simmons, I guess he kind of lost it because even though technically, as Tammy said, they did lie about him because he wasn't transitioning, the judge, like I said, didn't want to validate the prejudices by saying that that was a bad thing. Which, like I said, is kind of, like I said, I agree with that, but I don't agree with making Richard Simmons pay the fucking court costs for the National Enquirer because fuck that. They should have just thrown it out is what they should have done. if they were going to go that route. But yeah.
No, it wasn't like Sonny Bean and the Cannibal Family. The South had food. They didn't have to cannibalize people.
I mean, I've never eaten a person
No, South had a lot of food.
that you know of.
Yeah. South was paradise.
Tom's probably eaten a person.
No, I haven't eaten anybody. But the
Yet.
South, not yet. I had to be real desperate. I'd have to be real desperate.
Or real mad.
Or real mad. Yeah. I'd have to really despise you. For that.
Yeah.
For me to go
I
full
could think
Hannibal.
of some people that I'd be mad enough
Yeah.
at to eat. Sure.
And it would have to be outside the realm of law and order. You'd have
Yeah.
to be. I'd have to be in the apocalypse because I wouldn't want to be held accountable for that.
Yeah, if there's a zombie apocalypse, oh, I'm absolutely eating people.
Yeah.
I don't have a
I got
don't
high
have a problem
protein
with
requirements, man. You like those dudes down in
that. Tom's gonna, even after the zombie apocalypse,
Yeah.
Tom is gonna keep working out.
Yeah.
So if he can't
Yeah.
get protein one way, he's gonna
Yeah.
get it somehow.
It's gonna be like Terminus.
Just
Fucking on
say.
fucking Walking Dead.
He's gonna say it. He's gonna have a grill and everything.
Yeah.
But I don't blame you. I'd probably do the same. You know what I mean? But like I said, you got to be a real asshole.
I dress it up so it wouldn't look human or anything, and debone everything, and make nice fillets. And
Just get some like
roast
fucking
and-
thigh or ass meat or something. It doesn't look
just
like a person.
deer, dressing deer.
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. Like I said, you'd have to be a real ass. I'm not going to do that to nice people. I'll just do that to assholes. So you know what I mean? Unless I said, unless I get real hungry. But yeah, so he sued the Inquirer. Unfortunately, he lost, even though, like I said, I kind of agree with the judge's reasoning on that, but I don't agree that Richard Simmons should have had to pay the court costs for the Inquirer, because that's kind of shitty. But, you know, I see where he's coming from, but I don't know if I get it. Now, there was another lawsuit filed in June of 2018, and he apparently sued, like I said, he didn't show up in court or anything, but he sued a private investigator because by this point he'd been missing. This was 2018, so he'd been missing for 4 years, and people were starting to get curious about like where he was, and the fact that, like I said, he had previously been so visible, and he had like all these friends that were worried about him, and so some people were hiring private investigators or having the cops go over and stuff like that. So this private investigator allegedly put a tracking device on a car that Richard Simmons supposedly used, and so he sued him for that. Now, I think that this, well, at least as far as Richard Simmons had alleged, this investigator had maybe been hired by a magazine, I think it was In Touch Weekly, to put this thing on his car, like to see where he was going and stuff. So they actually kind of like, he actually ended up filing a criminal complaint. But I guess they let the shit go forward. I don't really know how that one ended up, but there's that whole thing. So the thing about it, like nobody, his closest friends, his family, everything like that, didn't really hear from him much after 2014. He completely fell off the grid. By all accounts, he was still in his house. So in a sense, he wasn't like missing. That's why I put like disappeared in, you know, quotes, or bunny rabbit ears, if you prefer the Eddie Izzard terminology. But he really wasn't seen outside anymore, and he wasn't like contacting anybody. Now, TMZ did a documentary about it in 2022. It's on Hulu if you want to watch it. I watched it earlier this morning. Now, their allegation, they did kind of get into the whole, you know, maybe his housekeeper is holding him hostage, or, you know, or he's transitioning or whatever. And they kind of like dismissed those. They thought what the deal was that, here's one thing. Now, according to TMZ, I don't know if this is absolutely true or not, because I think the TMZ documentary is the only place that I heard this. But Richard Simmons apparently, allegedly, was born with a birth defect, in the sense that he didn't have, what was it? He didn't have like all the bones in his feet or something. So I don't know. So he had something like wrong with the bones in his feet or whatever. Like, and it's a birth defect, so he's had it for like a long time. So because of this, like, he's always had problems with his knees. And a lot of his students that went to Slimmons said the same thing, that he was always having problems with his knees. Now, he had apparently had a knee replacement on one of his knees. I believe it was his right one. And I don't remember what year it was, but it was like a few years back. And so that had kind of, sort of healed up and stuff. But he really, really hated surgery. But the thing about it was that the other knee also needed surgery, and he really, really didn't want to do it. And at this point, he was like walking with a cane, allegedly. This is what some people have been saying. So the fact that he couldn't really walk all that well anymore, because the doctors were saying, well, hey, if you don't get this other knee replacement, you might not be able to exercise anymore, and you might not be able to walk anymore. And he was getting upset about that. And there was also, like, about a few weeks to a month before he disappeared, his last dog, because like I said, he had 8 Dalmatians. His last dog, Hattie, who was 17 years old at the time, passed away. And that was pretty much, I mean, they were like, the dogs were like his family, you know what I mean? Which, I get that. We have cats and they're like our children also. So the fact that every time one of them died, like, he just was inconsolable about it. And the fact that this was his last one, a lot of people thought that was a big factor as well. And actually, the dude that did the podcast, he said that was the last email he got from Richard Simmons, was when Hattie died. He sent him an email. It said, I'm sorry to inform you, like, Hattie passed away, like, I need some time, or something like that. And that was the last time he ever heard from him, like, back in 2014. So some people have said, well, maybe that was contributing as well. And some people have looked back and said, he was kind of talking about maybe bowing out prior to that, like some kind of cryptic things that he said prior to that maybe he was just kind of like gonna duck out or whatever. They did keep Slimmons open for 2 years after he disappeared, with other people filling in for his classes. And they said it was weird because they kept putting up new signs. Like, there'd be a sign and it would be like, Richard's knee is fucked up, and it's like, he can't be, like, he'll be back next month. And it's like, but they kept replacing it and he never showed up. You know what I mean? So finally in 2016, they announced they were closing it, and a lot of people were like upset about it. So a bunch of people like turned up for the last class, and they were kind of like, oh, do you think Richard's going to show up or whatever? But he didn't. Like, his publicist showed up. It was like, oh, Richard's fine. He didn't want to be here today because he doesn't really like goodbyes. Like, he'll get all upset and everything. And so he never showed up. And that was the thing, too. Like I said, there was still shit going on social media. And he did post something about that. Like, oh, I don't want to come because, my eyes will get all red and I'll get all upset about it. I don't like goodbyes and blah, blah, blah. But it's just kind of like, I don't know. Some people thought that it didn't really sound like him or something. And like I said, a lot of the stuff that was posted on his social media was old stuff. Like, there were pictures that were like several years old, or videos that were like really old. So people started getting concerned about it. But as far as anyone knows, like, no one's really seen him. Now, there has been some allegations that he's been going out for walks or going out to the beach or something like that, but maybe in some kind of disguise where nobody recognizes him. Because there was a dude I think it was on the TMZ documentary, who was, I don't know, like, he worked for one of the tabloids or whatever. And it's like, look, like, our whole job is getting pictures of celebrities when they don't want celebrities, pictures taken of them. So it's like, Richard Simmons is like, he's the fucking master of hiding, because we have not been able to get a picture of this motherfucker for years and years and years. And that is unprecedented. It's like, because we get pictures of like all kind of motherfuckers that don't want pictures taken of them. Yeah. But it's like, so if he is disguising himself or something like that, he's like a master of fucking disguise, because we're not able to get anything on him if he's going out and about. He must really be disguising himself really well, because they haven't been able to, because everybody knows where he lives. Like I said, everybody knows his house. They drive past his house on the fucking tour bus and everything like that. It's very well known where he lives. His house. There's pictures of it like all over the internet. You can find it. So, and he's still in there as far as anybody knows. Some people have speculated that maybe he's dead and nobody wants him to know. But the thing about it is that what they were speculating on the TMZ show, they said what probably happened is that because of his knee issues, that he might not be able to exercise anymore. He might not be able to, he's in his mid-70s now. And maybe he didn't want everybody to see him as like a feeble old man. And he wanted people to remember him the way he was. And so maybe he's just decided that he's going to go full, because the only time he's been out, like the one time he went out because he had to go to the hospital for some kind of issue that he had, like he had a blanket like over his whole body, except all you could see was his shoes, like his tennis shoes. And so they're like, well, maybe he's not fat. Like you can tell he's not fat. And the cops that went there, because they've done like, I think 2 welfare checks on him.
Yeah.
Because people were worried. And they said when they went there, it's like he looks fine. Like he looks healthy. Like he's still thin. He's not fat or nothing. They said he grew a beard, but that's about it.
It's the same thing that Betty Page did. Betty Page
Right.
won't allow any, last time we've heard from her, I think she might be dead now. She wouldn't allow any photographs of her. She would just record her voice because she wanted people to remember the way she looked.
The way she looked back in the old days. Which,
And-
like I said, if you're known for
Right.
your looks or a particular look, yeah, I can see that.
And evidently she was hideous. In the 60s. Yeah, she was unrecognizable.
That's kind of sad.
Yeah. Well, I don't know all the details. I heard that we ought to do a show about her. I heard she had a pretty rough life.
We should do a show about Betty Page. She's actually a fascinating person.
One of the first real kind of mainstream in a certain way porn stars.
I gotta pee here.
Even though I don't think technically anything she did was porn.
It wasn't. Like
was
nowadays,
just-
it's very softcore.
Yeah, just nude and BDSM stuff.
Back then, it was like...
But back then, that was porn. It was just legal porn that could be sold. But I don't know what's true about Betty. Some of the stuff I heard might have been legends. But Jen could probably dig it up. I once heard that she was real secretive because she was in a interracial relationship back in the 50s. But I don't know if that's true or not. Jen could probably dig it up. But I know that she was... she liked her job, though. She loved being basically a fetish pinup model. She had fun doing it. There was a lot of old forgotten girls from those days. Some of those girls were just fucking just genetic phenomes, man. Phenomenal genetics. Fucking great fucking physiques. And most of them are strippers, though. But the old school American farmland would push out some girls that were just fucking incredible, man. Fucking nowadays you'd need plastic surgery to replicate it, but it was all fucking natural. Thing is the way Betty actually looked in the photographs and in real life is not the way she's drawn. She's redrawn a lot, being very kind of voluptuous, but that's not how she really looked.
Well, she looked very regular, very girl next door, and I think that was part of her.
She was a B cup
appeal.
Yeah, she was a B cup though, but she's constantly being redrawn as like fucking double D or E.
Yeah,
or G.
they give her like way bigger tits and a way
that's not the
bigger
way
ass
really
than she
looked.
actually
Right,
had.
yeah.
But she was like a fascinating person.
Right.
She seemed like a nice person. I
Yeah.
always thought.
But they had some strippers from her era that had that build. You can dig them up. X videos has most of them. Just look up vintage retro, fucking big boobs, whatever. You'll see them. They fucking I can't remember their names offhand, but there was a lot of them.
What is she doing?
I don't know.
What are you doing, Poke? Oh, she's up in the chair. I see
Yeah.
her a little bit. But see, okay, so I think the thing that's causing all of the, I don't know if I'd call it controversy, but all of the kind of situation about the Richard Simmons thing is the question of how much does Richard Simmons owe to his, not just his fans, but his family and his friends and stuff like that. Because like I said, it would be something else if he just kind of like just cut off the fans and said, I don't have the energy to like write back to thousands of people every week. Like I think everyone would understand that. But the fact that he cut off everyone, like even his friends and stuff. And so they were a little, I don't know if I want to say offended, but they were a little confused because it's like, hey, this was like a really close friend of mine and now he's not answering my phone calls or answering my texts. And that would be a little upsetting because you know what's going on with them. On the other hand, this is a man who spent decades of his life essentially like living for other people, like helping other people. And with that, how much obligation comes with that is kind of like the main question. And I think that that's why people are so concerned about his disappearance in particular, just because he was so visible in people's lives and he was so much a part of people's lives. And then suddenly he's not a part of people's lives. He just cut himself off from most human contact, like very suddenly without telling anyone ahead of time. And I think that people, rightly or wrongly, felt, like I said, betrayed might be too strong a word, but you would kind of feel like that. I mean, you know what I'm saying? I just kind of feel like that. And the guy on the podcast made this analogy. He said, if I had gone to a therapist, for example, for 30 years, and, you know, I was paying him, but I felt like we had established a rapport and like I had told him all this personal shit about myself and I'd been to his house and he'd been to my house and we were kind of friends and everything like that. And then he suddenly just ghosted me. He's like, I kind of feel like I would be owed something a little bit. He's like, I don't know if that's legit or not. So I don't know. I think that's kind of why people are so wrapped up in this whole in the disappearance, because somebody like Richard Simmons just cutting everyone off suddenly seems very odd. So I can understand why people were concerned that something sinister was going on, something nefarious was going on. Maybe he's being held against his will or something like that.
It's hard to do that. It's hard to hold somebody against their will for a long period of time. Not
and
physical shit.
And I don't necessarily think he was, but I do get why people might think that, because it is unusual for somebody like him.
Now you can do it with mental entrapment, kind of like the way Scientologists will entrap other Scientologists where they won't leave the cult because of religious beliefs and shit. But that's hard to do. I think that'd be hard to do with somebody like Richard Simmons. To entrap somebody into some kind of a web where, to me, it just sounds like dude doesn't give a shit, just wants to fucking be a recluse. That's what it sounds like.
Which, like I said, maybe he just reached his saturation point. Yeah. Which is perfectly within his rights, because Jesus Christ, I mean, he certainly did a lot more for the world than most people.
Now, Seth said that I thought Betty Page became a born-again Christian.
She did, yeah.
Yeah, I've heard so many things I don't know exactly what's true. I think Jen might need to dig it up. Maybe we'll do a show on her.
I think she did,
I heard that one also, but I also heard an interview with somebody who's supposedly her, talked about how she wanted to remember the way she was and that she had a great time doing that. And that she didn't, that she thought, she was basically saying she had no problem with nudity and didn't know why people cared about it, that it was just something that was fun.
I don't really understand why people have an issue with it either. Right. But like I said, you know, this is coming from us. We do that kind of shit too. Yeah. So
it's just fun for us.
Yeah, I'm not really bothered.
We didn't really do it for the money.
And I don't really understand why anybody would be bothered. Like I said, either watch it or don't. It's just kind of like, I'm not bothered about it. Yeah. Tammy said, it would be like you two just stopped doing the show with no warning. We would all be worried about you guys. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. And that's like to a lesser extent. And I kind of think about that too.
It may have not have seemed that way to Simmons, though.
Maybe not.
It might have seemed like to him that he handed the business over and he wanted to step out of the limelight and let it run like a franchise or something. And he could just become like Colonel Sanders, where he's just a pitcher. He's a pitcher on the bucket, a fucking chicken. You don't see that dude anymore. Maybe he was like something like that.
Maybe. And I get, maybe his justification was, look, if I come out and make a big fucking to-do about, I'm retiring, like everyone would freak out and it'd be like this big fucking thing. And maybe he just didn't want to deal with it.
Yeah, because I didn't know that any of this happened.
Which, like I said, I can understand that. Like, I understand, I'm an introvert myself. So coming from a fellow introvert, Like, I understand you don't want a big fucking fuss made about you. You don't want to be the center of attention. Like, you don't... Like, I get that. So, he's just kind of like, look, I'm just going to very quietly... I'm not going to tell anybody. I'm just going to be... Just Homer Simpson backing into the bushes. He's just going to do that and not say anything to anybody. Which, like I said, kind of seems shitty to the people closest to him because they're like, dude, what the fuck? Because, like I said, his brother didn't even know. Like, he still sees him, I guess, but he didn't tell him why he did it.
Although Black Magic is a cool story.
I do kind of like that story. Like, wouldn't it be... And I don't want to, like, cast aspersions on Teresa because I'm sure she's a lovely person.
He's in Black Magic.
But it is kind of, like, funny.
Yeah.
That I don't believe that's like Black Magic isn't real, obviously. But, it is kind of like a funny...
Yeah.
It's a funny thing to think about that this woman who's known him for 30-odd years is suddenly using black magic to, like, control... Yeah. And I feel like she doesn't have to. He already bought her a Mercedes. He already bought her a house. I'm sure she's probably getting all his shit after he dies because that's his housekeeper, but it's also, like, his friend and his roommate. They've lived together for... more than 30 years, and he's compared it to a marriage. Yeah. So I don't really see any reason why she would need to fuck him over at this stage. I feel like if she was going to fuck him over, she would have done it a long time ago. And everyone that I saw interviews with that knew her well said she wouldn't do that. Like, she's just not that kind of person. And I don't really see any reason to doubt them. So, and like I said, I'm not shitting on the dude that made those claims. Maybe he does believe that. I don't really know. Maybe he doesn't know Richard as well as she does, or I don't really know what the situation is there. The two of them don't like each other, that's for sure. Yeah. She didn't like him and didn't like him being over there. But that, or at least as far as I could determine. But, you know, it seems like a little, and the shit does happen. I get it. Like, when people get older and a little bit more feeble or whatever, yeah, people will take advantage. But I don't think that's what's going on. But I also, on the other hand, I also don't, I don't question why people wouldn't like go there and would like ask about that, because people are worried about him. Like I said, it's kind of like Tammy saying, like, if we suddenly didn't stream and didn't have a message about anything, like, people would wonder where the fuck we went. Like, obviously, it's not to the same extent as Richard Simmons, because
he had millions of people.
He has millions and millions of people. Like, maybe we'd have, like, a few dozen people being like, hey, what, are you guys dead, or what the fuck? You know what I mean? But it's the same kind of thing, just like on a much smaller scale.
This dude came from the era of fucking early cable TV and malls, all right? And his shit was in malls. Everybody knew this motherfucker. He was a fixture, all right? You didn't have much to choose from. I knew who Richard Simmons
everywhere.
was.
Everybody
and
did.
I didn't really want to know who Richard Simmons was.
He was everywhere.
He was just fucking everywhere. You see this shit.
You couldn't avoid him.
You couldn't avoid it. It was, and at that time, when you were my age at that time, that shit was extremely uncool. You were trying to fucking avoid that shit. All right. But, no, he had a little empire going. And an empire built on fat women, you know. But they needed him.
And like I said, it's not, you know, when you say it like that, it almost sounds like exploitative. But I don't. He wasn't coming at it like that. Yeah. Which, like I said, in a way, like, that's what kind of makes him cooler, because he seems like such an unlikely celebrity.
Yeah.
Because he seems like he was coming at it from a genuine place of, look, I was a fat kid. I was bullied. I lost all this weight in a really unhealthy way, but then I got into more health, and I want to help other people to achieve the same shit that I achieved. And that seemed to be his only motive. He didn't really seem to have any ulterior motives. And the thing about him that was cool was that he was very earnest. You don't really see that a lot.
And it was realistic goals.
That too, and I think that was a big help.
He wasn't talking about getting shredded or taking a 250-pound fat girl and turning her into a supermodel. That's not, or, you know, Playboy bunny.
Yeah, and I don't think he ever made those claims.
Yeah, but there were other fitness and diet programs that would infer that based upon the photos that they were showing.
Which made them sucky.
They would show some fat girl in fucking terrible clothes without any makeup on, and then you say, and in 90 days, and then they show this fucking fitness model.
Like, obviously completely different.
Like, you're going to become that in 90 days. Get the fuck out of here.
You are absolutely not.
Just by a diet and exercise? No. No, that's not going to happen. It's going to take a lot of pharmacological fucking aid.
Well, and even if not, like, it would take
surgeries.
you like years and years and years of work to
Yeah.
look like that.
Yeah, a girl that weighs that 5 years at the gym, lifting, on gear. Yeah, you could become like that. Now, would you become like her exactly? No, your skin may not recover. So there's going to be certain things there that being obese causes damage. Some of it's irreversible.
It does, yeah.
So it would take surgery.
Depending on how long.
Depending on how long and depending on
Yeah.
what it was. Depends on your genetics. Some people just don't snap back that well. But it could be fixed. But you're going to have to go under the knife.
That's the thing, and
Yeah.
I think a lot of people forget that, you know, if you're drastically overweight, even if you're younger, like, and it's harder when you're older, like, if you lose a bunch of weight, that's good, but you're going to have, like, a lot of skin hanging.
Yeah.
And that you have to cut it off. There's not any other way around it.
And there are some female porn superstars that have had that done. They've had skin removed and everything. And you can see, I can know what they took, the procedures they had and everything. And they look good, but they had to pay and they had to go through that work.
Yeah, I mean, you got to get it done.
Right.
That's just kind of like...
Yeah.
And, well, and that's another thing, too, is that, you know, people see models and actors and things like that. I think it's probably less prevalent nowadays. But, you know, back in the old days, you would see people in movies and in magazines and stuff and be like, oh, I can look like that. But it's like they don't understand that it's like that's a lot of surgery.
Yeah.
That's super restrictive diets, that's super restrictive exercise plans, that's super... I mean, you really have to work to look like that.
Yeah.
And you have to get surgery to look like that, and you have to take things to look like that.
Yeah.
Like, most normal people cannot look like that.
Yeah.
You know?
What was the transformation again? I missed the beginning.
What are you talking about?
You said most normal people could not look like what? But what was the starting point?
Well, no, like actors and, you know, models and stuff like that.
Well, a lot of them are always in pretty good shape.
Yeah, and I'm not saying, like, genetics obviously plays
Yeah.
a part, like, but that's just the starting point.
Right. The hardest is to take somebody that didn't have great genetics, is very overweight, and then you try to move them into the model realm. It's possible. It happens.
Yeah, but it's going to
not
take...
by natural means.
No, of course not.
No.
So...
Especially if you've been that way for a while.
Yeah, and the longer that you're overweight, the worse it's going to be.
Yeah.
Like, if you lose weight later, like I said, it's always good to lose weight, but the longer that you have that much weight on you, it's just it fucks your body up, like, in a lot of ways. And you're going to have to, like, get a lot of skin cut off.
Bryce says lipo is common for... Actually, I think that's even kind of passe now. I'm not sure they do that.
I mean, they do, but I think there's other procedures nowadays.
Yeah.
But I think, like, all kinds of surgeries are very common.
Yeah. It's a mixture of everything. But if you think they're not fucking taking anabolic steroids and fucking hormones, you're fucking tripping. Hell yeah.
Well, and I mean, we have a friend. I'm not gonna say what his name is, but we have a friend who he had gastric bypass.
Yeah.
Because he was, I don't remember how much he weighed, but he was pretty overweight. So he had gastric bypass, and he lost a lot of weight.
Couple hundred.
I think it was 200 pounds.
Yeah.
And he looked great. But he was talking about, I mean, we just saw him in clothes, obviously. So he's just like, yeah, I have all this, like, skin hanging.
Yeah.
So eventually you're going to have to, the skin is probably not going anywhere, I hate to tell you. So you're going to have to get all of that cut off.
Yeah. He was big for a long time, most of his
Yeah.
life. He became unrecognizable.
Because it won't.
Yeah. Well, it's not going to come back.
Unless you're super, super young, and even then.
Yeah. And he wasn't on anything.
No.
So he wasn't on anything to increase collagen production or anything. So, yeah, no, you're just going to have to fucking cut a lot of that off.
Well, like I said, if you watch any of those reality shows, like My 600-Pound Life or anything like that, that's what I tell you. It's like, yeah, it's cool to, like, lose all this weight, and now we're gonna have to, like, cut all of the skin off you.
Yeah.
People don't really think about that. You know, your skin is not just gonna pick back up. It's used to being big, so it's just gonna hang there. Which That's like that's the biggest argument for like not getting super, super heavy when you're younger. But I know some people are more genetically predisposed, but just saying, that's going to have repercussions like all throughout your whole life. But like I said, I don't know. I never saw like Richard Simmons. He seemed like I said, he seemed, he wasn't ripped or anything, but he just seemed like an average looking dude. You know?
Richard Simmons was very average.
Yeah. But I think,
And
like I said,
he was X, he was X Factor.
but like I said, I think that was his appeal.
Yeah.
He didn't look super ripped. He didn't look super jacked. He wasn't selling you any promises that he couldn't keep. And I think people related to that. And he had been there. He had been really fat. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
He knew what it was like to lose all that weight and to go through all that stuff. So he had been in the same place that a lot of the people that he was approaching were in. So they could relate to him because they knew that he was coming at it from that same, from that same mindset. You know what I'm saying? Let's see. What are they talking about? Mike Bowser said, Christ, I got 6 hours till I wake up. Y'all are bad influences.
What?
Sorry. He said I got 6 hours till I wake up. Y'all are bad influences.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah, because it's almost midnight. Did you know that?
Yeah. It is? Went that
Yeah.
late? Yeah, shit. I got to put battery down there on the charger I got to take off.
Oh, yeah, shit.
I'm kind of hungry.
Yeah,
so
me too.
we pretty much covered him then, right?
I mean, pretty much.
Okay.
Like I said, I think I covered all the stuff. The official story is that he's just decided to become a recluse.
Yeah.
He had some knee surgery. He doesn't want to get the other knee surgery. He doesn't want to see people. He doesn't want people to see him walking around like an old man.
Yeah.
And so he's like, I'm just bowing out.
Okay, it's plausible.
That was kind of like what the official story is.
Yeah, it's plausible.
People are still like wondering if because the housekeeper's still living there.
Yeah.
And the dude on the podcast like went to the house and the housekeeper was like came to the gate and was like, no, you're not coming in.
Damn, so y'all got like 5 hours of Richard Simmons.
Well, I don't know if it was a whole 5 hours of Richard Simmons because we were talking about a bunch of other shit too.
Well, if you're
but a bunch of other shit that was related.
Or you're on a fucking long haul fucking trucker rig, trying to go somewhere. You got 5 hours knocked off. You're on an airplane.
I mean, I would hope so.
Yeah.
Tyler said, "I love y'all."
Yeah,
We love you too.
Let me go check the motorcycle.
Yeah, Bryce said, "I hope he's doing well." I hope he does too because, like I said, he just seems like a really, really nice man, and we really need more people like that in the world. You know, all the stuff I read about him, like, man, he just seems like a lovely person. Nobody ever had a bad word to say about him. Everyone just thought he was an angel on earth. So I kind of hope he's doing good too. And like I said, if he just wants to like fucking sit in his house and go in his upstairs, because he has a gym in his house, and go in his upstairs gym or swim in his pool or just hang out with his housekeeper or whatever, fucking more power to him, man. You know what I mean? He doesn't owe anybody shit. I do get that people are concerned. I would be concerned if he was my friend also. Like, I'd want to know he was okay. But, he has every right to just kind of disappear. I get it. But, I just hope he's all right too. So if you're watching this, Richard, which you might be, because it's YouTube, I hope you're doing okay. I just hope you're doing okay. That's all. Mike Bowser said, "Good show, y'all. Love you, Tom and Jenny. Love you, chat. We love you too. We love all you guys." Now, so what is it? It's Wednesday. So we'll be back for the Friday night show, which of course is the sidetrack show, which this kind of was too. Every show's a sidetrack show. You know what I mean? Let's be honest. But Friday night, at least we don't have the excuse of having a topic to like talk about. We just talk about whatever. But yeah. So hopefully you guys can come for the Friday night show. Hopefully you guys are having a good November, and not too sad about Halloween being over, because I'm really sad about it. But, at least it's getting closer to Thanksgiving, which is also a good holiday. But yeah, so we'll see you guys again on Friday night. Thank you guys for stopping by. Thanks for your super chats. And we will see you guys again on Friday. Good night.